Got it.
Whitney Wright.
Yes, hello, good morning.
Good morning. Okay. Karen Schroeder is representing her.
Yes, she is.
Mark Gardner present.
It's in the hallway, and I've
Yes.
seen the attorney as well.
Attorney's in the hallway.
I think so. I know I've talked to Mr. Gardner.
Is his attorney with him?
I don't know if it's attorney. Gardner.
Joseph Johnson present.
Yes.
No, that's gonna be a plea.
Joseph Johnson.
I'm his attorney.
I know, but where is he?
He's right there on the end.
Okay, great. Attorney's on the seat. On the record, in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Joseph Johnson, file number 24-01571. Counsel appearance.
Assistant Prosecutor Paige Petrowski on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Richard Williams of East Lansing, on behalf of Joseph D'Angelo Johnson, who is right to my right.
How would you vote? Today's the date and time that was set for a preliminary examination. However, I see that there was an offer says by the defendant to plead guilty to an attempted resisting, obstructing, and that the people would dismiss the original charge of R&O fourth habitual and open intox in vehicle. Is it accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, it is.
That's how you want to proceed, sir?
Yes.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury. You can put your hand down, sir. One page of an advice of rights, but our advice of rights comes in 2 pages. So that means you didn't complete the entire advice of rights. It should be 2 pages, and the second page has the signature page. It also has your federal right on it. That's the first page. Is there 2 stacks of papers under there?
Awful lot of page
Second
one.
page.
That looks like pandemonium, and that needs to be better organized.
He needs a second page of the advice of rights.
Thanks.
Yeah.
One moment, please, John.
No problem.
Remember I told you Article 1, Section 20 of the Michigan Constitution about all your rights and things that you're giving up today if you decided to be guilty? Well, that's recall them. But that means I want to get signed here. Today is the 20th day, longest day of the year of June 2024. I'll fill that in for you. And if you understand each and everything that I went over with you prior, let me put it right there and sign, please. Thank you. And incidentally, Your Honor, I believe let me put the case number on the second page. 4015711FY. And if I may approach.
You may.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a page advice of rights here, and you reviewed both these pages, correct?
Yes.
And you understand the rights listed here? Are you willing to give up these rights today in order to accept the offer, which was to plead guilty to an amended count of an attempted restricting or opposing officer?
Yes.
And you understand that you have the right to the presumption of innocence, so you're innocent until proven guilty. You understand that you have the right to require the prosecution to prove your guilt at trial. They would have to prove each element of the charges being brought against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to remain silent at trial, not have silence be used against you. You can waive that right to silence at your trial and testify on your own behalf if you'd like. You have the right to subpoena witnesses to testify for you at your trial and present evidence that you believe show a defense to the charges being brought against you. All of those are rights that you would give up when you give up your right to trial. You understand that? Anybody threatening you to get you to give those rights up? Has there been any promises made to you in exchange for you entering a guilty plea today? Are you currently on probation or on parole? Understand that a guilty plea can result in a conviction that may have impact on travel or immigration status that you may be seeking in the future. Guilty plea could result in a conviction that you may need to report to your current or future employer. Understand that? Is that a yes? Okay, and are you seeking to enter a plea on this because you believe you're guilty? As to the amended charge of attempted restrict and oppose. You believe. Actual basis, please.
That question, was your birthday, wasn't it? What day was that?
May 29th.
And you were seated in the back seat of someone else's car. Whose car was that?
You said 1998.
Yeah.
This happened in 1998.
No, he said.
He's supposed to be establishing the date of this incident.
Correct.
Oh.
And what is the month and year? The month and day.
Month ago, May 29th.
That's when this happened, wasn't it? Thank you.
What year?
What year 2000?
Thank you.
All right, we have a situation where you are in an automobile. Whose car was it?
My friends.
And were you driving this car?
No.
Where were you in this car? Anywhere? Back seat, and there's come a point in time where an officer approached the car and perhaps pulled it over.
Yeah.
At that time, was any instruction given to the people within the car?
Yeah, driving, yes.
And what we were told, what do you recall being told? Get out of the car?
Nah, I was actually, it was my birthday, so I was a little like buzz type of situation.
So-
Under the influence.
Yes.
Did you comply, or did they kind of assist you in getting in the car? So you attempted to obstruct and resist that particular investigation, which eventually led to your arrest.
Yes.
Arrest coming from an open intoxicant that you had about 2 doses vodka. That's true. Yeah, anything further on?
Anything from the prosecution?
Nothing further.
The court satisfied with the factual basis. I'll accept your plea. I find your plea to be made freely, voluntarily, and intelligently. The matter is scheduled for sentencing August 15th at 9 o'clock in the morning. When you leave here today, you need to go down one floor to our probation department so they can get you set up for a pre-sentence interview. And they'll provide the court with the status as to whether or not you need to be placed on a term of probation or if any treatment or such is necessary, okay? Let's see.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I'll take he and his mother downstairs.
I decide when we're done. I didn't say I was done yet, did I? Thank you. Okay. Let's see here. He was born in 98. There wasn't a killer on here, correct?
That's correct.
What's your address, sir?
231 Resident Street.
Phone number?
I was 7-388-4175.
Any additional matters for the record, counsel?
Nothing for the people.
Thank you. Rick, they probably sent it back, this has no date on it. Let me see here. Savala downstairs.
Yes, she's here. She is downstairs, Your Honor.
Okay, you want to brought up for a plea?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Okay, we can bring Savala up. And that file is good, you can take them downstairs with that file. Mr. Samuels, you're here with Gardner.
I am, Your Honor. It's all correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Mark Stephen Gardner, file number is 24-00571. Council appearance.
Assistant Prosecutor Paige Petrowski on behalf of the people.
Matthew Samuels on behalf of Mr. Gardner, who is president of the.
The date and time set for a preliminary examination on an arson for proceeding.
It's my understanding that I would like to run the exam, so my officers are here and people are ready to proceed.
Okay, very good. Okay, so, we'll call the case in just a moment. You can have a seat here. Thank you. On the record, I don't see it. Which one? She has like 3 things in here. She's not meeting with the one in custody. Oh. Okay. Mr. Austin is here with Bianca Alfred or?
Yes.
Is here for Bianca.
Bianca Alfred.
Okay. On the record, in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Bianca Alfred, file number 24-01566. Council appearance.
Assistant Prosecutor Paige Petrowski on behalf of the people.
And thank you, Your Honor, and good morning. Jared Austin appearing on behalf of Bianca Alfred, standing present to my right.
Okay, how are you?
Well, thanks.
The date and the time set for a preliminary examination of a assault, a DV second. How are we proceeding?
The complaining victim in this matter is not present today, and the people are unable to proceed to the preliminary exam.
Mr. Austin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Given that, Your Honor, I would ask the court to dismiss the case against Ms. Alfred, understanding, of course, the dismissal is without prejudice.
A motion to dismiss without prejudice is granted. The people do have the right to reissue the charge against you if the necessary witness later engages in his right to proceed, okay? Do you have any questions? Get you a copy of the dismissal in just a moment. There was a. Are you untethered?
Yes.
Oh, you can go and have the tether removed back at Ingham County, and we need about 72 business hours to remove any no contact orders out of the system, okay? Have any questions at this time? You have a seat, we'll get you a copy of the dismissal in just a moment. Thank you. Becker's no longer in Gratiot. The matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Ronald Bruce Becker, file number 23-02921, council appearance.
Assistant Prosecutor Paige Petrowski on behalf of the people. Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender for Mr. Becker.
Okay. Don't know where Mr. Becker is, I presume.
I've not seen him today, Judge.
Spent some time in and out of the hospital too, but I don't know. Okay. Sure, bench warrant. Additional matters for the record.
Nothing for the people. No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, did you file a substitution or something?
I don't know. We
I don't have his
because we don't
name.
have, yeah.
Okay, on the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Ron Leonard Hall, file number 24-0163 and 30, council appearances.
Assistant Prosecutor Paige Petrosky on behalf of people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney John Abbott, representing Mr. Hall, he's standing here.
Okay, how are you both?
Well,
Today's the date set for preliminary examinations on both files. Is that correct?
yes,
Your
sir.
Honor.
Okay, and are we running our exams today?
The complaining victim in both matters has failed to appear and people are unable to proceed on either matter.
Move to dismiss.
Oh, that's right. One was set for plea and crossed out. Is that what's going on?
No, I don't know why it showed that on the
Yeah, I
document.
mean, where's it set for plea?
Yeah.
It was PCC on both last week. Okay, I don't know where that happened. Okay, is it the same victim?
Yes, Your
Yes.
Honor.
And Mr. Abbott, you're moving to dismiss.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your motion to dismiss is granted without prejudice. That means the people do have the right to reissue these charges against you, okay? Do you have any questions? I don't see that. John. Okay, we need 72 hours to remove any no contact order out of our system, okay? Get your copy of your dismissal in just a moment. You can have a seat. You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, I see Erin is back. Is she ready to go? Ms. Schroeder?
Yes, Your Honor. I think I'm going to need to speak with Miss Petrosky very briefly. I was hoping I could speak with Mr. King before I left the Zoom room.
Okay, are you ready with, was it Prophet Charles?
Yes, Your Honor. I think so. Yes.
Okay, is he in the courtroom?
He is not, Your Honor. I've been communicating with him this morning. There's some he's had trouble getting to court this morning.
Oh, okay, what's your bench warrant?
Okay.
Ms. Schroeder, do you want me to hop on Zoom or just meet
Yeah,
in the hallway?
Whichever works easier for you.
Where are you at?
Sir?
He said she needs to Dr. King too.
Joe, is she in Wards? Okay, then I'll just come meet you when I am able
Yeah,
to.
she looked like she's in the library, actually.
I
Yeah,
am at
yeah,
the
so-
I'm in the law library.
Let's see here. Okay, that was Charles. Ms. Robinson, you will have a sentencing. I
Yep,
don't need
and
a
I'm ready,
prosecutor for
Judge.
that, so now will be a good time to run while I do her sentencing.
Okay.
On the record, in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Margaret Simra, file number 24-00661, council appearance.
Aaron Robinson, Assistant Public Defender from the Sunround.
I'm fine. Okay, today's the date set for sentencing. I have a pre-sentence report and recommendation. It was prepared on June 17th. Council, you got a copy of that, correct?
I did, Your Honor. Thank you.
We need to make corrections, updates, or deletions.
I do not at this time.
You can make allocution.
Yes, Your Honor. We would ask the court to follow the recommendation put forward in the pre-sentence investigation form and request that Ms. Semrau be sentenced to complete an economic crime class within 90 days. Ms. Semrau is really remorseful for this incident, and she is working through it and wants to, she understands that what she did was wrong. She has significant remorse for the incident. I do think an economic crime class would be beneficial for her, so we would ask the court to follow the recommendation.
How did you find when you make a statement?
It was out of my character, and I feel very sorry for what I did. And 20+ years I have been in trouble, but I'm gonna continue to do that.
I reviewed the pre-sentence report and investigation. I've also reviewed your prior criminal history. You haven't had any interactions with the criminal justice system, at least. I think the last I seen was since 2009. Nonetheless, none of your prior interactions were actions similar to this. So I would tend to agree this was something that was outside of your character.
It was, that's what I was saying, and I feel very sorry. I've apologized to him and gave him money back, and, you know, I'm working
Yes.
through it like the other side of.
No, she can feel free to say what she's.
I'm sorry, I'm
No
just,
problem. Take your time.
okay, I'm done.
Well, yeah, my understanding of the underlying incident is that you assisted this person moving and they owed you money. And they refused to pay. Yeah, we're here for that too. You just sue the person next time.
I would like to sue him.
You can still do that. You just go down.
I can.
You can, if long, I don't know when you helped them move, but it doesn't sound like it was outside of the statutory time frame for you to file a small claims action.
Oh,
Or-
yeah,
Or
definitely.
depending on how much he owes you, you would just go down to the civil department and tell them that you
And
want
there was,
paperwork to do that.
just a lot of sexual harassment involved too, but I'm not gonna go into all that, but I'm just saying that I didn't do it just out of I don't know.
I get it. I
How
just
you
want to
say
make
that.
sure you know that in the future, and I can understand how the interactions could become upsetting and triggering, but you have to be in control of how you react and how you address those issues. And then use the judicial system in a way that helps you make yourself whole versus putting yourself in a predicament where you got to come before the court. I don't see where there was restitution. Actually, I see a note here, there was no restitution. And so, so I think the recommendation from the probation department is appropriate. Order that you complete an economic crime course. Give you 90 days to complete that. There is a $75 crime victim rights fee that must be assessed per statute, and a $50 state minimum cost that also must be assessed per statute.
Do I have 90 days to pay that as well?
You absolutely do.
Okay, that'd be great.
So I'm assuming you're gonna make payments on that?
Could I?
Yes, how are you gonna make it, like how often and how much will you make on payments?
Let me see. Could I break it up into 3 payments over 3 months?
You
'Cause I
can
get
do
pre-
it,
I
you
get
can do it
so-
less than that if you want. You can do. How much can you afford? I recognize that you're on a restricted or limited income.
Yeah, it's small.
How much can you
Okay.
pay?
Could I pay 25 each time?
$25 a month?
Yes,
When are you
if
gonna
that's
make it?
okay.
Yep, when is your first payment?
Can I make that on August 1st as well? Because a few outstanding bills I have on the 1st of July. Or is that not okay?
That's completely fine. I'll know you're gonna pay $25 a month beginning August 1st. And you'll pay $25 the first of each month until paid in full, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
And you know how to make payments, correct?
I will, yeah.
Or you
Here.
can come up to the criminal traffic counter and make them in person. You can mail a check or money order to the court. You'll just put your case number on there. Or you can go online using your case number on the court website and make payment. There will be a fee, I think, processing fee attached if you do that, okay?
Yes,
So
yes, Your
the
Honor.
cheapest way is to come up and do it in person.
I think I'll do that.
So, do you have any questions at this time?
No, I just appreciate your time and sorry about everything and sorry to hear.
We understand your remorse and we appreciate your willingness to be forthcoming with this. You can check in with probation and find out about information on how you can complete the economic course, okay?
Okay, would that be like with Joel,
Yep, you'll go down one floor and check in with him before you leave, okay?
okay, I thank you so much.
You're
Your Honor.
welcome. You're all set. Yeah.
Bree told me the piece had to be done. So Joe was saying. They don't know how it was next, is what I was told Tuesday, so. Yeah.
Is he?
He is, well, is Dennis Lee here? I'm not sure, but Joe's here if needed.
Is Dennis Lee here?
His attorney said,
And that's what I was asking. Just stared at it. Is your client here, Dennis Lee?
Yes, yes, Your Honor, but I still need a copy of the PSA.
Yeah, that's the issue. We don't have one. Probation for some reason did not.
No, Your Honor, I understood that they did it, because remember, you were holding him in jail until they did it, then you released him.
No, they met with them. They
Oh, they
just
met
never
with-
produced a report.
Okay.
And so they're emailing, offering to come up and give a verbal report.
Probably wanna reset it, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Something to go over with
Okay,
it.
sounds good.
I can go get him, he's in a room waiting to go over it with me, I can bring him into court to reschedule it.
That works.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're on, Miranda.
Oh, you're handling that one? Very good. On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Savannah Zavala Miranda, file number 24-00366, counsel appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Casey Markarian, make a motion to appear under Michigan Court Rule number 8.120.
Your Honor, good morning. Assistant Public Defender Stephen Feigelson on behalf of Savannah Zavala Miranda. Your Honor, may I approach with the signed device, all right?
Thank you. Okay, and you are Savannah Zavala Miranda?
I am.
Okay, you can stand. Today's the date and time that's set for a preliminary examination, but my understanding is that there was a plea offer that you wish to accept. The offer of the people is for you to plead guilty to stolen property, receiving, concealing 200 to 1,000 with restitution, or the issue of restitution being reserved at this time. Is that complete and accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
You want to accept that offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. I do have an advice of rights plea information sheet. It's 2 pages. You reviewed this document.
Yes,
You understand, you understand the rights here?
I do, Your Honor.
That's your signature?
Yes,
And you want to give up all of these rights today?
I do.
So you understand that you have the right to the presumption of innocence. So that means you're innocent, ma'am, until proven guilty. You have the right to require the prosecution prove your guilt. They would have to prove it at trial, and you have the right to jury trial. At the time of jury trial, you have the right for the prosecution to make their burden of proving each element of the charges being brought against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to remain silent at trial and not have silence be used against you. You have the right to waive that silence if you like and testify on your own behalf, or you can subpoena witnesses that will testify for you at trial, and you have the right to present evidence that you believe show a defense to the charge being brought against you. You understand all those rights?
I do, Your Honor.
Anybody threaten you to give all of those rights up?
No.
And promises being made to you in exchange for you giving up those rights and entering a guilty plea?
No.
Are you currently on probation or on parole?
I'm not.
And what are you being held for something other than what I'm holding you for?
No.
You understand that a guilty plea could result in a conviction that you may need to put down on a future job application, or you may need to report this conviction to your current employer.
I do.
This conviction could also, if you plead guilty, a conviction could result in a matter that could have impact on travel or immigration status. So you may want to go up to Canada for a vacation and they can deny you because of this conviction. You understand that?
Yes.
So, are you seeking to enter a plea because you believe you're guilty?
Yes.
As to the amended charge of stolen property, receiving, concealing 200 to 1,000, how do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Factual basis, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Miss Zavala Miranda, I want to turn your attention back to February 8th of this year. Were you in an automobile on South Pennsylvania and Kendon Street?
I was.
That's here in the city of Lansing,
Yes.
Ingham County, state of Michigan.
Yes.
And law enforcement pulled you over in said car because there was a speeding violation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And for having no plates, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were driving in a car that was not yours, is that correct?
Yes.
And it was somebody else's car, is that correct?
Correct.
And you knew either you or somebody else, you stole that vehicle from somebody else, is that correct?
Yes.
You had no permission to have the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And you didn't intend to return it to the rightful owner, is that correct?
Yes.
Now I have no additional questions, please.
Counsel.
Just one question, Your Honor. Ms. Zavala Miranda, would that dollar amount be at least $200 to $1,000 for that vehicle?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Court is satisfied with the factual basis. I'll accept your plea. I find your plea to be made freely, voluntarily, and intelligently. You don't have any information on restitution at this time.
No, Your Honor, I don't think we have anything set on that. We would have to contact the victim.
Judge, they did get the vehicle back, whether there was any restitution, I don't know.
Your victim here today.
No, Your Honor, I can double check my notes on the file to see if we have anything for restitution.
Yeah, you can't just grab a. Excuse me.
There was a catalytic converter cut off during the traffic stop is what the report reads, Your Honor. I'm unaware with the way the report is written, if that's due to the defendant's conduct or someone else's, or if that was an officer action. Either way, we might need to figure out the cost of the catalytic.
I think my concern is that this was set for PE, your victim side here, and I want to move to immediate sentencing. Any objection to immediate sentencing?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, if they want to pursue restitution, they can do that at any time by motion. I will credit her time served. I think she's been remanded since May 23rd, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Credit time served, and if the issue of restitution is reserved. If restitution is an issue, you'll get a notice in the mail for a restitution hearing, okay? Thank you. What's your address?
2082 Burton Avenue. And it's Holt, Michigan, 48842.
What's your phone number?
517-703-7920. But a better number to get a hold of me at would be my aunt's number. Her name is Shelley, and it's 517-819-4461. She pretty much holds me accountable, so.
Your Aunt Shelley has to keep you in check, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, well, good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We'll let
Do I
you-
come with you? Yeah, go back down. Thank you.
I'll call you.
Do I have to call?
Your Honor, to read it to us.
Oh, that was for Dennis Lee, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, we scheduled it.
Okay, on the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Dennis Madison Lee, file number 23-03518. Council appearance.
Assistant Prosecutor Pete Petrosky on behalf of the people.
Attorney Derek X, also public defender on behalf of Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee is in the courtroom here at the desk standing to my right, Your Honor.
How are you, Mr. Lee? Okay, today was the date set for your sentencing, and we did have you meet with probation. They just notified us that they had not produced the report for some reason. They are undergoing some transition down there, so I'm sure that's how this fell through the cracks. Nonetheless, the accommodation that they offered is probably not the best, which is to come up and do a verbal recommendation, which doesn't give you time to discuss that with your attorney to see if there needs to be any changes or updates to that recommendation. So what I'm going to do is reset this so they can produce a report to the next available sentencing date. July 11th at 9 a.m. Okay?
Yes.
Do you have any
Thank you, Your Honor.
questions? Any additional matters for the record, counsel?
Nothing from the people.
No, Your Honor, defense,
We'll
Your
get you a
Honor.
copy of the notice to appear, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
So let's see what they're talking a little bit more. Give us a copy of the notice.
Okay, Ms. Schroeder is here on King and Rice.
That is correct, Your Honor, and just as the court is aware, Mr. Charles also. is the president.
Record in the matter of people of the state of Michigan versus Keith Robert King, file number 24-00793, council appearance.
Assistant Prosecutor Pete Petrosky on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder on behalf of Mr. King, who is present by way of Zoom. Thank you.
Mr. King, can you unmute your device, please?
Hello, Your Honor.
Hello. Okay, today was the date set for sentencing. I have a pre-sentence report and recommendation. It was dated, prepared June 14th, 2024. Counsel, did you get a copy?
We did, Your Honor, this morning, and I have reviewed it with Mr. King. There were no additions or corrections that were indicated.
Very good. You can make allocation.
Thank you, Your Honor. After reviewing the consent report, Mr. King, I do acknowledge, and he does as well, the fact that it did take some time to get accomplished, but it did get done. Mr. King is currently waiting to hear back from GM. He did attend the assessment, which is what that initial interview was with them on June 5th. He has another offer potentially from LaFontaine here in Lansing
to go work with them. He is very anxious to get back to work. So that is certainly something he has a goal for with regard to probate that aligns with the probation recommendation. He also, I think with regard to the overall impression, I would say that I would have to his honesty in there with regard to his vehicle and what he had done and why, I think is at least as helpful in terms of helping figure out a good way to assist him on probation. And I also would note that he indicated that the controlled substance bench warrant out of Ohio, to the best of his knowledge, that is something out from 1999. So that is something he's going to have to look into. But he indicated that he didn't even realize until the report that that was something still hanging out there with him, and he is having to follow up with that. The best he could figure out is that is something from prior to the turn of millennia. So at this time, I'd ask the court to consider him for the probation term as recommended by probation. I would hope that he will be successful. Thank you.
Maybe your client can explain to the court why he missed his scheduled sentence interview 3 times.
Me, the first time I had broke my phone. I didn't have any way of any kind of communication. The second time I had just slept in. I missed the date, the time. And then the third one, I don't exactly remember what it was. I believe that I was helping my stepdad on a job somewhere, and I got a notice that I had the Zoom, and I tried to contact people when it was too late. I did email my probation officer, Jody, and let her know, and then she set me up for the next one, and I was able to successfully do that one.
You don't get a gold star because you made it the 4th time.
No, I understand that.
Wasn't able to successfully do anything. You disregarded the court's order. You don't get to skip 3 times and then tell me you broke your phone and you didn't have any way of communication, because the court was open on April 5th. And if your phone was broke, you appear in person to take care of your court-ordered appearance with probation. You oversleeping, having a broken phone and working somewhere are not sufficient excuses to make the court feel like you're a good candidate for probation. Those sound like good excuses to make you a good candidate for a term of jail.
No, I was just giving you the honest truth.
I recognize that, but I'm giving you the honest truth about what that makes you best suited for, because it doesn't sound like you follow court orders, is what it sounds like. Even the person who authored the report, Ms. Bayless, had a concern about recommending a term of probation because you don't follow the court order. And when you don't follow the court orders before sentencing, if I sentence you to probation, there's a high likelihood that you're not going to follow those orders either, which means I'll have to put you in jail because I'm not going to go back and forth looking for you.
I understand. I can tell you that I did successfully complete 5 years probation in 2011, back in 2011 with no problem.
Going to reluctantly adopt the recommendation of probation. Sentences as follows: 8 months probation. While on probation, you have the following conditions: must complete a moral recognition program. Must obtain employment and provide a verification of that to the probation department. You're not to engage in any assaultive or threatening behavior. You're not to purchase or possess a firearm, ammunition, or weapon of any kind while you're on probation. You're not to use or possess alcohol, marijuana, or a controlled substance unless you have a valid prescription. You will be required to submit to random preliminary breath tests and urinalysis testing. You have to pay the fee for that. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not to be at any bars or any nightclubs while you're on probation.
No problem. I do not go to the bar.
There's a $30 per month oversight fee that you're responsible for while on probation. The $75 crime victim rights fee that must be assessed, plus a $50 state minimum cost. That also must be assessed. $8 months of probation at $30 per month is $240.
That can be paid all at once, correct?
You can pay it all at once, or you can do it monthly, which when I go over your when I go over your advice of rights of probation, you may believe it's been your best interest to pay it monthly versus all at once, because you do have the right to request early discharge. And so if there's early discharge, you would not want to have paid for oversight fee because we don't give refunds.
I understand.
Now, we might, but it might take some time to give you a refund. So you might want to make monthly payments on that. That's up to you.
I understand.
So you'll do the 8 months of probation successfully. Otherwise, you'll spend 93 days in jail. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor.
2 days, so I'll note that there. Okay, and as I was indicating, you do have the right to request early discharge from probation once you've completed half the original term ordered by the judge. So in this case, once you complete 4 months, if you've not made any violations of probation within the 90 days preceding that request, you can make the request on your own by using the court's notice regarding eligibility for early discharge, which is the MC 512 form. You would file a copy of that with the prosecution's office and with the probation office, and prosecution would have 14 days from receipt of that notice to submit in writing any objections to your early discharge. Your probation officer can make the request for your early discharge on their own as well, okay?
Ma'am.
If I set it for hearing to address early discharge, you do have the right to hire an attorney to represent you. You do not have the right to court-appointed counsel for any such hearing for early discharge. To date, I've never had a hearing for early discharge, okay?
I understand.
Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, your total fines will be $365. You can make monthly payments, and when you go to meet with probation, which you will be required to have a meeting with them again, because they need to prepare a order reflecting what I just sentenced you to for you to review and sign. They'll advise you also what your minimum monthly payment would look like, okay?
Okay.
You have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Any additional matters for the record, counsel?
Nothing for the people. Nothing from the defense. Thank you.
Thank you. You're all set, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
How do I log out?
I can help you.
Thank you.
No problem. On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Whitney Rice, file number 24-01634, counsel appearance.
Assistant Prosecutor Pete Petrowski on behalf of the people. And Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder on behalf of Ms. Rice. Ms. Rice joins us from the Ingham County Jail.
Okay, today was the date set for preliminary examination. Of course, we were not aware that Ms. Rice was in custody, but how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, based on my conversations with Ms. Rice, I've communicated this to the prosecutor's office. I think that there is a question of competency here. She does have a documented history of, I believe, bipolar disorder. And I have some concern based on my conversations with her over the last few weeks. I feel like some of that keeps atrocity as well. So I would, at this time, I will put together the paperwork regarding that. I do know that Ms. Rice did want to request to be released from jail today. I think she had been held on a bond violation, if I remember correct in the means of the files. That's what it shows on the Union County website. I would ask if the court would consider her to be released, since she is in jail for some time still.
It's not on this file. Yes.
Police bond violation is on her domestic violence file that is set for sentencing on, I think, July 2nd. The bond violation is also the basis of an underlying arson charge that she is currently proceeding, and I believe it's in front of Judge Buchanan.
Is it? That's with Simmons too. I was wrong on Buchanan. I was incorrect.
My apologies. So
on me.
the pending arson case that'll also be here and just based upon the conduct and the fact that she's being held on a basis of a bond violation. I would ask that she remain in custody.
Your Honor,
Has she even been arraigned on this?
On the bond
May I
violation. No, Your Honor, I
speak?
didn't.
She was. No, you may not. No, you may not.
sorry.
On the bond violation? Urged. Oh, okay. They set it for hearing on the bond violation?
Yes, except the day of, they're all set together, so the new misdemeanor charge, the sentencing.
Got it.
Adding a bit of a layer of confusion here is like the conflict counsel on the matter that is in July, which has the violation.
There's a conflict counsel on which one?
The one that has the bond violation, which is why I don't have any real knowledge of it, but I did see in the jail website that that's what it looked like it was.
Your Honor, I am the conflict counsel. Shed any light on that?
This is a lot. So, okay, so your office is represented on some things, but not others?
Yes, Your Honor, the file that I am currently representing her on does not have I guess like a better way to put it, an alleged victim, because it is a controlled substance offense, and the EWOP, the unlawful entry, is somebody unknown to her.
Okay, and I do see here, even at the time of arraignment on the file that's scheduled today for exam, there was a note from the magistrate that she ordered a CATS follow-up. So even the magistrate had some concern when she performed the arraignment. I'll note here, as it relates to this matter, that there will be a forthcoming request for competency evaluation. And because of that, I'm going to advise you, Ms. Rice, you do have the right to have a preliminary examination within 21 days of your arraignment. And so you were arraigned on June 3rd. The matter was scheduled for exam today, but due to the need for you to undergo a psychological or forensic evaluation, the court is going to find good cause to go beyond that 21 days so that this matter can be reset after we get a determination as to competency, okay?
I've had that performed twice. But I've been in
well,
jail.
You'll have another one, okay? And I think what you had was CATS. I think you had a CATS eval and not a forensic eval, which is different, okay?
Yeah. And I was told just quickly that I was here on a PR bond, and the only reason I was held was because the arson charge they're getting me with was I was a bond violation because it was at my home. But you, Judge, told me that I could return to my home because Mr. Holder wanted the no contact removed. And so Mr. Holbrook was not even at the home during the arson situation. I was at my home and by myself, and that was a bond violation, I was told.
Correct, and that's why you're in jail, because of the bond violation. So your request to be released today is going to be denied because you're not even here on that case. You're here on another case, and I'm not addressing the other file that you're being held on, okay? We'll address that on July 2nd. Okay? Any additional matters for today's record?
Nothing from people.
I would just ask that the court, I know the court does not can't order the jail to do anything necessarily, but to just keep monitoring her for mental health and advise the jail to do so for medication potentially. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. But there's already a flag on this file. Due to the request for a CAT eval. I don't see where the one was completed.
I don't think there was, honestly, Your Honor.
I don't see one was completed. We'll note it again. Any additional matters?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You're all set, ma'am.
So what's happening as of now?
You can tell the deputy that you're done for the day.
I mean, do I have a release date? Do I have a new court date?
All right, we'll see you on July 2nd.
For what is that date?
You have a sentencing and it looks like a bond violation.
Thank you.
July 2nd.
Oh, you have a pretrial and a bond violation. Very good.
Yeah.
And you're on which one, Mr. Stanley?
I am on
The bond violation, though, you told me that I could go home.
I didn't tell you can go home on a bond violation. I've never even seen you on a bond violation. Today's my first time seeing you. I just found out about the bond violation today. I just found out about the bond violation today. I didn't see you on the 15th of June or any day between then.
The no contact order. With Robert Holbert.
File was amended to allow for peaceful contact between the parties. But that just,
The allegations of arson doesn't sound like peaceful contact.
I didn't.
No, you told me I could go home because Robert Holberg wanted to remove the no contact order. So I was at my home because there was no longer a stipulation for my bond.
Okay, I'll address that on the 7th when I see that file. I don't have that file to address today, and I'm not addressing it today. This is not before me we're today here for a preliminary examination. That's an unrelated matter, okay?
I did send an email to prosecutor's office at ingham.org.
So you sent an email to the prosecutor's office, you said?
I did.
Okay, they heard you, so they'll look into it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I don't think I need those right now. Let's see. Yeah, I've heard. Mr. Prophet's gonna wait because Mr. Prophet's late.
I will move.
Mr. Palmer, you have Chad Harvey with you?
Yes, he's sitting in the hall. I can grab him for.
Are we running an exam? Oh, okay. Well, you don't need to grab him right now.
Okay,
Because
understood.
we got a waiting list for.
Got it. No problem.
For those.
Mr. Green's in custody, that's gonna be a waiver.
Mr. Green,
You said you were rice.
it's a waiver. We can bring Mr. Green up.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Ms. Donnelly, you have Victoria Scott Brown.
I do, Your Honor. I'm gonna go downstairs and talk to him. It's my understanding it will continue the exam, but.
Okay, sounds good. And then Darren Lachey Clark is sentencing.
Oh,
Is he
if he
here?
shows up. He got released.
I recognize he's not highlighted on my sheet, and so as many times as we saw him, I would hope he would be here now to.
He
close
did
this out.
contact me at, you adjourned his sentencing date. He did try to show up for the last one. But I understand he has a warrant in 55th for something that needs to be arranged on down there.
Sounds good.
And I warned him, so it's my understanding the warrant's still there. So I'm not expecting him to show up.
Sounds good. We can bring Mr. Green up.
What if you're done for sure, you have to go over your rare problems.
Judge, you just add them to the list, the one that's
Yeah.
ready for exam, whatever.
Are you on?
McMiller.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Are you Tavari or Tavian?
I have Tavari.
Tavari, okay.
Goodrich has Tavion. I know that both of us intend to. I haven't seen this with Johnson.
Yeah.
My
Mr.
assumption is
Johnson
he's running
is
as well.
running late. I understand. No?
I haven't seen him.
Judge
We were told
Buchanan was also looking for him because he missed the PCC.
We were told he's running late, but
Okay,
he's supposed to be at 9, it's 10:30.
I'll be back.
Are they all co-defendants? I'm not following.
Yes,
Just three of them?
yes, mcmiller, and bunkley.
Got it. Okay, let me
Attorneys
make
at law.
sure we know that. Well, that would have been nice. But that's not what we're here for. Let's see. Somebody was ready to go though, and he's got Samuel, I thought.
Samuel is on exam for.
Samuel's can come in because I'm calling his case in 2 seconds. Darren Clark failed to appear. Thank you. Who? Samuel? He is. It's what he told me.
I understand.
Agree. Yeah, let's see. No, they could just set up shop. Chase Bunkley. That's co-defendant. Oh. Dennis Lee, we didn't, he was the one that we had to reset. Miller and mcmiller, the three of them together. Sounds good. What is this? Mark Gardner.
Your Honor. Sorry.
I got a wait to run now.
He's on his way.
I'm sorry?
Darren Clark, I think he's on his way. I got a voicemail.
Sounds good. Thank you. We're gonna go talk to Victoria's. Prophet Charles is here. Harvey is Palmer's. But we're running Harvey, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then Green is a waiver. Okay, where's your client? Okay, you all can get set up. I'm gonna do this waiver on Green and then we're ready to roll on yours. On the record, the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Dennis Ray Green, file number 24-01567, council appearance.
Assistant Prosecutor Peter Petrowski on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Stephen Feigelson appearing on behalf of Dennis Green, who's standing to my right today.
Okay, how are you, Mr. Green? I can't hear you. I'm doing all right. How are you? Today's the date and time that was set for a preliminary examination on one count of home invasion, second degree, count 2 larceny in a building, and then there's a 4th offense, habitual offender notice. And my understanding is that the parties are waiving exam.
That's correct, Your Honor. People would unequivocally waive the right to a preliminary exam. And I believe defendant will also be doing that.
That's correct. I would do wish to unconditionally waive our right to exam this morning. I do believe there's been a offer conveyed from the prosecutor to the defense that we'll revisit when it gets to circuit court.
And I can put that record on the, or that offer on the record. If Mr. Green was away, the circuit court is charged on at the first pretrial conference, plead guilty to count 1 and agree to pay restitution equaling $700. Then at the first pretrial conference, the people would dismiss the remaining count in the habitual offender notice contingent on Mr. Green pleading guilty. The offer will close at the conclusion of the first circuit court pretrial conference, and any sentencing agreements will be negotiated at the circuit court level.
That's an accurate statement of the offer that was made as regards to what Greg told an exam this morning.
Mr. Green, you understand the offer, correct? You also understand that you have the right to have a preliminary examination in the district court on this matter? Are you willing to unconditionally waive your examination? Anybody threatening you to get you to waive your exam? Okay, you understand that if you waive this matter and it's gone over to the circuit court and then you get to circuit court and decide you don't like the offer, you don't want to accept it, you can't come back and have your exam. You understand that? Right over date's going to be July 3rd, 2024. You do not need to appear in circuit court on July 3rd. That's the day they get the file from this court, okay? Do you have any questions? Your next court date will be a pre-trial in circuit court. Mr. Feigelson will be made aware of that next court date. Your fine was set at 7,500, 10%. That will continue. Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing from the people.
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Green, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're all set, sir. On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Mark Stephen Gardner, file number 24-00571, council appearance.
Assistant Prosecutor Peter Petrowski on behalf of the people.
And Matthew Samuels on behalf of Mark Gardner, who is present and standing by.
Okay. Today's date and time set for preliminary examination on the arson for my understanding. So we're ready to proceed at this time.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Preliminary matters.
Nothing for the people. I just would make the court aware that I'm going to have my officer in charge, Detective Jason Pung, be seated with me during this.
I would just ask for all witnesses, all other witnesses to be selected.
Thank you. How many witnesses do you have?
2.
Okay, 2 officer witnesses?
Yes.
Okay. All your witnesses.
Or excuse me, one of the witnesses is the fire marshal. So he's with Lansing Fire Department, not Lansing.
Sounds good. I didn't say police officer, so that wasn't clear. Okay, so you can call your first witness.
Thank you. I would call Detective Jason Pung.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. State your first and last name spelled both.
Jason Pong, Jason, Pong, Pung.
Counsel, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Pung. How are you doing?
Good.
Where are you currently employed?
City of Lansing.
And were you employed on the date back in June of 2023?
Yes.
And on June 12th of 2023, did you interview an individual named Mark Gardner?
Yes, I did.
And why did you interview that individual?
I was called in to assist LFD in a fire investigation.
Can you speak up a little louder?
Yes, sorry.
And so where did you speak with Mr. Gardner?
At the LPD Operations Center.
And so when you spoke with him, what did you begin the conversation with? What did you begin talking to him about?
I guess the conversation kind of started him talking about like
You eventually, did the conversation eventually lead to to discuss the events that occurred on June 2nd, 2023?
yes.
And what did you ask Mr. Gardner about those events?
I don't recall what exactly the wording was. Basically, it was after we started fire.
I'm struggling to hear you because your voice is trailing off at the end of the sentencing. And I mean, the sentences, and I have this, and then we have some fans going. So I missed half of what you just said.
Okay.
I'm having a hard time too, Your Honors.
Okay, I apologize. I was basically asking him if he had started the fire.
Okay. And did he answer you in regards to whether he started the fire?
He did admit to starting a fire. He did not see that the fire he started could have caused the fire to the residences that were burned.
And so did he discuss the specifics of how a fire was started on that day?
Yes, basically he was out behind the residence smoking, and there was a large amount of cottonwood fibers on the ground. He lit the cottonwood fibers on fire, and from what he observed, the cottonwood fibers that he had started went off to his right.
So I'm sorry, so you said that he had lit the cottonwood fibers on fire
That's correct.
and was dropping them onto the ground?
I don't recall because they were already on the ground.
Oh.
So there was that time of year, there was just a large amount. Basically, the ground was almost white with those fibers. So I believe what happened, or what he said he had done, was he was sitting and smoking. He was looking at the fibers and he just reached down and lighted one.
Okay. And from your conversations with him, did he light those cottonwood fibers on fire? Did he state whether he did it on purpose?
He did start the fibers on fire on purpose, yes.
Okay. And so after he stated that he had set the fibers on fire, what did he say happened?
So the way he described it is the fire went to the right. And I believe he said he got some water and put out the fire, or put out the fire. He believed the fire that he had started, he had put out.
Okay. And the location that he was at, was that the 1300 Eudore address?
Yes.
And is that in the city of Lansing?
Yes, it is.
State of Michigan?
Yes.
Ingham County?
That's correct.
Okay. And did he state, did he own that property?
No, he was staying.
Okay, so that was the property of another individual.
Yes.
Okay. And so he stated that he tried to put out the fire. And then what did he say he did after that?
I don't recall what he said he did after that. After he put out the fire, is that what you're asking?
Oh, yes.
I don't recall what he said he did directly after that.
Oh, and then I believe you said it, but I just want to make sure. What did he use to light the fiber? Did he say?
I believe it was a lighter.
A handheld cigarette.
Yeah.
Leading, Your Honor, objection.
Objection is leading.
It was later, I don't know what.
Objection sustained. Sorry. Thank you.
No further questions.
Cross-exam.
So you did not meet with Mr. Gardner at the scene of the crime, correct?
No, I did not.
How long after was that? Did you meet with him? From when the incident occurred?
Off the top of my head,
Was it, guess, about a week, 5 days?
No, it was that night. I was called in that night. Officers had transported him from the scene to our operations center. So it would have been a matter of hours.
Okay. And prior to meet with him, did you, I should say, where did you meet with him? Like, was it a room? Was it in public?
It was one of our interview rooms at the operations center.
Was Mr. Gardner free to leave at that point?
No, I believe the officers on scene had taken him into custody.
Okay. Did you, prior to speaking with him, did you meet him at Miranda?
I did.
And what was his state of mind, in your best opinion? Was he lucid? Was he?
I would say he was lucid. He spoke to hallucinations that he had, but he also spoke to the fact that he was, he hadn't been taking his medication. He appeared to know that what he was talking about was a hallucination because he kept referring to the fact that he needed help and he needed to take his medication.
Did he mention any other things that led you to believe there was some hallucinations or some mental issues?
He did.
And what were those things?
At the beginning of the conversation, he spoke to going to Las Vegas. Historically, that he was going to Las Vegas to meet Jesus Christ. And during that journey, he was institutionalized, I believe, in Indiana.
And was that a recent incident that he went to meet Jesus?
I don't recall how long between when I was talking to him and when that occurred.
Was there anything else that you recall him talking about that could go to his state of mind?
Generalized, I think he talked a lot about spirituality and along that lines of the meeting with Jesus.
What about UFOs or aliens or anything like that?
He did speak to that.
He did. And was that a more present thing in his head?
I wouldn't say present or as much as like a long-standing thing.
But it was clear he was having some mental issues at the time.
Yes.
And he wasn't completely, do you believe he was completely understanding the question?
I believe he understood the question that I was asking. Yes.
Do you believe he understood the entire situation?
Yes.
And that's despite talking about meeting Jesus and going to the UFOs?
Yes, I do.
And what gives you that?
He was apologetic. He spoke factually about starting the fire. Basically, there were several houses that were burned because of the fire. He was apologetic about that. He understood that what he had done possibly caused the fire. At one point, he tried to say that the neighbors were talking about kids starting the fire. So he was trying, basically, he understood the severity of the situation. And at times he was trying to defer the allegation from him.
But despite that, there were still the possible hallucinations.
Yes.
And fantasies, for lack of a better term.
Based on what he said, yes. Whether those are his beliefs or hallucinations, I don't know.
And this was sometime after the incident occurred. You don't know how long, but this was not during the incident.
It was
This is
not
your interview.
It was not directly after the incident. It was a couple hours.
And do you know if he was given any medication prior to that?
I don't have knowledge of that.
Now, expand a little bit on the part where he was talking about putting out the fire.
So basically, I mean, from what he was describing in an interview, unfortunately, we're not the same. He started the fire, and if you've ever burned cottonwood, burns very quickly. It's almost like a gas. He explained it going to his right, and he put it out. I believe he mentioned using water. I mean, going in and getting water one time he put it out. And then he said it was out and he never saw it spread the other direction, which is to his left and is where the residences were burned.
But he did have, but you testified earlier that he did have knowledge and understanding of how the incident started.
Yes,
Now, did you ever go out to the scene of this incident?
I did.
You did?
Yeah.
Prior to talking to Mr. Gardner?
Yes.
And did you do any investigation on the scene?
I was there briefly. I spoke with the fire marshal who ultimately does the fire investigation. There were the homeowners or the primary occupants of the residence were there. Just briefly, the officers were briefly discussing the observations of security cameras that were at the residence.
Did you view those security cameras?
No, I don't believe any of them will function. And that was the conversation.
I have nothing further.
Yeah, any additional questions for this witness?
Just briefly. So you had said that you had spoke with Mr. Gardner just late several hours after the incident, correct?
Yes, I would say at least 2 hours due to my response time. I went to the scene and then I went after.
And when you spoke with him, were you able to see him? Like, were you sitting face to face? Were
Yes.
you looking? Okay.
We were face to face in the same room.
Would you recognize him if you saw him again?
Yes.
Is he present here today?
Yes, yes.
Can you describe where he's located?
I sit next to defense counsel and a white shirt with glasses.
Let the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
Any objections or
No
identification?
objection.
Identifications noted.
And then when you were speaking with him, did he ever say why he decided to light the cotton fibers on fire?
I think it was just because he just kind of.
Objection, speculation.
Objection, speculation. Did you want to respond?
I guess not what you thought that he meant, but did he ever?
So then the objection is sustained. Thank you. You can rephrase.
Yeah. So did just purely from what he answered to you, did he ever say why he was starting the fire?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can I just ask questions based off what she said?
Her last question?
No, one of the questions regarding the interview.
It's got to be on the scope of her direct.
I'll withdraw.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can call your next witness.
Thank you. People call. Thank you. I'm gonna have, or I'll be calling Fire Marshal Matthew Mansberger.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes.
Thank you. You can have a seat. State your first and last name and spell both.
Matthew Mansberger, MATTHEW, MANSBERGER.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Fire Marshal. How are you doing?
Good, how you doing?
Doing well. Where are you currently employed?
City of Lansing Fire Department,
And how long have you been employed there?
just under 8 years.
And how long have you been a firefighter or involved in, yes, firefighting and EMT work?
I did that for practically 6 years.
Were you working as a for the Lansing Fire Department on June 6th, 2023?
Yes.
On that date, did you respond to a fire at the address of 1300 Theodore Street?
I did not respond to the fire. I responded to the investigation at the fire.
And so, how close in how close in time did you arrive at the 1300 address compared to when the fire was extinguished?
Without looking at the inputs report and looking at the times, I can tell you. Usually how it works is we get called for a fire. Once the fire has been pretty much deemed under control and almost put out, that's usually when they will respond for a fire marshal or investigator. So
Would it be safe to say that you responded to that address in the same day, or would it be a
couple of hour at max.
okay? And so when you first arrived there, what did you observe?
When I first arrived on scene, I was at West Willow. I was in regular traffic and I knew they were at West Willow. So I went over to West Willow, found out command was over on Theodore Street. So I headed over to Theodore Street and I met with the battalion chief. At that time, I seen multiple different units, fire trucks, fire engines on scene in different areas of the neighborhood. That was the battalion chief.
And so when you respond to investigate a fire, what does your process look like?
Usually when I first arrive on scene, I meet with the battalion chief, usually get information of what he's obtained while he's been there. Then I always meet with the first arrived engine crew, because usually the first one to put it out. In this scenario, it was a little bit differently because we had multiple different fires going on at one time. So it was a lot of process at that time.
And so when you spoke with the battalion chief, what sort of, I guess, briefing did he provide you?
About a year ago, they told me that there was a fire, I think at 1300 in the backyard. They had a house fire at.
I'm gonna object for hearsay. Your Honor.
Objection is hearsay. You can respond to the objection.
I would just, I'm arguing that it's not being used for the truth of the matter asserted, it's just to, for the impact on the listener, this is basically going to direct the course of this investigation into the cause of the fire.
Objections overruled.
1302, they said there was a house fire. They said there was multiple backyards that had spot fires in there. One was a detached garage. They said they had another house fire over on Westville. I think that address was 1301. And then more spot fires at 1309, and they were smoking the house.
Okay. And so after receiving that information and speaking with the first unit that responded, what did you do next?
Well, I was told by the battalion chief that there was a guy walking up the street with an orange shirt on saying, I did, this is my fault.
Now I'm
this is
gonna
my
object,
fault."
Your Honor. This is the truth of the matter asserted.
Unobject, respond to the objection for hearsay.
Well, first, I believe we'll get into it, but the statements that are being made by this individual in the red or the orange shirt, I haven't laid the foundation yet, but those are going to be party opponent statements made by defendant. And then I would also say that the actual, I guess, or the statements being made by the responding unit, that would again be not being used for the truth of the matter asserted, be used for the effect on his investigation.
Your objection was his statements talking about the statements of the person in the orange shirt?
Yeah, he stated that once somebody told him that there was a guy walking in an orange shirt stating this, and this. That's
Someone told him, who was the someone?
That
You want to address the someone?
Yeah, so the individual that informed fire marshal was a responding firefighter.
Yeah, it was actually the battalion chief.
Oh,
It was
excuse
the
me,
battalion chief, which we've already addressed.
Yes. And if he was objecting to the actual, the actual statement made by the individual in the orange shirt, I'm arguing those are party opponent statements because those are statements made by defendant.
But it's
correct, but it's not, he didn't hear those statements. It's another person who heard the statements, so correct?
Correct, but.
So he can't offer that without addressing the hearsay component. That there was the battalion chief that heard that. So if we had the battalion chief sitting there, he can offer that hearsay. Because he overheard allegedly what was stated by this person, but he did not. So what is the purpose of him testifying and providing testimony of what the battalion chief heard the defendant allegedly say? Is that being offered for the truth of the matter, sir?
No, that is still being offered to, for the impact it had on his investigation.
Okay, so
I don't see how, Your Honor, that's.
you can stand when you make your objections, please.
Sorry,
Thank you.
I don't see how, Your Honor. Basically state what his statements were, what the intent was, what the guy in the orange jacket was saying. Coming from a third party that is directly related to the truth of the matter asserted.
It could be directly related, but that doesn't mean that's why they're offering it. She's saying she's not offering it for that purpose. She's offering to show what he did, I'm assuming, correct?
Correct, yes.
And why those statements were made to him to cause him to do what he did. So for that purpose, I'll allow it. So objections overruled.
So the battalion chief informed you that there was a person on scene stating they had done it.
That's what he said. He overheard there was a person walking down the street that said, they did, it was my fault. From my perspective, doing our investigation, we just take the information, we write it down, and we keep going. Does it mean anything as far as that's what it happened? It's just a part of the investigation.
Okay.
So at that point, after I spoke with him, I spoke with one of the engine crews on scene. I spoke with them, got their information. At that point, in my investigation.
Okay. And so when you began your investigation, where location wise did you start?
On Theodore Street.
On Theodore Street, did you start at the specific property?
I was across the street, I believe, I had the wrong name, but I was told the family who lived at 1300 was standing across the street, so I spoke with, I think, Tracy. Spoke with her and gathered some information from her. Then I spoke with Mr. Gardner and gathered some information from him. And then I continued talking to other witnesses around the area. I had some insight, not too many people had too much information. Not too many people had were there at the time of the fire.
So when you spoke with Mr. Gardner directly, where did that take place?
On Theodore Street.
Okay. And what did you discuss with them?
I told him, I said, I was told that you were walking up down the street saying that may have started this fire. Ted said, can you tell me what happened? His recollection at that time was that he had a cigarette, he was smoking in the backyard. He put the cigarette out and the ash hit the ground. It was fire that went this way, and that way. So basically he told me.
Okay. And so then after speaking with all the people on scene, do you, when you're investigating the cause for a fire, do you look at the actual, I guess, locations where the burns occurred?
Yes, so after I spoke with Mr. Gardner, I did go in the backyard. That was the first time I went in the backyard of 1300. When I was looking in the backyard, I noticed lots of different fire patterns. A lot of fire patterns did not speak with one another, meaning that they did not connect. So I was having a hard time addressing how these all connected. And at the same time, I was looking at the other houses and looking at how those kind of interconnected. And I was having a hard time at first. So at that point, I called for another investigator to come assist with it. Fire investigator, senior fire investigator at that time.
And so you said that the burn patterns were not connected to each other?
They didn't really communicate. They didn't. To me, at that time, there was, because you had multiple different houses and yards. I was trying to figure out how these patterns interconnected, and being without looking at it from an overview connection, there was no way to really see how they all connected. You'd have a spot pattern here, you'd have a burn pattern there, but they didn't all communicate with one another. Like if I had a wall in a house, you'd expect to see the wall go from one to the next. It didn't really happen this way, being outside.
Okay. And so when you are investigating a fire, do you look at multiple different potential causes?
We do. So part of the scientific methodology is we have to come up with a hypothesis, test our hypothesis, and see if it has any ability to do it.
And what was the hypothesis in this case?
When I first got there is an arson, and one of the ways we do that is we reached out to the police department. They brought MSP brought a detective dog in, an arson dog, and it's good for arson. They found that on scene at that time. I think the dog hit on one spot, but we overlooked that because it was the spot where the grill was at and the charcoal was.
And when you bring the arson dog in, what is that dog sniffing for?
For accelerants,
For, excuse me, what?
accelerants.
Oh, accelerants, okay.
And so, so your hypothesis was arson, but did you, entertain other potential causes of the fire?
Well, I mean, we had was it an accidental fire? Was somebody having, outside drilling? Was somebody, outside with a fire pit? We looked at all different scenarios as we walked around, we're trying to figure this out. How it came about was I was talking to, I think, the neighbor's daughter, and she said that the
Now
granddaughter.
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. For hearsay.
Gonna say objection. Please stand when you make your objection, so we know that an objection is coming. You know you're supposed to stand. when
I
you
know, I
address the board.
apologize, Your
Thank
Honor.
you.
Yeah, I'm objecting to hearsay. This sounds like it's coming from the truth of the matter asserted, as he was talking about his hypothesis and how he came to that conclusion. And he was interviewing a neighbor or a third party that was not involved and not testifying.
Do you want to address the objection?
I can just move on.
Okay, objection sustained. You can proceed.
So, all right, so the, you look for, or the dog looked for accelerants, and then you had said that you'd spoken with people in the community to see what they had known. Did you basically test any alternative theories for how the fire may have been started?
Later in the evening, yes, I did this.
Okay, could you speak to that?
Well, I went by Mr. Gardner's theory, when I was at 1309 West Grove Street. They had a bunch of cottonwood in the garage. It was dry, it was in there, and I've seen her out smoking. So I asked her if I could borrow her cigarette to test the theory. If I drop the ash on the cottonwood, would it ignite? Did have some burn to it, but it did not ignite. So then I tested it by borrowing her lighter. When I lit the lighter, it just kind of quickly, instantly combusted. And so that theory to me was dropping a cigarette ash on there could not have ignited it like Mr. Gardner said originally.
And did you check to see whether there was any potential that the fire was started by some sort of faulty electrical cause?
There was nothing that was reported as far as for that area. The only time we had the board out there for anything was when it shut the power down.
Right, and when you were observing the locations that had burn damage done to them, was it? I know you had spoken about the spots on the lawn, but there were structures that were also burned by the fire.
Yes.
And about how many of those structures, or how many structures were there?
How you define a structure.
Fair enough. How many, I guess, were there buildings that were impacted by the fire?
For further houses, we had 1304 Theodore Street was affected by the fire. 1301 West Willow Street was affected by the fire. Hatch Garage at 1208 Westmoreland was affected by the fire. And then numerous wood fences and stuff were also affected by the fire.
Okay. Further questions?
Yes, sure. Morning. So you said that you were called out and your investigation started on West Willow, is that correct?
Well, my investigation started when I got phone calls. So you're looking at weather, temperature, stuff like that. I arrived at West Willow first. When I turned down the street, that's where it was at. I seen vehicles. I asked where command was at. They said Theodore Street.
And you said you take into account weather and wind and all of that.
Yes.
How did that affect this investigation on that night?
Well, during the day at the time, for evening, it was a hot day. upper eighties, I think, something like that. It was decent wind, 8 miles per hour, I think, wind.
And so the wind and the heat, how does that affect how a fire burns, or how does that affect your hypothesis and conclusion?
I was based on the weather temperature, stuff like that, it's dry out, so we had a fire, it would spread a lot quicker if things were wet and damp.
Now, you stated there was multiple different fires, correct?
There's multiple spot fires as far as different areas in multiple yards. There was fires in each of these yards. So the question became, how did they communicate with one another?
And you stated that they didn't communicate with each other.
At the time was when I was doing my investigation, my first analysis, I couldn't tell how they communicated.
But then you were, throughout your investigation, you were able to tell how they communicated?
Yes.
And how were they able to communicate?
Basically, this whole neighborhood was covered in cottonwood. And it had a significant amount of cottonwood that covered all the yards, specifically to the fence lines of all these yards. They had built up a cottonwood in this area. And that was enough combustion there to start a significant fire with the heat outside and everything else. It didn't have a robust combustible to houses, property.
And you stated that, but you did also state that cottonwood, that when you tested the cottonwood, it didn't necessarily burn correct.
With if I took the ash from a cigarette and dropped it on a pile of cottonwood, it did not, it left a little brown burn mark, it did not combust. I took a lighter to it, it combust.
And did you see any lighter fluid? Did you investigate for lighter fluid or any other kind of accelerants? And did you find any kind of accelerants there?
We found some on property, yes, which you see with gas cans, charcoal, lighter, stuff like that throughout the areas. But I also had a dog come in to sniff for that, and it was not picked up by any.
So you didn't find any?
I said there was one spot at 1301 West Willow Street, but it was right beneath a charcoal grill where you would expect to see one, and the grill was not used that day.
Now, in speaking with Mr. Gardner, he said that he put out a cigarette butt there.
What he told me was he was in the backyard with the granddaughter who lived there, and he took the cigarette, and when the cigarette ash hit the ground, it went in 3 different areas.
And were there multiple cigarette butts in that area in the backyard?
Yes, there was.
So it looked like somebody had been smoking there prior?
Yes.
Now, you stated, now, how did you go about testing your hypothesis that this was an arson?
As again, I gathered all my facts and data. I test my hypothesis. Understand that part of my data was interviewing people, gathering information via interviews. That also played a role into my hypothesis.
Now, without saying anything that any of the people say, was there any indication that anybody had witnessed the start of the fire?
A granddaughter was there, witnessed it at the time.
Okay.
You said a granddaughter?
Granddaughter.
Whose granddaughter?
I believe it's Tracy's granddaughter. Would be homeowner. Or
Oh.
in that house.
But other than that, there were no other witnesses that you built your theory off of.
There was a neighbor that I did not directly speak to. It was LPD who spoke to him.
But nobody, but the only person that actually witnessed the incident occur start was the granddaughter.
Correct.
And how old was the
granddaughter? 10 maybe.
So she was a kid.
Right.
Okay. That's what I didn't know. And now you said that there was a lot of areas affected by the fire.
Right.
About how far of a radius would you say in square feet or miles or blocks?
I
Did
would
that
say
spread out to?
Complete block, whole block. So if I went from Westmoreland to MLK and Willow Street to Theodore Street, that whole neighborhood was affected.
And do you have an estimate about how big it was?
I would say probably about 10 houses on both sides.
Only 3 houses, I think you said, were affected by it? And
There's two, there was 2 houses that burnt, caught on fire. There was a detached garage that caught fire. The rest of them had spot fires, the shrubs, the grass, fences.
And did all these areas have an amount of cottonwood?
Yes.
Leading to it?
Yes.
And was all that cottonwood burnt leading to all the areas?
Pretty much, yes.
When you say pretty much, what do you mean?
Yes, there was a bit of patterns that you would see of burnt cottonwood. You could tell where areas were not burnt, could be due to the wind direction blowing it, which would like you see something skip.
Now, you stated that the weather was hot and dry.
Yes.
Is there any other ways that in a hot and dry atmosphere other than intentional accelerant? Is there any other ways that fire could just start and spread? And what would some of those ways be?
If somebody was out cooking outside, if somebody was grilling, if somebody was having a bonfire, if somebody was maybe go work on a car with a weld or something, other possibilities.
And you stated this was in the middle of the day?
It was about 4 in the afternoon or something.
So it is possible that's a good time of day for the people to be doing those kind of things in the neighborhood.
Possible.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
In the backyard of the 1300 Theodore Street address, was there a fire pit?
There was.
And did you go and observe the fire pit yourself?
I did.
From your observations, did it look like it had recently been used?
No.
And had you received any information from anyone else that it had been used recently?
No.
When you were responding then, did you see any welding equipment out and about?
No.
And no one said that they had been welding at that time? No. And I know you had said that there had been a grill that was present. And did you investigate that grill at all?
Yes.
And from your investigation, did you, is it your opinion that it had been used?
No.
And why is that?
It wasn't hot. Didn't touch anything.
Okay. And then when you had lit the cottonwood seeds on fire, were you able to see whether they would float while they were lit on fire?
No, I didn't want to test or start another neighborhood fire, so I just did a small area in the street, and that way, not the bus, not controlled that way.
No further questions.
Thank you. I'm gonna advise you that there is a sequestration order, so you're not to have any discussions about your testimony with any other witnesses, okay? Thank you. You're free to go. You can call your next witness.
That was, people have no other witnesses.
Any defense witnesses today?
No way.
You can make argument.
Thank you. Mr. Green, excuse me. Yes, Mr. Gardner has been is charged with arson in the 4th degree. And the jury instructions for that state that first, that the defendant burned, damaged, or destroyed by fire or explosive any personal property that was not his, essentially. We have heard testimony from Detective Pung stating that when he interviewed Mr. Gardner, that Mr. Gardner admitted that he in fact was setting the cottonwood seeds on fire with his personal lighter that he was using. So, excuse me. And then second, that at the time of the burning, the property that was damaged, burned, or destroyed was personal property. The property that we've heard through the, the property that we've heard testimony that was destroyed or damaged from this fire was 2 residential homes, a detached garage, and a number of fences. All of those items are personal property. the home that defendant was present at and that the fire had started from. He was just staying at the property. It was not his property from his own statements. And so the damage that occurred to that property as well, that would be considered damage to another individual's personally owned property. And then, but we don't have to prove the value of the property at this time, but then that when the defendant burned, damaged, or destroyed the property, they intended to burn, damage, or destroy the property, or intentionally committed an act that created a very high risk of burning, damaging, or destroying that property, and that they knew that risk and disregarded it. There's probably there's debate as to whether defendant intentionally tried to damage the property of this small neighborhood around him. However, I think that we've heard a substantial testimony that he intentionally committed an act that created a very, very high risk. It was a hot, dry day. There was cottonwood seeds blowing in the air and all around the yards. And Mr. Gardner intentionally decided to, use his lighter and use that lighter to light those cottonwood seeds on fire. And then, and then also while committing the act, the defendant knew of that risk and disregarded it. I think the fact that Mr. Gardner told Detective Pung that he tried to extinguish the fire shows that he knew of the risk of that fire, because he attempted to put out the fire that he started. But he disregarded that risk because he set that fire intentionally to begin with. So for those reasons, and from the testimony, we've also heard that the venue is proper for the city of Lansing County, Bingham, state of Michigan, and that it occurred on June 2nd, 2023, and that Detective Pung was able to properly identify Mr. Gardner as well. So for those reasons, I would ask the court to bind over this case as charged.
Mr. Samuel.
Yes, Your Honor. So in quoting the jury instruction, what Ms. Petrosky failed to leave out is that the jury instruction also said when there's a fire, the law assumes that it has natural or overcome accidents, and it's the people's burden to prove that it was intentionally started. There is a lot of conflicting statements here. The fire marshal testified that Mr. Gardner's statement, as Ms. Petrosky said, was that he flipped a match. He had multiple theories as to how this could have started. It was hot, it was dry. Furthermore, with the jury instructions, there is a clear element burden that the people have to prove that he intentionally committed an act that created a high risk of burning. The fact that he was trying to put it out shows he was shocked and he was trying to keep everything under control, despite Ms. Petrosky's argument that shows he knew the nature of what he was doing. Furthermore, Officer Pung or Detective Pung pointed out that there may have been some hallucinations that Mr. Gardner was going through. That kind of alleviates that intent, Your Honor. Furthermore, one of the elements is that the people have to prove that the value of the property was between 1,000 or more, but less than 20,000. We never got a value. We just got this may have been burnt, this was burnt. There is no value there, therefore that element is not met. Furthermore, that there was multiple fires. There was no accelerant found other than in a pit that was testified that wasn't even started. Your Honor, I don't think they met the burden here, and I ask that this be dismissed for the reasons I've stated above.
Any re-argument?
The only thing that I would want to address is that while we do not, well, actually, no, I have two things. One, while we did not have specific testimony as to the value of the items that were burned, the fact that the damages included multiple constructed buildings, as well as fences, at the very least, there's to a probable cause standard that there is some sort of value associated with the damages caused by damages to that. And second, I just say The fact that Mr. Gardner was potentially experiencing some sort of mental health issues at that time, it does not negate the fact that he was able to form the intent to intentionally light the cottonwood seeds on fire, something that was had a high risk of destroying or damaging personal property.
Okay, today is the date set for preliminary examination. The burden is on the prosecution at the time of the exam, and the purpose of that burden is for them to produce sufficient probable cause that a crime was committed and probable cause sufficient to charge you with the crime. This is not a trial. They don't have to prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. This is a very low standard of proof that needs to be brought forth. It's just more than mere suspicion. If the court determines that the witnesses are credible and that there's still a question of fact that exists, then the matter is sufficient enough to go to trial. Today, we had testimony from First Detective Jason Pung, and then we also had testimony from the Fire Marshal Matthew Mansberger from Lansing Fire Department. Detective Pung testified that on or about June 12, 2023, he did interview the person he identified in court today as a defendant, Mark Stephen Gardner, and that he interviewed him because he was a suspect in a suspected arson matter, that he spoke to the defendant, that he asked the defendant if he started the fire. Defendant said that the fire was caused, or that the fire, he saw that the fire was caused, was outside smoking. There was cottonwood fibers that he lit, and the cottonwood fibers were lit on purpose, was the testimony that was provided by Officer Pung, and that the fire went to the right, that the defendant attempted to get water to put the fire out. He being the defendant, was not the owner of the property, but was staying at the property at the time. Fire Marshal testified that he reported to the scene of 1300 Theodore Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan, again, making venue in this court appropriate, and that he said that he, during his investigation, spoke or interviewed other individuals, but he specifically testified that he spoke with the defendant about the fire incident and how it occurred. The defendant said that he was smoking a cigarette, that he put the cigarette on the ground, and that when that happened, it went to the right, and it went this way and that way, was specifically what he said, not a direction. That the fire marshal stated that he had a concern about the statements indicating that the fire burn patterns did not connect or speak to each other. And so they did bring in an arson dog to further their investigation, and that the fire marshal tested the hypothesis, including the theory indicated or provided by the testimony or statements made from Mr. Gardner. And when he tested those theories, he stated that just throwing the cigarette ashes did not cause and ignite the fibers for the cottonwood to ignite. However, when those cottonwood fibers were directly lit, that did cause an immediate combustion. He testified to there being damage to 1304 Theodore, 1301 Willow, and then to I think the garage, 21208 Westmoreland, and multiple or numerous fences being damaged as a result of this alleged incident. He also testified that there were some witnesses, one being a 10-year-old granddaughter of a homeowner, who alleged to have witnessed the fire being started. The defense is arguing that there's insufficient testimony evidence to support probable cause. The jury instruction, which is jury instruction 31.7, arson in the fourth degree, states here: the defendant is charged with the crime of arson at the time of trial. The people who need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, first, that the defendant burned, damaged, or destroyed by fire or explosive, in this case, these several personal or property at 1304 Theater, 1301 Willow, 1208 Westmoreland, and any other numerous fences included. And that if any part of that described property is burned, no matter how small, that is all that is necessary to count as a burning. The property does not have to be completely destroyed. It says that the described property is not burned if it is merely blackened by smoke, but it is burned if it is charged so that any part of it is destroyed. Burn means setting fire or doing any act that results in the starting of a fire or aiding, counseling, inducing, persuading, or procuring another to do such an act. Damage is defined in addition to its ordinary meaning includes, but is not limited to, charring, melting, scorching, burning, or breaking. Second element that would need to be proved at the time of trial beyond a reasonable doubt is that at the time of the burning, damaging, or destroying, the property was personal property. Personal property means any personal property or any personally owned property, regardless of the class or character. It does not matter whether the defendant owned the property. Third, the people would need to prove that when the defendant burned, damaged, or destroyed the property, it had a fair market value of A, $1,000 or more, but less than $20,000, or B, $200 or more. Fifth, the fourth element that the people would need to prove would be that when the defendant burned, damaged, or destroyed the property, he intended to burn, damage, or destroy the property, or intentionally committed an act that created a very high risk of burning, damaging, or destroying the property, and that while committing the act, the defendant knew of that risk and disregarded it. And so the concern, or I guess the concerns, I can't say exactly what your concern, but I think the first concern was that there was insufficient evidence to show that there was a fair market value. That's what your first concern was. Your second concern was that the defendant took an intentional act to burn these properties. Did I categorize those issues correctly, or if not, you can?
Yes, and that the intentional act caused the.
Okay. And so as it relates to, I'll take the fair market value issue. Well, there was no testimony about the value of these properties. We just had testimony that there was a burning to 1304 Theater, 1301 Willow, 1208 Westmoreland Garage, that being, and numerous fences. I don't know any fence or home in this city of Lansing that's less than $200 or more. So I think the court.
I think it has to be over 1,000.
It says one or the other.
And
Choose
then
one.
it says if B. I apologize. I'm sorry.
So that element, I think that there's more than probable cause as to that to suffice based on the testimony provided. As to whether or not there was intentional or that the defendant took or burned, damaged, or destroyed the property, and that he intended to burn, damage, or destroy the property. I don't know that we have sufficient probable cause as to that, but there's an or there. It says, or that he intentionally committed an act that would create a very high risk of burning, damaging, or destroying. The testimony, both from Detective Pung and from the fire marshal, was that the defendant told them that he did, or he told Detective Pung at least, that he did intentionally set the cottonwood fibers on fire. Now, whether or not the defendant knew that that would create a very high risk of burning, damaging, or destroying the property, I think is the question at hand, and that's a question of fact for a jury of fact. So that has to go to a jury to determine. The court doesn't make a determination on questions of fact. So the court is satisfied that there's sufficient probable cause as to count 1, 4th degree arson that will be bound over as charged habitual offender, 4th notice accompanying that. Your bind over date is going to be July 3rd. That's the date the circuit court will get the file from the district court. You don't have to appear on that date, okay?
Okay.
There will be another date set after they receive the file. That'll be a date for a pre-trial in the circuit court. Mr. Samuels will be made aware of that, okay, sir?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, bond was set at 3,000 personal recognizance. That will continue. Any additional matters for today's record?
Nothing for the people.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Mr. Palmer.
Yes.
I'm
sorry, Judge.
Mr. Palmer, you had Chad Harvey and we're running that exam.
That's correct.
I did. Miss Donnelly is here with, I see Mr. Clark made it. And then what are we doing with Mr. Dodd Brown?
I'm expecting to finish the thing we started last time.
Mr. Clark. On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Darren Lachey Clark, file number 23-03033, council appearance.
Prosecutor Trustee on behalf of people.
Assistant Public Defender Sarah Donnelly on behalf of the defendant Darren Clark, who is present standing to my right.
Okay, Mr. Clark, how are you? Well, you're running late today.
I had to walk here, it's kind of hard.
It's hot. I understand. Did you get, I heard you had a warrant and 50 deaths. Did you get taken?
I went out there a couple times. Once the wrong, one downtown, and they put seeing that. And I talked to go back there. Also the next day, that was on Thursday. I wasn't able to get out there, and I made it out there on Monday. And it was like no one seen it, but it was there. So I need to get a rain, but I guess they, they saw it. I'm not saying they won't see it now. I just haven't been back out there. I did have someone take out there today.
Sounds good. So you'll get that all set. Okay, today's the date set for sentencing. I do have a pre-sentence report and a recommendation. It was prepared on May 31st. You got a copy of that, counsel?
Yes, I did, Your Honor. I've had a chance to review it with Mr. Clark, and we have no need for additions, deletions, or corrections.
An address report on sentencing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Clark was released from Calhoun County after his probation was revoked out there. I did, as he indicated, give him instructions. He has a case that happened before he was on bond out in Mason that he, there was a show cause scheduled for June 3rd. And so he instructed me, what he's saying is what he's told me before prior. He tried to go out there and take care, or he went to the wrong court for the show cause. And then he has tried to go out there and got told for some reason that they don't see one. I see one on the register of actions. That's the only place I see it is online. But Your Honor, in regards to the recommendations, we have no objections to it. We believe they are actually very reasonable conditions. Mr. Clark is before you, not on his first offense. He's actually been on probation with this, Your Honor, before. He needs treatment. He needs to, keep clean. And I think he is motivated. I appreciate that he is here today, ready to be sentenced, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Thank you.
A client want to make a statement.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thank you for come back and forth when I was there. Chief things there. Got back to my formula drops and stuff, certificates. That's the job I'm waiting to get now. I just want to get all this taken care of before I go to the job. But I do have transportation, all that stuff taken care of. They pay good, so. Want to live in Lansing. I might have to think about it, with transportation. It's a good job, I like driving for this.
You're staying with your daughter right now, right? Who's here in Lansing?
You're staying in Lansing with whom?
With my stepdaughter, sorry.
Okay.
I would be in my own place, not too far after I start working, and then just do work.
Okay.
So, my money out to make them feel that they want to do that.
So you're trying to stabilize yourself and get employed, get your own place. Take care of your court matters.
I talked to her, I did understand about the point, so I did try to get some.
You said it was a show cause and stuff.
Yeah, he is show cause for failure to appear for the arraignment. He was in custody when they tried to arraign him. And then they set it for a show cause for June 3rd, which if he was gonna be out of custody, he could have showed up in person. And then there was a failure to appear on that.
I reviewed the precinct's report and recommendation, and I've also reviewed your prior criminal history. The recommendation is that you met the criteria for a severe stimulant use disorder in early remission. And at the time of the arrest in November 2023, you had used cocaine, alcohol, and marijuana at the same time. Of course, the report goes into more detail about your history as it relates to substances and you feeling that you let yourself down when you started reusing drugs or you had the relapse. So a term of intensive outpatient treatment is being suggested. I would agree, and I will adopt that recommendation. I'll put you on a term of 12 months probation. I'm gonna order that you do intensive outpatient treatment. I'm gonna order that you obtain employment and provide verification. Report via Zoom for probation. While on probation, you're not to engage in any assaultive or threatening behavior. You're not to purchase or possess a firearm, ammunition, or weapon of any kind while you're on probation. You're not to use, purchase, or possess alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance unless you have a valid prescription. You understand so far? You're required to submit to random preliminary breath testing on probation and your analysis testing. You are responsible for the cost of that, okay? Why did you pause? You didn't understand that part?
I remember, I did that, I just want to know where would I be?
Where would you what?
Where would I be going to do that stuff?
To do your testing? You'll likely be ordered to do that here in Lansing, but if you're moving or you're gonna be, let's say in Kalamazoo or Battle Creek, you can work with your probation officer so they can find a place where you can test there. Okay? Okay, and so you're not to be at any bars or any nightclubs. Again, you're going to do intensive outpatient and any other programming as ordered or recommended by probation. You provide verification once you're employed, and you are required to get employment while on probation. There's a $30 per month oversight fee that you're responsible for, $75 crime victim rights plus $50 state minimum cost that must be assessed. Looks like you owe right a $204.92. 12 months of probation at $30 per month is going to be $360. Your total fines and costs and restitution will amount to $689.92, and you'll make monthly payments on that, okay? About $69 a month. There's an advice of rights as to probation. It states that you've been placed on a term of probation that's been specifically tailored to address your assessed risks and needs. And you may be eligible for early discharge under the following circumstances. You need to complete 6 months of probation, because that's half the term ordered by the court. And you need not to have any violations within the 90 days prior to your request for early discharge. In order to make the request, you must have also already completed all programming that I ordered you to do. So that would mean you've done all of your intensive outpatient successfully, or you're continuing to do so when you make your request for early discharge, okay? You would file a request for early discharge with probation and with the prosecuting attorney's office. The prosecuting attorney has 14 days from receipt of the notice to file any written objections to your request for early discharge. If I set it for hearing, you have the right to be represented by an attorney, but you would have to hire an attorney. You don't have a right to court-appointed counsel for a hearing for early discharge, okay? You would use the notice regarding eligibility for early discharge from probation form if you wanted to make such a request, and that would be called the MC 512 form. That form is on the court's website. Your probation officer may also make this request for early discharge on your behalf without you having to do so yourself, okay? Do you have any questions about early discharge from probation? Okay, you'll check in with probation downstairs on the 5th floor before you head out. And then hopefully we won't see you for any issues, because you'll be in full compliance. And the next time I see you is for early discharge request, okay? Any additional matters for today's record?
Nothing from the people. Nothing for defense. Thank you.
You're all set, sir. On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Chad Michael Harvey, file number 24-00188. Council appearance.
Assistant Prosecutor Paige Petrowski on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Your Honor. Robert Palmer and Tara Hickel of the Public Defender's Office on behalf of Chad Harvey, who is standing to my right.
How are you, Mr. Harvey?
Doing good, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Today was the date set for a preliminary examination. This is for child abuse, computers, child accosting. Are we ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor. I do want to bring to the court's attention. I have 3 officers that I will need to call. 2 of the officers are present today. Third, Trooper Brian Tucker, he is not present today. I didn't receive notice of that until today, but he's unable to be present. So I'll be starting the exam and asking for continuation.
Okay, thank you. Any other preliminary matters?
No.
I would ask for sequestration of witnesses, Your Honor. And I guess I'll just also ask, for the purposes of preserving the argument, I would just object to any continuation, given that this case has been dragging on for 4 months at this point. We've had multiple adjournments, because at least one prior adjournment because of witness issues, as I understand it, that was in April. Now we're here today, roughly 4 months after his arraignment, almost 5 months after his initial arraignment, which was in January 25th. And, you know, we're going to start an exam and have to come back yet again. I'm placing that objection on the record. I understand that she can start that Ms. Petrowski can start the exam today, and I understand that technically under the court rules that satisfies the burden. But nonetheless, I do have issues with that. Mr. Harvey doesn't live in town. Every time he has to be here for court, he has to drive in, obtain a hotel room stay so that he can be present for court. This continues to drag on, and now it appears that we're gonna have to come back at least one more day, I would move to dismiss. And if people, once the people, to be clear, I'm not suggesting Ms. Petrosky's fault in the slightest, but once the people get their witnesses coordinated, they can reissue this, but I don't fully understand why we keep having to go through this issue.
Right, we know it's not Ms. Petrosky's issue. There is an issue though, that court shares the concern, because February 4th or 15th, officer had a funeral and one had a family emergency, so I found good cause to adjourn. April 5th, one of the officers is on vacation. So is this the same officer that's not here today?
The officer that was, I know the family emergency was this officer. The family funeral was a different officer, and I do not remember who was.
And why was your officer not here today?
What I learned was that he's doing another investigation at the moment. He's an hour and a half away. But I wasn't made aware of that until today.
And my I'm sorry. My concern, Judge, is that I think, I'm certainly not suggesting I know how Ms. Petrosky is going to directly run her case, but I think this sounds to me like this is the witness who needs the crux of, or who they need for the bulk of the investigation. This is, the other officers, I believe, are going to be used for the purposes of ID and potentially statements by a party opponent, that is statements made by my client, but the bulk of the investigation, the bulk of the testimony that needs to be taken is from this officer who's not present for the second time now.
This is an LPD officer or a Michigan State Police officer?
This is Michigan State Police. And the officer who was on vacation last time was a different officer. It's not the officer who's not present today.
He's doing an investigation an hour and a half away, and he says he's not coming at all, or he's running late.
I believe he's not coming at all. I'm not certain. I didn't receive a ton of information about this. This is just when I was trying to check in with my officers back in the hallway. That's just what I was told.
What is the trooper's name?
Trooper Ronnie Tucker. And it is, Mr. Palmer was correct. He is going to be the bulk of the testimony.
Motion to dismiss is granted without prejudice. The people can reissue the charge. They get their witnesses together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to
Be possible to call for Mr. Charles at this point. This is going to be the German for global resolution. I have somewhere I need to get.
Just a moment.
Sorry.
What's that? Okay, on the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Prophet Charles, file number 24-01575.
Assistant Prosecutor Paige Petrosky on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder on behalf of Mr. Charles, who is present and now standing to my right.
Mr. Charles, where were you late today?
I had work last night. I worked till 5 o'clock. I set it like 4 alarms and I think my phone was on silent. My bad, Your Honor. I'm sorry for that.
Okay. Today's the date and time set for a preliminary examination. It was for police officer fleeing. And there's gonna be a request to adjourn.
Yes, Your Honor, I can address that. Mr. Charles does have some other matters with the Hingham County prosecutor that have kind of come about around the same time as this. And prosecutor, we've had some, with the holiday yesterday and such, trying to get together, we're hoping to get a global resolution here for Mr. Charles. So we'd asked the court to allow the opportunity for that. Mr. Charles was in communication with me. He just, as he indicated, he had issues, but he did get here this morning. I do realize it's late. He does as well. So that we are apologetic. Thank you.
Mr. Charles, you understand that you have the right to have a preliminary examination within 21 days of the date that you're arraigned?
Yes, Your Honor.
You were arraigned back on May 30th. Today is the 21st day. You need to have that exam. And so due to the attempt to get a global resolution, are you willing to waive the timeline so we can reset this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you willing to appear in the court on time?
Yes, Your Honor. On time.
Okay. How much time do you need to work on the global resolution?
He, yeah, he's got the probable cause. Preliminary exam next week. Yes, you do. I'll write it all down for you. Okay, okay, just. Yeah, because he's also got some stuff. I can email you what you need that. Yeah, and maybe we'll try that. Okay. A week, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No problem.
I realize we're hashing out a lot just there. Thank you.
June 27th at 9. Any additional matters for today's record?
Thanks for the people.
Can I get the time repeated again?
9 a.m.
9 a.m.
27.
Yes. You've got to be here at 8:30.
Same day.
Yes. So.
You seem concerned.
No, I'm good.
I think
I
he-
work.
Yeah, court's in the morning. That's how we do it.
I will get you an email with everything in it. All right.
You work at night though, correct?
I work day and night.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, you gotta come to court, get this resolved.
You can't do it for those Zoom or nothing.
No, these can't be via Zoom.
Alright,
These have to be in person, and we're actually doing you pretty solid by putting them both on the same day. So you're not taking out multiple
I
days.
appreciate that.
Yeah, so you can come in, hopefully take care of everything, and then move on and make your money. And then stay out of trouble. So the longer you stay out of trouble, the more money you can make.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing for the people.
Nothing for the defense. Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see you on the 27th.
I'll see you 27.
All right, hang out. There's your notice. Hang on to that. Don't forget. Gotta be here first.
I'm good.
You are good for a minute. I will email you the rest of the information. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, and we have mcmiller, and bunkley, and then we have Dodd Brown. Okay. And we're running the co-defendants.
No worries. That's my understanding. Yes. I don't know if they were intending to run them as separate exams or together. Planning to run them together so that makes it more seamless.
I don't understand why
Dodd Brown.
Continue for officers Armstrong. and Martin.
Armstrong and Martin. They are present. My client's not.
You say your client what?
He's not gonna wait. He wants to finish it, so.
No, he doesn't need to wait. Now we've already started. Let's see here. I don't know how long this co-defendant exam is going to go. How many witnesses do you have?
I have,
No reason to make Ms. Donnelly skip the lunch
Your
break.
Honor, I don't wanna make, he's downstairs. I don't have anything else today. If you
I was
want.
gonna say, no need for you to skip your lunch. You can go do that.
I have four witnesses.
Yep.
And they're all officer witnesses.
Sounds good. So we have 4 witnesses. Who's representing the co-defendants? The 3 of you. Any witnesses from the defense today? Okay, so 4 witnesses times 3. Ms. Donnelly, I would imagine we can call your case at around 2 o'clock.
I'll be back about 1:30.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
You all can set up and get your clients in here. Oh. I can't see behind this screen, so you need to move over some. Where are the defendants?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to call the cage.
Okay, on the record in the matters of the people of the state of Michigan versus Tavari McMiller, file number 24-01574, Tavion McMiller, 24-01573, and Jace Bunkley, 24-01572, council appearance.
Assistant prosecutor, Pete Petrosky, on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Ronald Berry, appearing on behalf of Harvey, Miller, who is standing to my right.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Please, this honorable court, Kareem Johnson, from the office of Bunkley, who stands to my immediate right.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, here to represent Tavion McMiller, who is standing to my right.
Okay, today's the date set for preliminary examination, and this means that we're ready to proceed. Any matters we need to address before we begin?
Nothing for the people.
Well, Your Honor, as far as my understanding is, there are several witnesses. I don't know if Ms. Petrosky tends to have a detective that's sitting in with her, but other than that, Your Honor, I would ask a few questions of witnesses. They've been instructed not to discuss their testimony with any other witnesses. And additionally, Your Honor, in speaking with Madam Prosecutor, she's agreeable that I intend to most likely introduce some exhibits from videos from law enforcement, and it's my understanding she would be stipulating to those. As to which ones I wind up having used, it just depends on the testimony.
Sounds
You could support that question.
good. Any other matters?
I'd like to join that request as well, Your Honor.
Sequestration is granted, and then the exhibit will, by stipulation, if it's admitted.
I have one other matter. I apologize, Your Honor, just kind of as a housekeeping. Obviously, as this court knows on the rules for preliminary examination, the court can treat a motion to suppress and take the evidence in any way it sees fit. My position on that is that we conduct a preliminary examination in ordinary fashion, but just with at the outset, I'll say I will be making a motion to suppress the evidence from the search of the vehicle in this matter. Just ask the court to keep that into consideration. So I'm not going to be, making the arguments or order or anything like that. I'll just say that for cross-examination with each witnesses as we go on, and the court determine at the conclusion of the hearing whether or not the evidence is admissible.
Thank you. Unless there's any other matters, you can call your first witness.
Thank you. I call first Officer Benjamin Brenberg. I'll go get him. Yeah, that's your sorry.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I did.
Thank you. You can have a seat. State your first and your last name and then spell both.
Benjamin Brandenburg, Benjamin. Brandenburg is Brandenburg.
Okay, you can proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Officer Brenberg. How are you doing?
Yeah,
Where are you currently employed?
Lansing Police Department, violent crime.
And were you, and what's your role with the Lansing Police Department?
I'm an officer with Lansing for violent crime.
Were you working in that capacity on May 29th, 2024?
Yes.
And on that date, were you conducting surveillance nearby where the vehicle was taking place?
Yes, 42, 45.
And why were you conducting surveillance on that date?
There was a balloon release for a recent homicide victim, Kelly Owens. There have been threats made for violence at the vigil itself, so they contacted us to do some surveillance and be in the area just in case.
And so when you were conducting that surveillance, basically, how did you go about doing that?
So we typically have unmarked vehicles, and then surveillance officers in the unmarked vehicles spread out around the area, promote the activities going. I was in a couple different locations. For this incident, I was east of the playground area.
And when you were conducting that surveillance in that location, did you observe anything that caught your attention?
Yes, there was a black Chrysler 300 that parked almost blocking the end, and then 3 individuals exited and went to the vehicle.
And why was that of note to you?
First, we were just kind of seeing who was in the crowd. I'm familiar with Harvey, mcmiller, and Tavion mcmiller, just from prior intelligence reports, and Tivari had a warrant for his arrest.
And did those 3 individuals, did they return to that vehicle?
Yes.
And what did you observe when they? What did you observe when they returned to the vehicle?
Tavion got in the rear driver's seat, Chase got in the rear passenger seat, and Tivari got in the driver's seat.
And were you able to see into their vehicle from where you were sitting at all?
Yes, through the front passenger.
Or any actions taken by any of the 3 individuals in the car?
Yes, I observed Tivari to reach underneath of the driver's seat, remove a black object. It's kind of hard to explain without telling you, but with his palm down, move the object over his right shoulder and into the back seat. Just from my observations and through my training and experience, I believe the object to be a firearm.
Objection, speculation. You could either describe what he saw or what he didn't see.
Okay, I just need to kind of back up and say you saw Tivari got in where?
Driver's seat.
In driver's seat, and then what did he do?
Reached under the driver's seat, removed an object from underneath the seat, lifted up to about shoulder height, turn over his right shoulder, pointing it down and hand it to somebody in the back seat.
That was the object you described as a black object?
Yes.
And you,
I gotta address the objection. The objection was that it causes speculation for him to continue. Actually, was not really responsive anyway, so that wasn't a question you asked him. So the objection sustained. You can continue.
you had previously stated you had observed which those 3 individuals get back in the car. Who did you observe get into the back seat?
Tavion get into the rear driver's seat and Jason into the passenger seat.
Okay. And this black object that you observed, about how big was it?
Size. About 5 inches in length, L shape.
L shape. And based off of what you observed, what did you believe that item to be?
Objection, speculation.
I was asking for his opinion. It's not saying whether that object was for certain that it was a firearm or that it wasn't. It was just from his observations what he believed it to be.
I'm not playing semantics. That's opinions are speculation. He either knew it to be a gun or did it.
Maybe you can lay further foundation as to why he would believe that what he believed or what he saw was what he believed to be a firearm. I would agree that at this point that is speculation. Maybe we can provide further details that can flesh that out. So that objection sustained.
So first, where did you say that you observed Tivari take the item from?
Underneath the driver's seat.
And what color was the object?
Black.
And you had said that it was about 5 inches.
4 to 5 inches. Yeah.
And that would be in length.
Yes.
And could you again describe the shape of the object you observed?
An L.
An L. So there would be, I guess there would be a long side of the item, and then there would be another shorter side. And then you started to get into it, but could you describe exactly the method with which Tivari used to move the item back seat?
So an overhand grip over the object. He turned it to point it towards the ground, over his right shoulder. And then handed it back to one of the passengers in the rear.
And was the way that he moved that, the object notable to you at all?
Yes, it's very, we use it a lot for if you're clearing a firearm or handing a firearm over to another individual, pointing the muzzle away towards the ground, it's just the safest way to do so.
Just from your own knowledge base, do you know of any other items that it's commonplace for people to transport in that manner?
No.
So then, after you observed this L-shaped item be transported in a way that a firearm would be, what did you do next?
Advise the marked and unmarked units of what I saw and who got into the vehicle. Assisted in surveilling the vehicle to Lucy. I believe Stillwell and Lucy was where we did the traffic stop.
You said what?
Stillwell and Lucy, I believe is where the traffic stop.
Those are street names?
Yes. After they stopped the vehicle, I approached to assist with the stop.
And that intersection of Lucy and Stillwell, is that in the city of Lansing?
It is.
Is that county of Ingham?
Yes, ma'am.
State of Michigan? And so you did not initiate the actual traffic stop, correct?
No,
So what was your role in the traffic stop?
just basically to assist with there being 4 occupants in the car. There's only 2 troopers up there. Typically, we all just go up and help where we can, or just be an extra set of eyes or hands.
Okay. And so what did you specifically do?
They were starting to remove, I believe, Tavari when I approached. They said they were gonna get everybody outside of the car, so I assisted with removing Mr. Bunkley from the vehicle.
And was Mr. Bunkley removed from the vehicle?
Yes.
And what did you do once he was removed from the vehicle?
I just patted him down and then asked him to move to the back by the front of the vehicle.
Were you able to clearly see his face?
Yes.
Did you recognize him if you saw him today?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he present in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you describe where he's located in an article of his clothing?
He's all the way to the end here, blue kind of smock style shirt.
Let the record reflect that Officer Brenberg has identified defendant Jace Bunkley.
Any objection? Identification. Sorry, you representing Jace?
That's why I said I have no position.
Oh, okay. Any objections?
No, you don't.
Identification of Jace is noted.
After you assisted in moving Jace from the vehicle, what did you do after that?
It was after that they located the first firearm. So I handcuffed Mr. Bunkley. After everybody was secured and removed, I attempted to interview the front seat passenger, Mrs. Funk.
Okay. Did you interview anyone else?
Yes, they did.
And when you interviewed Tavion, were you able to see his face?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you recognize him if you saw him today?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he present in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe where he's located in an article of his clothing?
To my right, in a red shirt.
Let the record reflect that Officer Brandenburg has identified Tavion McMiller.
No objection, Your Honor, for the point of.
Okay, thank you. Identification of Tavion McMiller is noted for my clarification. Because I gotta keep all these names straight. Tavion was the person that you interviewed, but he was not in the front seat, was he?
No, rear driver's seat.
Okay, so he was rear driver's seat, but you interviewed both the front seat passenger and Mr. Tavion?
Yes.
Okay, very good. You can proceed.
When you interviewed, just for the record's sake, I try to use last name, Mr. McMiller, but given there's 2 Mr. McMillers, I'm just gonna use first names. When you interviewed Tavion, was he, excuse me, was he detained at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you read him his Miranda rights?
Yes.
Did he indicate that he understood his rights? And did he agree to speak with you?
Kind of, I don't think we ever really got a statement from him. I think it was very limited information. I'm trying to remember exactly what he said.
Any further questions?
First.
Thank you. Afternoon, Officer Brenberg.
Afternoon, sir.
You worked for LPD and you were working on the violent crimes initiative on this date in question, right?
Yes, sir.
Conducting surveillance from this balloon release.
Yes, sir.
And are you in any way involved with the investigation of the underlying homicide from that balloon release?
We typically just try to locate individuals, so yes, I know.
Okay, I don't know that answers my questions. Yeah. So I'll ask it a different way. What, if any capacity, are you assisting in the investigation of the underlying homicide of the person that was the victim of that, from that balloon release?
We're not the detectives, but we locate individuals they want to find.
They tell you there's potential witnesses, people they want to talk to, and you try to help drum them up and get some.
Pretty much.
That's kind of what happened in this scenario as well, isn't it?
No.
You weren't looking for people from this balloon release that might have information for police?
We were asked to go to the balloon release, provide safety.
Savari was a target of somebody to talk to take to central ops to that question because there was a friend or family member who was the victim of this.
No, he was not.
Okay. You wind up actually being taken to central ops in question, didn't he?
Yep, that's not my fault.
Not as, I understand it wasn't your call, but he was in fact taken there.
Sure.
And questioned, and he's as some kind of potential witness, somebody to give them leads as it relates to that homicide, right?
Yes.
As of right now, they still don't have anybody in detention or arrested suspect for the homicide, do they?
No.
Okay. So suffice it to say, this is a prime area where there's people that may have information that could help in finding a suspect in the homicide.
Agreed.
Okay. How many officers were conducting surveillance at this balloon release?
There's 5 of us. I believe we had an additional, so maybe 5, 6.
Could you name them all for me, please?
Officer Bush, Officer Aaron Bush, apologize. Officer Kyle Jenks, Officer Tyler Tenbrain, Officer Lance Leiter, and I'm not sure if Officer Gillenheim was there now.
Okay. At least one of those officers from surveillance wind up joining you at the traffic stop as well. Isn't that accurate?
Yes.
Which one was that?
I believe it was Officer Jenks.
Okay. You were wearing a body camera that day, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
At any point in time, whether it's the surveillance at the balloon release or during the traffic stop or any pertinent time, did your body camera turn on?
I believe it was traffic stop, yes.
Okay. So have you reviewed it in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
You have.
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, I will say, given where we go with this, neither the prosecutor nor I have this body camera footage. This witness has indicated he's reviewed it in preparation for his testimony. Rules of evidence do allow for the opportunity to review anything the witness has used to refresh his memory. And so depending on where we go with that, this may potentially wind up having to request a continuance, but we proceed at this time. Your Honor.
Thank you.
So, so you talked about your positioning in the surveillance. I believe you said east or west of the playground area?
East of the playground area.
Were you in a vehicle at that time?
Yes, sir.
Or was that a gray van?
No.
What kind of vehicle was it?
Silver Equinox.
Silver Equinox. There was a gray van being utilized in this undercover surveillance, so wasn't there? Which officer was in that van?
Hard to tell. We switch around.
Was it the one that,
vehicles quite a
there
bit.
was only one of them that went to the scene of the traffic stop with you, right? Okay. And I forget his name again. Which one was that?
He was Officer Jenks.
Jenks? And he arrived at that traffic stop. He was already there when, by the time you were walking up, right? Okay. Have you reviewed anybody else's video from, well, I'll put it this way. Do you know of any video that exists from surveilling on that balloon release? You were in the parking lot or a separate parking lot or something else when you're in this minivan observing individuals getting into and out of this black Chrysler?
The parking space.
Parking space. The same parking lot or a different parking lot?
We're probably 5 feet from each other.
5 feet away. So you're literally 1 or 2 spots away.
I'm in a parking spot. Pulled in straight. They parked their vehicle directly
Behind yours.
Last man.
So, okay, so the front of the black Chrysler would have been to the rear bumper of your van?
Yes.
Correct me if I am wrong, but I think you said you saw this supposed gun being passed through the front passenger window. Explain how it is that you supposedly saw that from that angle.
So I'm in the back seat, my Equinox, facing east.
Okay.
300 is facing north, directly behind me. Passenger windows
I thought they were bumper to bumper. They were perpendicular.
No, he said they were next to my bump.
And if you could, just because instead of here and this way, like use your words to describe
I
front
said,
bumper to side
I'm
car.
facing east in the parking space, he's facing north, directly behind. Talking about the front of the car. which way it's facing.
I guess we'll just have to get a map sometime later for that. We'll just move along. So you had radios on you at this point.
Yes, sir.
And you said that you're there in part because you're worried about safety, right? And people having guns and people threatening or anything like that, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And you say now in your testimony that you saw this gun at that time, right?
I believe it to be a gun, yes. That's what I said.
Well, at what point did you believe it to be a gun? Did you believe it to be a gun at that time or after they found the gun?
I described what I saw to them as being similar to a gun, did not use that as probable cause for a search, but yes.
Move to strike is not responsible. I asked him if at what point he believed it to be a gun. I didn't ask anything about probable legal conclusions of probable cause or how he described it to them. I asked at what point he believed it to be a gun. Whether it was before or after they found it.
You're stricken. I agree. You can answer the question.
At what point did you believe the item passed was a gun?
Did I believe it to be a gun?
Sure.
When I saw the action, yes.
So when you saw it occur.
When I saw him remove it and pass it to the backseat.
So at that moment, sorry, I apologize for cutting you off, but at that very moment, you thought you had a gun.
Yes.
You had a radio on you at that time.
Sir.
You did not radio out to anybody that you saw a gun, did you?
No. I advised them what I saw.
You knew a traffic stop was going to be conducted on this car, right?
Yes, sir.
You followed to the scene of this traffic stop, right?
Yes, sir.
Jinx in their gray van was actually the car directly following this as MSP marked units caught up, right?
There was a number of us, but yes.
Wind up being probably in a range of 6 to 8 officers at the traffic scene as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And at no point did you inform any of them concerned for their safety that you saw a gun, did you?
There's 6 of us there. I think we're pretty apt to deal with guns and vehicles.
So can you answer the question, please?
No, I did not.
Never advise your fellow officers of safety of a potential gun that you just saw.
So you're saying 2 different things. So if I tell them my observations at the park, that's letting them know there's a potential there's a firearm. Not saying there is or there isn't, so there's a potential.
Your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't want to play semantics with you. You said at that moment you saw it being passed, you believed it to be a gun, correct?
Yes, sir.
You are concerned for potential safety of your fellow officers, right?
Yes.
You would agree there's additional safety measures that should be taken when conducting a traffic stop when there's a known firearm in a vehicle, right?
Yes.
You did not tell them of a concern for any potential firearm in that vehicle, did you?
I radioed exactly what I saw once again. So
When
they
did you
were all
radio
aware
that, sir?
At the park.
Was that over, like, would that have gone through central dispatch or would that have gone?
No, sir.
So we would have no way to prove that, right?
Yes.
That's not on any recording, is it?
No.
You actually, after the, matter of fact, when you approach this vehicle, you would agree that you approach in a calm, collected manner, right?
Yes.
Nobody had ever had their firearms drawn, did they?
No.
Nobody was tense or worried, right?
No.
Matter of fact, when the front passenger was asked out of the vehicle, she wasn't even patted down, was she?
I don't know. I didn't ask her to get out.
You're standing right next to her, aren't you?
It was not my responsibility to get her out. No.
I'm asking you, what was your responsibility? I'm
I
asking
think
what
he
you
answered.
saw.
He said he doesn't know.
Okay. So anyways, you would agree that once, well, why was everybody being asked out of the vehicle?
The car was to be towed, I believe.
Car didn't actually get towed, did it?
Not my responsibility. It is the traffic stop. So we ask everybody out.
Sir,
Pennsylvania.
did you understand the question, sir? If you don't, I can repeat my question.
Pennsylvania B Mims, we can ask anybody out of the vehicle.
Sir,
Yes.
I understand you wanted to prove your knowledge. I'm asking you a question. Can you answer my questions?
Go ahead.
Was the vehicle ever towed?
No.
Thank you. So nobody said these people were being asked out of the vehicle because of a concern for safety of officers, right?
Did we say it? No.
That was never expressed for anybody.
Can't speak for everybody else.
And
but
your
no, I did not
understanding
say
at
that.
least was they were being asked out because the vehicle was gonna wind up getting towed, right?
That was my thought, yeah.
And while on scene, while we have recording videos, body cameras and dash cameras, no officers are talking to each other about concern about who has a weapon, right?
Yeah.
It was never mentioned until a weapon was seen, right? You asked Jace Bunkley to step out of the vehicle. You opened his door yourself, didn't you?
Yeah.
You weren't given permission to open that door, were you? And that permission wasn't given to you, just to make clear, was not given to you by the owner of the vehicle or the driver of the vehicle, right?
No.
What authority do you believe you had to open that car door?
Amen.
What authority do you believe you had? You're quoting People versus Simmons as far as your, legal authority. What legal authority do you believe you had to open that car door without consent?
If we're having people get out of the car and open the car door, yes. Just like if I was gonna arrest somebody in that seat, I can open that car door to get them out. Yes.
And if the vehicle's not being towed, then what authority would you have to ask them out of the vehicle?
Doesn't matter, you're talking about a situation that wasn't happening. It's going to be towed, they're getting out of the vehicle.
I'm not gonna argue with you, but to your extent, you don't know of any other legal authority, right? When you understand the purpose of a pat down, right?
Yes, sir.
You had no probable cause at this point, like you just said earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
You patted down Jace Bunkley yourself.
Yes, sir.
Now, the purpose of that pat down was to identify any potential for weapons for safety, right?
Yes, sir.
You would agree that a pat down does not allow you to enter your pockets unless there's an immediately identifiable illegal controlled contraband or weapon, right?
Yes, sir.
You reached into Mr. Bunkley's left pant pocket and pulled things out, didn't you?
Pretty sure I asked him if I could reach in there, but yes.
You're pretty sure you don't know?
Yes.
Okay.
You're pretty sure you don't know about question, which was the yes to.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I believe I asked him before I reached in there. I asked him what it was. What it was, or he said, just grab it out of there or something to that effect.
Okay. And, but anyways, that he had nothing on him that anything of you.
No, sir.
And so this time, Your Honor, just kind of to help assist the court. I'm going to play defendant's exhibit A, which is by stipulation. This is the dash camera for Trooper Gordon's vehicle. And really, I just want to play portions for
Dash camera for who?
Trooper Golden's video, a dash camera. And really.
You
I
said
don't-
golden?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't know that necessarily I'm gonna have questions per se, but if the court can observe the demeanor of the officers and how it goes. You have to change the input on the TV.
Doesn't require that. You probably gonna have to log into Zoom because it's not syncing. You probably have to log into Zoom and I'll make you co-host. I don't know why it does that.
Oh, okay.
I've got it saved. Give me 2 seconds.
Oh, yeah, Zoom ID.
It's not there yet. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm not connected to it.
I got it. I'm ready. It's 876-493-1931.
Okay, what we have here is defendant's exhibit A, Trooper Golden's dash camera. And starting here is 0 seconds, we can see. But you're about to make a turn on this left. Well, are you in any of these vehicles between the trooper and the vehicle in question, or do you know where you were in proximity to the trooper vehicles?
I think that's the silver Equinox. And mine. I'm not sure.
And
it's
so
got
when,
gray here.
so when that vehicle turned left, you went straight to go down to the next street through the neighborhood to come in case they were going to go through the other side. I'll hit play to see if
No, that was not. That- No,
I'm sorry.
could be, could not be, not sure.
You would agree that that vehicle kind of was stopped and pressed its brakes, and if other vehicles had turned left, but then that vehicle went straight, right? And then I'll hit play again, just for the record. We stopped there 4 seconds, so we shouldn't play. Okay, so now that trooper turned left.
I think I turned left.
Okay, so you wind up turning left, right? Okay. And so at this point, trooper didn't have his lights on or anything, right?
Doesn't appear so.
Now, do you have equipment within your undercover car to do wing searches to determine like running plates and see if they have insurance on them or not?
I just have a laptop.
Okay. You can run lean in that. Or you
I can, yeah.
can't? Okay. Do you know if you or anybody else ran the plates of this vehicle?
No, they ran, I'm not sure which.
Okay, you received information, but you don't know firsthand.
Okay.
All right, we'll resume play at 7 seconds. Stop right here at 14 seconds. And this is Stillwell, I believe. We'll turn right on Stillwell here at the shield sign.
Should be Lucy, still runs north and
Oh,
south.
I'm sorry, they passed. So, and then this is the gray van that does have an undercover officer in it, right? That you believe was James.
I'm not sure if it was drinking or not, but I'm just.
Okay, but that is an undercover unit right there.
Yes.
Okay, we'll resume play. We notice, I'll play, just pause again, 17 seconds. That van kind of goes wide and allows the MSP officer to come through. And even though the MSP officer doesn't even have lights or anything active, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This cross street right here that we've approached now
That's
is Stillwell. So now we're crossing the Stillwell and Lucy intersection. And then that's when the officer activates the overhead lights and pulls into a truck, correct? Okay, I'll pause at 45 seconds right now. Tint on this vehicle's windows is very dark. You would agree?
On the back, yes.
Okay. Not dark on the sides.
The front passenger is a little lighter than the one in the back.
All the
Front
passengers
passenger
were all
driver.
asked to roll down their windows so you guys could see into the vehicle as well, right?
Yes.
Prior to them doing so, you guys had flashlights out trying to get inside as well, didn't you?
Sure.
You agree that tinted windows obscures light from entering and makes it more difficult to see inside?
Yes.
Your Honor, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fast forward to the point where we see Officer Brenberg arrive. So we're going to play at about 1:43.
There's no sound on this video?
No, not on the dashboard. So right here, 1 minute, 53 seconds. This is when you're first coming in the frame from the traffic stop, right?
Yes, sir.
And at this moment, there's 4 of them, right?
Yes, sir.
I believe that's Trooper Golden, Trooper Delapel, and yourself, and sir
Sergeant Williams, I believe.
Williams. Thank you.
Clear cut.
pause it right there. Did you see, and obviously it didn't affect you and you're doing it, but in the video right now, were you able to see how Trooper Golden was trying to prevent that door, the driver door from shutting, and then it wound up shutting anyways, right?
I'll be honest, I was watching myself, but
I'll rewind it 10 seconds. If you would, look to the left of Trooper Williams between him and Golden and watch for Trooper Golden's hands as well as the defendant's hands for this door. If you're able to see that.
did he shut it?
Yeah, so Trooper Golden was attempting to prevent that from being shut at first, right? But then it wound up shutting anyways.
I didn't see that. Can you show it again? Which one is Trooper Golden?
He is this one right here in the block.
Okay.
What I'll do is I'll just quickly click this frame by frame to see if this helps.
Okay.
Right here, 201, you can see Trooper Golden's left head is turning towards where the door area is, right?
Yes.
Okay. See his left hand reach over towards the door?
Yes.
You saying he was trying to prevent it from closing, or he's trying to close it?
Well, and it's,
Looks like it's close.
well, like I said, Your Honor, I mean, my client's not going to testify, but I mean, I'd have to get other phone tapes to see if I can get it. But
Okay.
anyways, so now we'll go to when you're having Mr. Bunkley step out of the vehicle. Well, so same thing, when Mr. Bunkley steps out of the vehicle, you prevent that door from being closed, right?
That's typically where we search. Well, it's a safe spot to search.
You want those doors to stay open to maximize possibilities to see inside the vehicle, right?
No.
You don't want doors to stay open to make it easier to see inside the vehicle?
That's where I always search people.
Okay.
Right in the doorway, right there.
Okay. So you didn't care whether that door stayed open or not, or is that what you're saying?
Saying it was done that way. It's the safest way to search people, yes.
Well, okay, I understand while you're doing the search, but let me ask it this way. You wanted that door to stay open. You didn't want that door to close, correct?
Yes, I don't know. All the other doors are open. What does it matter at this point?
I'll just hit play. So again, so you stood him in, he can't shut the door if he's in between the door and the door frame, right?
No.
Okay, and then you kind of usher him to where he goes off to the left away from you after you patted him down and searched him, right?
Yeah.
So one of the other things I'll do, Your Honor, just to, well, we'll do something. So after weapons were found and there was discussion with you, Trooper Harshman, Trooper Schaefer, Trooper Golden, and maybe one other at least, but you recall having conversation with several other troopers at the back of the vehicle as to the charges to be, who would be charged with what?
Yes.
And there was discussion being said about charging the two rear passengers on the theory of who got the gun and put it under the front seat versus putting it in like a center console in the back seat, right?
I believe we already had the one under the front passenger seat spoken for.
I don't know what spoken for is you already had both guns out of the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And based on this conversation, it was being discussed as to charge the two rear passengers for something, right? For possessing, for being, having a CC number, right? At that point, it was being discussed that there was no charge from that to charge the driver, right?
Cutting pieces out of the conversation.
Do you recall the conversation?
Yes.
You recall a portion of the conversation, them not knowing whether or not they would actually charge the driver with anything.
Yes.
You recall them saying that the only way they would charge him with anything is if VCI made some kind of observation beforehand, potentially, that maybe they might have seen him pass a gun.
Yes.
And you're standing right there when that's being suggested.
I told them I'm gonna write what I saw, yes.
You're standing right there when they suggested that VCI tell them something like that to charge the driver, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna play the video, so, but you're standing right there and you hear that.
Sure.
And at this point, you haven't said anything about an observation about seeing a gun during the surveillance, did you?
I already said I radioed it to them.
So you're telling me when they had this conversation, they knew about the driver passing a gun and yet they still didn't think there was a reason to charge him with anything?
Yeah, play the video, but I radioed it to them, yes.
Okay, we'll play the video, sir. Exhibit B, Your Honor, by stipulation, is gonna be the body camera for Trooper Cole. I'm gonna fast forward it to the relevant portion where this conversation is being had. Here, Trooper Cole.
There is audio on this.
This one, there will be audio. Yes, Your Honor.
And you shared audio when you shared your screen.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, I share my microphone, so I think.
You gotta share audio when you share screen. If you exit the share a screen, exit out of that,
Close my share then, stop share.
stop share,
Okay.
and then when you restart it, there should be an indication for you to share sound.
Oh, there it is. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Just gonna fast forward to the relevant portion.
The one, how was the one underneath the driver's seat position?
That's Schaer. So,
Because he
this is the grip, this is the barrel, it's thrown under the back seat just like this. There's no possible way it can come from the front. There's wires in the middle and then a bar. Obviously the mag was in.
Let me just stop for a second. At 12:48, you're standing there at the back of the police, the trooper car, while the discussions being had about where guns were found and what to charge people, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Everything like that. It was under front passenger seat, just like this with the barrel facing passenger side door.
Okay.
Or yeah, the mag was facing the seat.
And that one was underneath the
front passenger.
Okay.
So backseat passenger between the two seats and the center armrest facing forward. But you can go look at it. There's no way that came from the front seat.
This will be the back two seat.
Yeah.
Allowed because after you found it, we moved the seat up to.
Yeah.
So we weren't blindly reaching in the grab it.
Yeah. I took a photo, so it's documented correctly for you.
Jason.
Okay.
So, yeah, I would say 100% you can go for that gun. That was under the seat.
Okay. What about driver?
I mean, whatever DCI observations, if he handed the other one back, or one of them, but 100% that under the seat gun came from the back.
So both were back seat.
Yeah.
Back two seat.
So
No doubt.
Both back
No driver.
You can charge it today, so hand it to him.
Oh,
There you go.
there you go.
Okay, so you can go to then.
Yeah.
No warrants, but.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Did you tell any of these three officers about that item being passed earlier?
He did just say whatever VCI saw.
Did he act like he knew whatever VCI might have seen?
I can't testify to what he knew or didn't know, but I did tell them, yes.
Okay, but to be clear, the person wearing the body camera, we know it's Trooper Golden. And to the right of our screen is Schaer, and then the one in the middle is Calvin Hartzman, right? And then
Yes, sir.
yourself.
Yes, sir.
So they're looking for something to charge the driver with, and then saying that possibly maybe VCI might have some observations to help us charge him with something. And then that's when, after you're still standing there, You volunteer the information.
No, I just tell them I will write this up for what I saw, yes.
You didn't just say, I'll write this up. You literally made the claim that he passed at this point, right? That's when you made this claim.
Oh,
I'll
I
rewind
told
it.
them
I'll
before,
rewind
but
it. sir.
yes, I reminded them, yes.
I'll rewind it.
Okay.
Observations that he handed the other one back, or one of them, but 100% that under the seat gun came from the back.
So
There's
both were back
no-
seat.
Yeah,
Back to seat.
no doubt.
Both back.
No driver.
Oh,
There you go.
there you go.
Okay, so you can go too then.
Yeah.
No warrants, but yeah. He handed it like this. Straight to the back.
Maybe the first time I may have paused it too early. Right now I paused at 14 seconds. This is when you're showing, handing it over. And you're actually doing it with over your left shoulder when you're showing them, right?
Sure.
Okay. But you're just trying to tell them what you saw.
And
And then
I explained them what I saw when I was there. And I'm reminding them right here what is going to be in the stop.
And as soon as you say that, they go, well, there you go. Right?
Yes.
But you're saying they knew this information. It wasn't new to
They
them.
did, it was radioed to them, yeah.
Sure. Thank you, your officer. You saw nothing yourself in plain view on that car, did you?
No.
I have no further questions. Joe.
Officer, you indicated that there was going to be a visual for a homicide victim, correct?
Yes, sir.
That homicide was being investigated.
Yes, sir.
The original location for the visual was down by the riverfront.
We were only given the Kensington Meadows location.
You said it was what?
We were only given the Kensington Meadows location. I didn't know who was
You
going
s-
to Riverfront.
You said that there were threats made to the visual.
There were threats made to the balloon release. Sorry, I'm calling it two things, but visual, yes.
Visual balloon release. Do you have those threats?
I do not know.
Did you document those threats?
They weren't given to me now.
Who made you aware of those threats?
Our command, so my sergeant, I don't know who you got it from, Sergeant Lansley.
So there was no intelligence briefing or email regarding these alleged threats.
I do not know if there's an email or not.
You said they asked you to go to the balloon release.
Yes,
Who was that?
I believe our detective bureau. I was told by the sergeant.
So you were told by law enforcement to go to the balloon release.
And law enforcement, yes.
Stand up, but you were told by law enforcement to go to the balloon.
Yeah.
Right. Now, at the time, law enforcement knew the family of the deceased would probably be at the balloon release.
Yes.
At that time, law enforcement hadn't spoken to all available members of the deceased family.
I don't know if they ever have.
You will agree with me that you were looking for, or VCI was looking for specifically, the brother of the homicide victim.
No, we're not.
There was no want to question the brother of the homicide victim regarding the homicide.
I'm sure maybe they wanted to. That's not what they told us to do.
How many people were at this balloon release?
50, maybe, give or take, coming and going.
You are at the balloon release to deter violent conduct,
Yes, sir.
but you're there in unmarked vehicles.
Yes, sir.
The purpose of unmarked vehicles is to be clandestine.
Yes, sir.
Clandestine vehicle wouldn't be expected to deter violent action.
There
Correct?
was a marked patrol vehicle with both entrances.
Were marked officers, uniformed officers walking around the balloon release?
There was one that was driving through, but no, they were not.
Now, you just so happened to observe the brother of the homicide victim at the balloon release.
I'll be honest, I did not know they were brothers, but yes, I guess to that fact.
You did not see anything in Mr. Bunkley's hands at the balloon release.
No, sir.
Did you know Mr. Bunkley when you first saw him at the balloon release?
Yes.
How old was Mr. Bunkley?
It's 20.
I believe he's 20. Did you know all the other passengers of the vehicle
Yes.
on that day?
Yes, sir.
You've met them before?
I've met Tavian before in person, yes, but not Brian in person.
The passenger of the vehicle, and this is a young female, this is a female, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you know her prior to that day?
I did not.
So did you know her age?
I did not.
So how did you confirm that nobody in the vehicle had a concealed pistol license?
I didn't confirm that. No.
You don't observe anything passed to Mr. Bunkley at the balloon release, correct?
I couldn't see who it was passed to in the backseat. No.
The Lansing Police, you have policies, practices, and procedures, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have policy and practice when dealing with a traffic stop in which you suspect there's a firearm in the vehicle.
Yes.
So when you say earlier that you often ask, you don't always ask individuals you pull over out of the car, correct?
No, not always.
Okay. That is a practice based on, what you believe the circumstances to be.
Yes, sir.
Now, there is a best practice. Let's back up. When you pull Mr. Bunkley out of the back seat of the car, you state to him, "I'm going to pat you down." Or when you ask him out of the car.
Yes.
Okay. And that was a statement that you made to him.
I believe it was phrased as a question, but
Let's go to your training. You are trained to make what I know we call declaratory statements, correct?
yes, sir.
Right? And the purpose of a declaratory statement is to indicate what you want to do to a detainee, framed as a question, correct?
And a video, I believe it was phrased as a question.
You state to him, "I am going to pat you down." Okay.
I
Well, I don't know. I'm just paraphrasing here. But you state to him, I want to pat you down, or I'm going to pat you down.
Again, I believe it was phrased as a question.
Okay. He puts his hands up. And at this point, when you make the statement to him, you already have your hand on his right arm.
Question, but let's play the video if you're talking about the timing of it. I believe I asked him the question before. No.
The practice that the Lansing Police now engage in when patting down a suspect who just got out of the car is to pat them down in the well of that doorway, correct?
That's my practice, yes.
That practice is because, one, the door prevents that subject from running.
Yes, sir.
And two, it creates a close proximity.
Yes, sir.
That prevents or gives you an opportunity to prevent that individual from grabbing any weapon to attack you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's not coincidence to where these pat downs take place.
No, sir.
Now, as you usher a detainee away from the vehicle, again, you are ushering them in a manner in which you are controlling their person, correct?
Yes, sir.
One, to prevent them from running away, correct? And to prevent them from grabbing any contraband or weapon.
Yes, sir.
And likewise, leaving the door open and preventing the individual from closing the door is a practice that police engage. Okay. And the reason why you leave the door open is to try and make plain view observations.
Leave the door just left open.
Can you speak a little louder?
Oh, sorry.
Leave
the door just left open, it's left open, but you can see the same thing with the door open or with it closed with the windows.
Now you say leave the door open. You cause the door to become open when you order occupants out of the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we agree that that's not done voluntarily. But as you were standing there, checking Mr. Bunkley for weapons, you did not make any plain view observations at the floorboard where he was at.
No, sir.
No further question.
Officer, you stated that you first see the four individuals get into the vehicle at this visual, correct?
Just three. Three got out, three got back in. So she never got it. Mrs. Funk never got it.
Okay, so she stayed in the vehicle. And you stated that and as we saw on the exhibit, the windows of this car are quite dark in tint, aren't they?
In the back, so yeah.
So you claim that you were able to see through the driver's side window?
Passenger side, yes.
Oh, you saw through the passenger side.
It's the front passenger side, yes.
So that would have been the seat where Ms. Funk was at?
Yes, sir.
And you stated that you saw an object that was, dark or whatever that you thought could possibly be a firearm, and that was in the hands of Tivari?
Yes, sir.
And you see him reaching into the back seat, correct?
Grab it from underneath the seat and then reach over his right shoulder.
Okay, so, and you described earlier that he was reaching, so I guess if he was facing this way, his right hand would be in the middle. It was his right hand that he was turning with what you believe to be the gun.
Yes.
And so when he was doing that, the barrel would have been pointed toward the rear of the vehicle.
I was pointed down, sorry.
Down,
Muzzle
but,
down. It was down, yes, there were.
but if he would have picked his arm up, it would have been toward the rear of the vehicle. And the magazine or the handle part, that would have been facing toward the driver's side of the vehicle when he's reaching like this.
That side or up in the area.
Now, it is your belief that it was passed to another individual, correct?
Yes, I could see.
But you never actually see anybody grab that firearm.
No.
And for all you know, he may have placed the gun in the back seat himself, correct?
It's possible.
At any time you ever see a firearm in Tavion's hands? Thank you, Yana. No further questions.
So, excuse me, when you were in the process of patting down Jace Bunkley, where were you looking while you were doing that, conducting the pat down?
I was looking at him.
So were you looking inside the car at all?
No, sorry. Having a shake of the head, sorry.
And when you stated that you had radioed the information that you saw what you believed to be a firearm, do you know, I guess when you radio in that circumstance, are you radioing to a specific person or are you radioing to like a channel? How does that work?
It's just a channel. So closed circuit channels. That's what it's called.
And do you know, or when you are radioing something out, are you aware of who's listening to it at that time?
It's typically only my team, so yeah.
Okay, but you don't have a way of confirming that someone for sure was listening?
No, I don't. No.
Do you personally have any knowledge that confirms whether or not someone was listening to what you dispatched?
No.
No further
So is the excuse?
yes, you may.
So I'm going to advise you that there's a sequestration order, so you're not to have any discussion about your testimony with any other witnesses. Thank you. Next witness.
Next I'll call Trooper Andrew Golden. Thank you, appreciate it. Do you want to come up?
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
If you can have a seat. State your first and last name and spell both.
Andrew Golden, first name Andrew, Andrew, last name Golden, LDN.
Good afternoon, Trooper Golden. How are you doing?
Yeah,
So, where are you currently employed?
Michigan State Police.
Were you employed with the Michigan State Police on May 29th, 2024?
Yes.
What were you doing on that day?
I was assigned to Secured Cities Partnership and work in conjunction with the Violent Crime Initiative.
Did you conduct a traffic stop of a black Chrysler four-door?
Yes, Chrysler 300.
Chrysler 300, thank you. And why did you conduct a traffic stop on that vehicle?
For the no insurance violation and illegal window tint.
Okay. And so did you personally observe the, first, did you personally observe the illegal window tint yourself?
Yes.
And then did you run the vehicle's information in the?
Yes, I ran the Michigan registration plate through Lean, Secretary of State, which showed the EIV no, which is the electronic insurance verification. Which is how I identified it was no insurance.
And when a vehicle, when you conduct a vehicle, excuse me, when you conduct a traffic stop on a vehicle that has no insurance, is that vehicle permitted to drive away after the stop is completed?
No.
Why is that?
It is a misdemeanor and the motor vehicle cannot be operated on the roadway without insurance.
How is that motor vehicle typically moved from that location? Afterwards?
If they either have to legally park it or it gets towed.
So you pull over the vehicle. And so what do you do first after initiating the traffic stop?
I contact the driver at the driver's side window and explain the reason for the traffic stop.
And who is the driver?
KBR McMiller.
And did you see his face?
Yes.
And would you recognize him if you saw him again?
Yes.
Can you, is he present? Excuse me. If he's present in the courtroom, could you describe where he's located in an article of his clothing?
Yes, he is seated on the bench there with a purple sweatshirt.
No objections.
So you have contact with Tamari first. What do you discuss with him?
After explaining the reason for the traffic stop, I requested his driver's license. At that time, he advised he did not have his driver's license on his person. At that point, I requested him to exit the vehicle for not having his driver's license on his person.
And did he exit the vehicle?
Yes.
And why did you have him exit the vehicle?
He did not have his driver's license on his person.
Okay. And so after he exits the vehicle, what do you do next?
I was advised by Officer Brenberg of Lansing Police Department that he had an outstanding warrant for his arrest, so I placed him in handcuffs for the warrant.
And after he was placed under arrest, then what did you do next?
Eventually, we were seated in my patrol car. He was seated in the front seat, and I read him Miranda rights.
Did he indicate he understood those rights?
Yes.
And did did he agree to waive those rights, or did he invoke his rights?
He invoked his rights.
Did your questioning stop at that point?
Yes.
Did you take part in any of the search of the vehicle at all?
No.
And did you make any observations for what was recovered from the vehicle?
Yes, I was advised there were 2 firearms recovered. I did observe those 2 firearms after they were removed from the vehicle.
And are you able to provide a description for what those 2 firearms look like?
Yes, they're both 9mm pistols, black in color. The one that was located, which I did not find it, but I was advised it was located underneath the front passenger seat. Had no serial number. It was a polymer 80 lower receiver. And then Taurus 9mm was also located. I did not observe the initial location of that. It was found in the armrest in the back seat.
You know which officer was responsible for locating those firearms?
I believe it was Trooper Schaer. I'm not positive.
And for both of those firearms, if it's different, let me know, but about how big were they, or how long were they in inches, would you estimate?
Approximately 6 inches in length.
For both firearms?
Yes.
So, so you observed the firearms, you did not locate them. Did you do any other, did you take any other actions as part of the investigation after you had interviewed Tavion?
No.
Or excuse me, Savari, sorry.
I eventually did run the pistols in lean. The pistol located underneath the front passenger seat did not have a serial number on it, so we could get no record on that. The one that was located in the armrest, the serial numbers were ran, was returned as stolen. Lean return to stolen.
And did you run a lean search on any of the individuals, or did you only do the lean search for the vehicle information?
For the driver, Mr. McMiller, I also ran a lean check, verified that.
And then just for clarity's sake, because if you've got two McMillers.
Tavion.
Okay. And when you ran Tavion's information, did he have a CPL?
No.
Said Tavion.
Tavion.
And
I
then-
apologize for saying that incorrect.
And then just for my own sake, if I could re-ask, did you run the lien information on the vehicle prior to initiating the traffic stop?
Yes.
And so you had the information that it had no insurance prior to?
Yes.
No further questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Trooper.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, were you at this balloon release on that date?
I was not in the exact location. I was near it though.
How many?
Half a mile, maybe.
So you're not able to see anything that went on there as to, you know, where different officers were parked or what their points of view, anything like that?
No, sir.
Were you on the same channel as radio frequency as them, being able to communicate?
Yes.
Was there anything that happened that particular day at the balloon release?
Nothing significant that I can recall.
Okay. Did you get requested to follow this vehicle once it left?
Yes.
And who requested you to follow the vehicle?
It was a VCI member. I can't remember specifically which officer. I believe it was Officer Brenberg.
Okay. And when this Tavia, were you assisting? Okay, so this balloon release is the victim is a memory of a victim that was deceased from a recent gunshot, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you assisting in any way, shape, form, or capacity with investigation in regards to that homicide or believed homicide?
Not to the homicide. We were present in the area in case of retaliation shootings.
You've not done anything to assist in relation to ongoing investigation other than this balloon release, or have you?
I apologize. We have been apprehending possible suspects that were
Thank you.
involved in it.
So you are assisting in the investigation. You're not doing it. You're not doing interviews, but you're assisting in securing witnesses for this investigation.
Yes, sir.
And so
Can you clarify when you're talking about? Because are we talking about the
I
balloon
apologize.
release? Okay.
The investigation of the underlying homicide or the death believed to be homicide.
Yes.
And so you're assisting detectives who want people to be interviewed, potential witnesses, and going out and trying to drum them up and find them and help, detectives be able to get people to talk to, right?
Correct.
You had a lack of leads at this point, trying to get people to give information.
Correct.
Kind of common Lansing, people don't really want to give up information, right?
Correct.
And that's true for this underlying death believed to be homicide, right?
Absolutely.
And that's true that your understanding was Tavari McMiller and Tavion McMiller and Jace Bunkley were all individuals that perhaps could have some information, some way about the underlying incident.
I do not know specifically for them, but there were individuals that were balloon release.
So prior to the day of this balloon, on the day of this balloon, at any time from before the traffic stop You have a name of witnesses or potential witnesses or people to try to get in contact with?
We have, and those individuals that I can recall their names, we've already detained them and they were already interviewed by detectives.
Were any of these three individuals in here today as defendants? Were any of them on that list of people that were desired to have contact with?
Not that I can recall.
Not that you recall, so you're not denying it.
No, I'm not denying. There's a lot of names and I'm not the greatest.
You did know, as of that day, prior to this traffic stop, law enforcement detectives wanted to speak with my client, Tavari McMiller, didn't they?
I did not know.
Sir, didn't you tell Tavari McMiller that you're taking him to Central Ops so that he could be interviewed by the detectives?
Yes, that's after I was advised of that.
When were you advised, sir? Was it during the traffic stop?
I cannot remember.
So you don't know when you first learned that information? Do you?
No, I cannot recall exactly.
Wasn't on scene though, was it?
I
Have you reviewed your body camera, sir?
no,
You haven't reviewed your body camera?
no, sir.
Have you reviewed your dashboard camera?
No, sir.
Any videos for preparation for today?
Reviewed the report.
Just the report. But at any point, you Mirandize to Tavari McMiller and he invokes, right? Doesn't want to answer any questions, right?
Yes, sir.
And you tell him you're going to take him to Central Ops anyways, right?
Yes.
He's going to be questioned about, you know, who he called his brother as the deceased, right?
Yes.
You know, wanting to see if he can give information who that person may have beef with, essentially, right?
Yes, sir.
Whatever the questions detectives may have. But you know, at that point, he's detained, he's arrested because he had an outstanding warrant on some kind of domestic violence issue, right?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that prior to the traffic stop, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
When did you learn that information, that he had this outstanding arrest warrant?
They did put it over the radio. There were multiple individuals we were looking at, so I don't remember exactly.
Let's stop. I apologize. I know you were answering the question, but now you've given me information. I got to ask like 3 more questions. Said they, so who gave you the information about him having an arrest warrant?
VCI members, I believe it was Officer Brenberg. I don't remember.
Did you confirm the warrant through lien yourself, or just one of these fellow officers tell you, or what?
It was confirmed, not in my vehicle, but another officer.
How do you know that? You don't even know which officer told you, right?
Well, so we operate with other troopers as well. There was another trooper there that had ran it.
So you guys are all talking, so you know this driver's got a warrant, so you know you're going to be able to have a reason to pull him over, right?
Yes, sir.
You know Brandenburg has already says he knows who he is, right?
Yes, sir.
So no matter what, you're going to pull this vehicle over, right?
Yes, sir.
You report to Central Dispatch when you're making a traffic stop, right?
Yes, sir.
Do that every time, right?
Yes, sir.
You did that in this instance?
I don't know.
I thought you said just now you do it every time.
We try to do it every time. Sometimes when there's moving parts that are going too fast, like pulling into a driveway, we initiate the traffic stop right away without calling up.
Okay, you say in your sworn testimony today, under oath, the reason for this traffic stop was no insurance EIV and, you know, the tinted windows.
Yes, sir.
Did you run that through lien or did someone else?
I ran that through me
When did you do so?
prior to the traffic stop being initiated.
How long were you behind that vehicle before it pulled into that residence?
3 minutes, maybe. I don't know exactly.
Sir, I'm going to submit to you. We've already seen your dash camera so far, so I'm going to ask you, do you know if you were behind that vehicle for more than a few seconds?
Probably not that.
You just said a few minutes, but that's not accurate.
I don't know how long I was behind.
There were several vehicles between you and that vehicle before you caught up on the street just before, or Lucy and Stillwell is about where you caught up, right?
Yes, we had already ran the vehicle.
I thought you said you ran the vehicle, sir.
I ran the registration.
When did you run it then, sir?
Prior to the traffic stop being initiated.
Not during the traffic stop itself, not while following the car?
Nope.
But you were a half a mile away from the scene of this balloon release, right?
Yes, sir.
How did you run it then? How did you have the plate number?
We were advised of the Michigan registration plate by VCM.
You knew that before leaving the balloon release, you knew what the registration plate number was.
Yes.
And you ran it at that time or no?
Yes.
Not while you were behind it.
It was already ran while we were behind the vehicle.
to a degree, your own, but by the time you got up to that vehicle, there was an undercover unit that was directly behind that vehicle in a gray minivan, right?
Yes, sir.
So when you turn right onto Lucy, that van goes out wide so you can turn in to be directly behind the suspect car, right?
Correct.
That's a 2016 black Chrysler 300, right?
Yes.
And you come up to the vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
And then within seconds at the stop sign, you light it up, right?
Yes, sir.
And within probably 2 or 3 driveways, it's turning into a.
Yes, sir.
The radio traffic prior to this traffic stop. Well, was Central Dispatch contacted at all prior to this traffic stop?
They may have been made aware that we're going to be in the area in case of retaliation shootings.
But not the traffic stop itself?
I can't remember.
So even though you do it every time, what was the urgency this time?
Vehicle immediately pulling into a driveway.
You'd already lit it up though. Don't you usually contact Central Dispatch before lighting up?
Typically.
Why was it different this time, sir?
I can't answer that question.
The real reason, I understand you have a lawful reason to pull the vehicle over if it doesn't have insurance, and you've confirmed that everything. That wasn't the actual intention in wanting to have contact with the driver, was it?
It was part of it.
What's the rest?
There's other parts as well.
What's the rest, sir?
I was also advised by Officer Brandenburg that he observed the driver DVR reach underneath the front passenger seat.
Let's stop you there for a second. Brandenburg gave you some, you're adding to the story now why you want to pull over. You're saying is because you got information from Brandenburg that somebody reached under a seat and, passed something in like a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
That first time that was ever, and you received any information of that, was at the back of your patrol car on scene of the traffic stop, was it?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
First time you were ever advised of that was at the back of your patrol car on scene during the traffic stop, asking who to charge with what, isn't it?
That's because I cannot remember which car they were observing. There were many cars they were calling out observations.
How many cars they pull over?
Maybe 2 or 3. I can't remember.
Who else they pull over that day? Leaving, and you're saying pulling over cars that day, I'm presuming you're saying leaving from the balloon?
Yes.
These are all potential witnesses as well?
Correct.
Okay, so at least two other cars sounds like got pulled over because they have potential witnesses in them, right?
Yeah, I don't know the exact.
Okay. So regardless whether Mr. McMiller had an arrest warrant or had no insurance, whatever, you guys knew you recovered, you're gonna be able to make contact with potential witnesses and then go from there, right? Right?
Yes, sir.
And if you make any arrests, then you know they're in your detention and they have to go to Central Office, right?
I mean, they're not forced to talk.
They're forced to go.
Yes.
That's what happened with Mr. Tavari McMiller, isn't it?
Yes,
He
sir.
told you he didn't want to go to Central Office and you still made him, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And they made him sit down and question him, didn't you? Or actually, by that point, you would just drop them off. Right?
Yes, sir.
You did your job going and drumming up witnesses for them. And while you're at it, you look to see if you wind up being able to see anything else in the car or like a typical traffic stop, see if you can potentially get other charges to stick on people, right?
I don't want to stick charges on people. No.
Well, when you stood at the back of a patrol vehicle, we got to see from your body camera earlier today, a conversation you had. Calvin Hartzman was there, Luke Schaefer's there, Brenberg's there. You recall that conversation?
No.
You don't recall it? All right, we'll play it again. But when Trooper Schaefer was describing to you the position of the firearm under the front passenger seat, gave you inconsistent information about how it was placed, didn't it?
I'll have to watch the video. So.
He first told you the barrel of the gun was facing towards the rear seat, didn't he?
I don't remember exactly what he said.
You recall asking the other officers that you didn't have anything in relation to the guns found in the vehicle to be able to charge the driver with?
I believe so, but I don't remember exactly.
Had you been informed by Officer Brandenburg prior to that conversation, you would have known you had a reason to charge the driver, right?
And like I said, he was doing observations on many occupants. I don't remember if this was in relation to this stop or some other observation.
At no
So
point
that's
during this
why-
conversation.
That's
did-
why I verified it with
Just
him.
answer.
At no point did you say to him, was this the vehicle that you saw? A gun being passed? You never said anything like that, right?
I don't.
When you approached this vehicle, you didn't approach in a manner of concern, thinking there was a firearm in the vehicle, did you?
Because I deal with that every day.
Well, okay, let's rephrase that. You approach this vehicle in the same way you would every other car, right?
Yes.
You would approach a vehicle differently if you knew there was a gun in the vehicle, right?
No.
No? Is there a Michigan State policy or Michigan State Police policy on how to conduct traffic stop when there's a known firearm in the vehicle?
Not a policy that I know of.
Not that you know of, okay. But nonetheless, nobody drew their guns, right? No. Nobody, officers didn't stay back behind doors or anything like that and order occupants out of the vehicle, right?
No.
That'd probably be a best practice if there's a known firearm for your safety, right?
We do, like I said, we deal with this every day, and if they're not making furtive movements, grabbing for things, opening doors, there's no danger at that immediate time.
You are telling us today that you received information from Brandenburg that someone was moving a gun. Isn't that
And
something?
I also said, I don't remember if it was for this car. I could not remember at the time because they're doing observations on so many other vehicles.
When Officer Brandenburg said at the back of that vehicle, a reason why you might be able to put a charge on the driver, you responded, well then, right? You were surprised with this information.
Again, I don't remember the conversation, so.
Do you know what the other vehicles were that were stopped that day?
I can remember one other one. I don't remember exactly the make and model. I remember it was a red sedan.
A red sedan. Anything else?
Remember the occupants.
Who were they?
Do I need to answer that?
I don't, I'm waiting for an objection. It's the relevance.
Objection relevance.
Well, it goes to identify as to whether the statement was actually made or not, and then if so, which vehicle was up.
Whether what statement was made or not.
Brandenburg supposedly reporting this, whether, goes to the credibility for the argument, whether his observation is actually true or not.
Well, this, you can't say whether or not his observation, Brandenburg's observation was true. That, what is the other two stops got to do with this one? Why is it relevant?
Well, if it's being claimed that by this officer saying that he's not sure which vehicle it was, well, then we can identify
Agreed.
the credibility of whether that's actually true or not.
I agree, and I allowed you to question him. You asked him about what the other vehicles was, or how, if he knew how many. He said he couldn't recall if it was 2 or 3. He said there was no one that he knows of, which was a red sedan. Who was in there is irrelevant.
Okay. Okay, so without revealing their identities, you knew who was in that, right?
One of the occupants.
Okay, and it was never reported to you that the people in that van, or in that sedan had passed firearms?
Absolutely.
It
They were known gun targets, and they were displaying characteristics of being armed with a pistol.
Okay, so.
Absolutely.
Okay, so do you know whether it was reported out, whether a gun was seen that day or not?
On the other vehicle that was stopped, there was never a pistol actually observed that I believe on that other vehicle.
That you observed at any point in time ever prior to that day, did anybody report out, other than standing at the back of the car, anybody ever report seeing a gun past that day or seeing a gun prior to a traffic stop?
Officer Brandenburg again, I can't remember when he disclosed it, but he said what he believed to be a hooker. And that may not be his exact words that were relayed to me that day. It was something along those lines.
And you know that's not on any recorded traffic, right?
Correct.
You know that's not through central dispatch record. You know that that doesn't show up on any video recorded, right?
Correct.
Was there a call for dispatch to send additional backup?
No.
So everybody arrived on scene that day. I mean, you would agree there's probably like upwards to like 6 or 8 officers, right?
Yes, we operate as a team. We're always together.
So the plan was for these 6 to 8 officers to conduct this traffic stop on this vehicle.
It was just gonna be my patrol car, but they would be in the area. And my patrol car was the one that made the traffic stop.
Yeah, and in the area means what, like 5 houses down?
Yes.
Yeah, so
In the-
it's more than just in the area.
In the direct vicinity of the
They're
traffic stop.
assisting the traffic stop.
Yes.
Was that the same with the other vehicles that were stopped as well?
Yes.
Multiple vehicles?
Yes.
So that was standard, not because of any observation that particular day, but that was just already predetermined plan of action to stop these.
Yes, typically when we do make a traffic stop, we had multiple cars.
Okay. What was your reason for having Mr. McMiller get out of the vehicle?
He did not have his driver's license on his person.
Where Michigan State Police policy allows you to write show up appearance ticket for that, right?
Yes.
Wouldn't necessarily have to get out of the vehicle for that, right?
It's pretty standard practice unless somebody has a disability where they can't exit a vehicle. Somebody does not have a driver's license on their person, I ask them to exit the vehicle until we can verify, until they can give me their name and I can verify if they have a license or not.
Even when you stopped on private property in the driveway?
Yes, because he was on the roadway operating.
Oh. And so what, if anything, did you do in handling the front driver door to the vehicle?
I believe I did not have any actions. Oh, I apologize. On the front driver's side door, I believe I opened it.
You opened it, right?
I believe so. I don't remember if he opened it and got out or if he was compliant. So
And what, if any, actions did you take towards the door after he stepped out?
I can't remember if I shut it or left it open.
Well, I mean, if you were reaching back out to hold it, I mean, if you ever reached back out to hold the door,
Yes.
why would you do that?
So the driver cannot jump back in the vehicle.
Okay, well, but he was being cooperative, so you wouldn't have been doing that in this
No.
instance, right? So what other reason would you have been to reach out to hold the door? Anything being shut? Is that one reason?
That would be a reason as well.
You didn't want him to shut it behind him when he got out, did you?
Typically, I try not to have that happen.
But when you were putting his hands behind his back, you did actually shut it before he got it, right?
No, specifically, if you shut it.
All the other 3 doors on this vehicle wind up remaining open, right?
I believe so.
Did you guys ever have a briefing that day about how this traffic stop was going to try to be conducted?
No.
You're not a sergeant, right? Sergeant Trooper Williams was on scene, right?
Sergeant Williams, yes.
And so, would he have been the one taking the lead on this, or would it have been yours because you're the one who conducted the traffic stop?
It would have been, I would have been lead on the traffic stop.
So whether to or not to have occupants removed from the car would be whose decision?
Team effort. Because they may see something that I didn't, and that's when they would have the other occupants exit the vehicle.
So whose decision was it that they'd have occupants out of the vehicle?
I don't know if I verbally asked them to, or they took it upon themselves to ask the other occupants to exit the vehicle.
Are you in the Zoom?
It wasn't connecting to the audio, so I left and coming back in there.
see that? He's coming.
I didn't get the shit.
State Police.
So playing the body camera for Trooper Cole beginning Defense Exhibit B, gonna fast forward that conversation we had. Actually, hold on, let me stop for a second. I'm gonna play it at 109 just so we can watch.
Bob, man, do you have anything sharp in? It's gonna poke me or stick me. Okay, can I search you just to make sure when you get out? Okay, appreciate you, man. Alright, if you just want to put your hands up on the hood there for me. Oh, you got a warrant.
I got a warrant. What do I got a warrant for?
Let you know in a minute. Oh, sorry.
What? How do I got a warrant? You don't even know my name or nothing.
Okay.
What? What do I got a warrant for?
Let you know in a second. I'll show you the video.
So again, when he gets out of the car, you're immediately telling him he has a warrant, right?
Not immediately.
Okay, within seconds. Okay, so you had one of them step out of the car because you wanted to put him in handcuffs and arrest him, right?
Say it again.
You want him to step out of the car because you wanted to arrest him because it was a warrant, right?
Yeah, no license.
Start playing at 10:44.
I ain't worried about it, but let me read you your Miranda rights.
My
and
brother old
handcuffs.
enough too, so.
He's 21?
Yeah.
Okay, he can have it. You can get it later. Alright, let me read this to you, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say cannot be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to the lawyer and have him present with you before during questioning. If you want a lawyer but cannot afford one, one will be appointed to represent you at a public expense. If you waive your right to remain silent and later wish to stop answering questions, the questions will stop. If you waive your right to have a lawyer present and later change your mind, the questioning will stop until you have talked to the lawyer. Do you understand each of these rights I explained to you?
Can you read the last two of them for me?
Yep.
A little slower, please.
Yes, sir. If you waive your right to remain silent and later wish to stop answering questions, the questions will stop.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna do.
You don't want to talk?
No, sir.
Alright, you're good, man.
You gonna take me where I gotta go?
Yep, we got to get this figured out. Obviously, there's a couple guns found in the car, so got to get that figured out. Which, with everything going on, I get it. I get why there be guns in the car. You got to protect yourself. If you change your mind, you want to talk to me, just holler, okay?
I would just like my stuff, and I'd like to go. We need to go.
I got you, man. Yep.
So we're resuming there 12:06. That's the portion where you read the Miranda rights and you invoke, right?
Yes, sir.
But then later in the reading, when you tell him he's got to go to some box, right?
Yes, sir.
Gonna start playing at 12:29.
How was the one? How was the one underneath the driver's seat position?
That's Schaefer.
Stop 12:34. That's Trooper Calvin Hartsman. You're asking about the positioning of how they found the person going under the front passenger seat, right?
Yes, sir.
So.
Because
this is the grip, this is the barrel, it's thrown under the back seat just like this. There's no possible way it can come from the front. There's wires in the middle and then a bar.
Obviously, the mag was in it and everything like that. It was under front passenger seat, just like this, with the barrel facing passenger side door.
Okay.
Or
Yeah, the mag was facing the seat.
And that one was under.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause it right there at 12:57. Trooper Schaefer explained to you how he says that he found the gun when he initially tells you he's giving you this theory of how he believes it come from the back seat rather than from the underneath the front of the seat, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when he does so, it's his theory at least that it was thrown up or slid up from behind, and that the barrel of the gun would have been facing, the grip of the gun would have been facing towards the rear passenger seat, and the barrel would have been facing towards the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
But then, is that Trooper Williams on the left-hand side here that had the gun in the bag?
That was Trooper Delapel.
Delapel. So Trooper Delapel actually has the gun in the bag and shows the different positioning where how it was found, where the barrel was actually towards the front seat, or excuse me, the grip was towards the front seat, not the rear seat, and the barrel was towards the driver's side, correct? We saw that in the video just now. You're not.
I don't remember.
I can rewind. I'll play it again, resuming at 12:47.
Mag was in it and everything like that. It was under front passenger seat, just like this, with the barrel facing.
So as you can see how he's holding it, just like this, right? And he's saying the barrel facing, and then that's why I paused.
Passenger side door.
There's no possible way it can come from the front. There's wires in the middle and then a bar.
Obviously, the mag was in it and everything like that. It was under front passenger seat, just like this, with the barrel facing passenger side door.
Okay.
Or,
Yeah, the mag was facing the seat.
Delapel actually misspoke when he said passenger side door, but didn't credit the driver, right? But he's talking about the barrel facing the front on the front seat, correct? How he's holding it out and showing.
From what I heard, they were explaining it the same way.
Well, I'll wind again and show you Trooper Schaefer. And I want you to see how he grabs his thumb and how he describes his thumb is the actual grip of the gun.
Obviously, the mag was in it and everything like that. It was under front passenger seat, just like this, with the barrel facing passenger side door.
Okay.
Or,
Yeah, the mag was
driver
facing
door.
the seat.
And that.
So now, well, and so once Trooper Delapel explains that, then Schaefer goes, oh yeah. And then he explains that it was facing the other way, right?
He said the mag was facing the seat. I'm not
sure
really definitively.
But after
seeing that.
Delapel described it differently than he did, he says, yeah.
Well, Trooper Schaefer explained it the same way Delapel did just prior to that.
Yeah, he says. Is the court satisfied? Or does the court need to see how Schaefer?
Nope, I'm fine.
Okay. So in any event, you're having this conversation, and I'll just resume play.
That one was underneath the
Front passenger.
Okay.
So backseat passenger in between two seats and the center armrest facing forward.
But you can go look at it. There's no way that gun came from the front seat.
So be the back two seat people.
Yeah.
Now, because after we found it, we moved the seat up to
Yeah.
so we weren't blindly reaching in and grabbing it.
Yeah.
Pause at 13:18. Trooper Schaefer's trying to explain to you his theory, his belief of who to charge with this gun or how it got placed under there, but he's making sure to explain there's a lot of stuff up there in the front that prevents the gun from going on, from the front. There's wires in a bracket or brace or something that would make it difficult at least to put from the front, right?
Yes, sir.
Things that can obstruct the view looking under there as well, right?
Yes, sir.
It's hard to put the gun on there, it's hard to see under there, right?
You can see around.
Okay. It makes it difficult to see when there's things obstructing your view, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And so Officer Brenberg isn't saying anything right now as to his observations earlier, is he?
Not right now.
He's standing there right next to you. You guys are coming up with this theory, or at least Schaefer is presuming this theory of how it got placed, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, resume play at 10 or 13:18.
I took a photo, so it's documented correctly for you.
Jason.
Okay.
So, yeah, I would say 100% he can go for that gun. That was under the seat.
Okay. What about driver?
Pause it there, 13:13 or 13:33, and now you ask. Well, Trooper Schaefer's telling you for sure that he can go, meaning the rear seat passenger, right, on the passenger side, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then he talks about how the other passenger, because there's one of them in the middle on the back seat, right?
Yes, sir.
And then now you're asking them, what about the driver, right?
Yes, sir.
Again, Officer Brenberg standing right there next to you guys, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, whatever BCI observations, if he handed the other one back or one of them, but 100% that under the seat gun came from the back. So yeah.
Find that because when I pause, it takes a second or two, so I'm gonna rewind, play it from 13:36.
BCI observations, if he handed the other one back or one of them.
Unless VCI information.
You said VCI
I'll
observations.
rewind it
of
one
him
more time.
handing it back.
Okay. So 13:29 is where I'll play it to make sure we get the full context there.
Okay. What about driver?
I mean, whatever BCI observations, if he handed the other one back or one of them, but 100% that under the seat gun.
So again, stopping 11:42, you're asking him, what about driver, right? Because you're trying to see if you can charge the driver with either of these guns, right? Right?
Yes, sir.
He's thinking a possible way of how he might charge the driver, right?
Yes, sir.
And he speculates or suggests maybe VCI might have had observations, right?
They
As a
said-
way to charge the driver,
I'm gonna
right?
say maybe. You said BCI's observation.
Well, I understand, but he is speculating, right? He's not acting upon any information that VCI had an observation. He's telling you how you might be able to get the driver charged, right?
He's explaining BCI's observations.
He did. What observations did he say to you that
He
VCI
said
had?
based off BCI's observations of containing it back.
Maybe you're hearing something I different, so I'll replay it. At no point does Schaefer actually say anything about handing it back. So I'm gonna resume play at 13:32.
I mean, whatever BCI observations, if he handed the other one back or one of them, but 100%.
Said maybe, right?
Replay it. I didn't hear maybe, but replay it one more time.
I mean, whatever BCI observations, if he handed the other one back or one of them, but 100% that under the seat gun came from the back. So yeah.
So is he giving any information here about what in fact VCI observations actually were? He's telling you a theory, right?
He was explaining the BCI observations.
You were on the same radio as him, weren't you?
And I've already explained, I can't recall everything that they were calling out that day. They were doing surveillance on many vehicles.
Okay, I'll resume play at 13:46.
No doubt.
Both back.
No driver.
You can charge on this and hand it to him.
Oh,
There you go.
there you go. Okay, so you can go too then.
Now all of a sudden, Brandenburg saying, I've stopped at 13:54 is when he's saying, oh, I saw it being handed, right?
Yes, sir.
And you act surprised when you hear that.
Because I did not remember.
You didn't remember an officer reporting out for officer safety, be advised there's a gun in a car.
No, because there were multiple vehicles they were doing surveillance on.
You never said, was this that car?
Not prior to the traffic stop.
Wouldn't that have been important to you to clarify when you're pulling over the car? Hey, guys, is this the car you sold the gun or no?
Yes, it would have been important.
You never did that, did you?
I don't believe I did. No.
I don't have any further questions for this one, for sure.
Yes, sir.
You didn't say anything to give you probable cause to believe that there were weapons in that vehicle.
As far as Prior to the traffic stop, I'm sorry.
Yep, as you follow the vehicle and you're pulling in and you walk into the vehicle, at no point did you see anything to give you probable cause to do with weapons in the vehicle?
Not for me, no, sir.
Okay, now, Michigan State Police have policies, but they also have field orders, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have your training practices.
Yes, sir.
And based on specifically the field orders and the training practices, there are different steps you'll take at a traffic stop if you believe someone is armed and dangerous.
I never do those, if that is the case. Like I said, we do this every single day. If we're not observing any further movements or anything that's alarming, we're not going to treat it.
And that's fair. But you've been trained by a trooper, correct?
Correct.
You've worked with troopers.
Correct.
There is a common practice that you use when you see something that makes you believe somebody's armed and dangerous at a traffic stop.
Yes, sir.
You did not engage in that practice in this traffic stop.
Correct.
Because you didn't make those observations.
Correct.
No further questions, yeah.
When you were following behind this Chrysler 300, just briefly, correct?
Just briefly, yes.
And did you see any firearms or anything being passed?
No.
Was it difficult to see much of anything in the car due to the dark tinted windows?
Yes.
And that is, in fact, was one of the reasons that you pulled the vehicle over was the tinted windows?
Yes, sir.
Was the front windows, were the front windows tinted as well?
The front driver's side window, front passenger side window was, I can't recall the windshield though.
Okay, so we have at least the front. Okay, and you didn't see the other side of the car?
No, sir.
Were these windows so dark that essentially you wanted everyone in the vehicle to roll them down so that you could see it?
Yes.
Did you ever see either of the firearms inside the vehicle?
No.
All right, so you never saw Tavion McMiller with a firearm at any time?
No. And
you say that there were previously testified that there were 2 firearms found, but there were 4 people taken out of the car, correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
In regards to the tinting of the front driver's side window, to the best of your knowledge, was it tinted to the same degree that the back windshield was?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And then you had said, or excuse me, was the vehicle ever towed in this file or in this case?
I believe it is legally parked there.
Okay.
I'm sure, like. Yeah.
No further questions.
Okay, Trooper, you can be excused. I'm going to advise you that there is a sequestration order, so you're not to discuss any portion of your testimony with any other witness, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
string.
Just the string under it, yep. So one, hit it again.
It's gonna be on one.
And one more time. Thank you. Okay, back on the record, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people of culture, Schaefer, not to get them.
Mhm. We have it strategically placed so that it creates a circulation of air. Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. Okay, it is extremely warm in here, and because of that, we have to put this fan on, which we don't usually put on because it conflicts with our ability to hear on the recording. So you have to almost yell so that we can hear you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your first and last name and spell both.
Trooper Luke Schaefer, LUKESHAFER.
You can proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Trooper Schaefer. How are you?
Good, how about you?
Doing all right. Where are you currently employed?
With the Michigan State Police.
Were you employed at Michigan State Police on May 29th, 2024?
I was.
And were you working that day?
I was.
On May 29th, did you assist in a traffic stop of a black Chevrolet 300? Or excuse me, Chrysler 300? I'm not good.
Yes.
Okay. And so I guess first of all, were you the initial or were you the lead vehicle initiating the traffic stop?
No, I was a secondary car that came to the scene to assist.
Okay. When you got to the scene, what did you do first?
So I pulled up alongside the curb, exited my vehicle, and went to the passenger side of the vehicle, just because there isn't really anyone over there.
Okay. And so you're on the passenger side.
Yes.
And then once you get to the passenger side of the vehicle, what do you do then?
I was staying there just kind of as officer safety. Just started off at some given point in time, we were having occupants exit the vehicle. So I had the front seat passenger, which was a female, exit the vehicle and sitting at the patrol car, and she was right behind it.
Okay. And then after the front passenger exited the vehicle, then what did you do?
So after other occupants exited the vehicle and the vehicle was empty, the door was left open after the front seat passenger had exited. What I did is I looked in underneath the seat without breaking the barrier of the car, saw a magazine with, we call it round counts on the back of the magazine. It has little holes to show that rounds are in it. At which point I leaned down, utilized my flashlight, shined it under the seat, and I saw the fire, or the magazine was inside of the firearm. At which point, other officers know everyone was at that point.
And so, just to be clear, you observed that that firearm under the front passenger seat.
Yes.
Okay. And so, once you made the other officers aware, what did you do then?
So once all occupants were detained at that time, I utilized, I believe it was my sergeant's cell phone, took photos of it, took photos from the front, indicating like it could have been put from the front because of the wires and there was a metal bar there. Took photos from the back, showing the placement. It was barrel facing the center console, magazine was facing the vehicle. After the photographs were taken, Trooper Delapelson with the firearm cleared it, it was around chambered. During all of this, Trooper Harshman continued his search and had located a firearm in the back armrest area. It's between the back two seats. There's a little armrest that comes down in that pocket or in that compartment. There's another gun. Took a photo of that.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm objecting to the area.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I said I would object to the extent it's becoming a narrative now.
Objection narrative. That's he's saying.
So you had stated that Trooper Harshman had located a second firearm. Did you observe the location of the second firearm?
Yes.
So you saw it personally in the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And you had said that it was located in the backseat center console?
Yeah, the armrest that pops down, there's like a little compartment that opens up. It's right.
Okay. And well, so going back to the first firearm, can you describe what its appearance or yeah, what it looked like?
Yes, it was a black pistol. The magazine was sticking out the bottom of it, like some magazine a little bit. Like I said, it was facing this place where the barrel was facing the center console of the vehicle, magazine, and grip was facing the front of the vehicle.
And then the second firearm, could you describe that?
It's a black lower silver slide, like upper cap. It was right in that compartment there.
So then after locating both of those firearms were located, what did you do then?
So like I said, I took photos of it. And then pretty much that was my task at the end. I didn't do any of the interviews or any of the property stuff like that.
Do you recall prior to arriving at the traffic stop, whether you had heard any information from dispatch regarding the vehicle potentially having a weapon?
I don't remember any of that. I don't recall if it said from dispatch. We use a kind of undercover channel that we talk to our cars, like the MARC unit, and then the undercover VCI cars. So I don't remember if dispatch said anything about that vehicle having a firearm.
Do you recall if you heard anything over the undercover channel about whether or not the vehicle would have potentially a firearm?
I don't recall that. I know like how VCI operates, they'll call out a vehicle, the registration plate, any violations that they see. I remember them saying plate, which we all completed a lien check, and then realizing it had no insurance and then a window violation. So.
Did you run any liens yourself, either on the individuals or on for the vehicle information?
At some point the vehicle was run by me, or it was we were tuning the car, just either for paperwork purposes or whatnot. That's all I remember. I don't remember doing that. So,
no further questions.
Afternoon, Trooper Schaefer.
How's it going, sir?
Pretty good. Long hot day.
I guess.
So in this particular day, were you in a joint effort with BCI in regards to this release in any shape or fashion?
Yeah, so we work as a team. It's secured city partnership is what I'm assigned to with the MARC unit. We work in conjunction with them.
Use up a little bit higher.
Yes.
So VCI, or excuse me, Secure City Initiative, what now?
So we're SEP through Michigan State Police with the Secured City Partnership. We work in conjunction with the Lansing Violent Crimes Initiative, so VCI. So we work as a team pretty much at all different points.
And just so we can make a record of it, can you explain what the Secured City Initiative is, what its purpose is, what we do?
Yep, so SEP, we're assigned pretty much to work the city. It does take us outside of the city. So we work in Clinton County. We focus on gun crimes, violent crimes, drug crimes, stuff like that. So we're not the typical road troopers that are taking calls. We focus on more violent things.
And the connection to this particular day and this balloon release is because it was in memory of a decedent suspected to be a victim of a homicide recently, correct?
Yes.
And prior to that day, or excuse me, on that day or before, had you in any way, shape, fashion, or form done anything to assist any law enforcement in securing witnesses or finding witnesses or anything related to the investigation of the death of that individual?
I don't believe we did anything that day. We all have kind of different tasks, so I'm not sure if DCI did stuff for us or
focused on you, as in the singular, being Mr. Trooper Schaefer.
Yes, so we're two main cards, Trooper Harshman and I. We knew there was a balloon release over in the Kensington Meadow area. We also knew something about Rotary Park or something up in that area. So we were kind of split between two different areas.
Okay. Had you helped secure any witnesses for this investigation of that decedent?
Not on that day.
Prior to that day, you had them.
I don't believe it was witnesses. I was, the day it happened, I assisted Trooper Birmingham with a casing article search up at River Park. What day that was, but that's pretty much all I had to do with this.
You are aware as an ongoing investigation?
Yes.
You're aware they were having difficulty in getting leads and witnesses cooperating, or even potential witnesses?
I don't know what they're doing with their investigation. Pretty much the information that we're given is what we were. So I have no clue where they're at with that investigation.
Thank you. How is it that you came to be at that particular location? Well, okay, maybe I take that back. Were you on location for this balloon release or nearby at any point?
Yeah, I was nearby. I was down the road.
So you and Trooper Hartzman were in your trooper vehicle down the road. How far?
We're set up jolly east of waiver in that parking lot, so I'm not sure how far that.
Why is it that you came to be set up at that location?
Because we knew two different events were going on. So one in Kensington Meadows and one at River Park.
Okay, I don't know that answers my question. There's events going on over Lansing every day, all day, every day. Why is it that you were to be set up at that location?
Because that's our task at hand for that day.
Why was that your task at the hand? You see where I'm going? I'm trying not to ask 20 questions, but did somebody give you some information, say, hey, go there, and why?
No, because we knew it was a balloon release and we know visuals.
Somebody told you information about a balloon release?
Yes.
Who was that?
I couldn't even tell you that.
Was
I don't know if it's a VCI officer or detective. It's passed down the chain.
So other law enforcement advised you of a balloon release?
Yes.
Other law enforcement wanted you to be there in a collective effort with VCI?
Like I said, VCI was assigned to be down there and we worked with them. So
and you were not directly on the scene of the balloon release, but wanted to be nearby.
Yes.
And the intent was to try to pull over any particular vehicles that were desired to be pulled over upon leaving.
What do you mean by that?
You were to be nearby in case they needed you to pull somebody over, right? Because you were in a market, right?
I'm there for multiple reasons. So as a response of the react team.
That's what I was getting at, why you were there. So
so as a react team, as a trooper to stop a car, I mean, there's multiple reasons to be in that area.
Okay.
We've seen it multiple times with something's going on. We let them do whatever they're doing, but we're kind of there as a react force if they need our assistance for both sides. It's not going to be a 911 call saying that the opposite group showed up and started shooting, and now we're coming from the north end of the city if it's in the south end. So we strategically place ourselves in positions where we have those advantages.
I don't want to assume, but was there some kind of conversation between all of you as to who got set up where?
I don't know where BCI sets up. They are in an unmarked capacity, and whatever they decide to sit, or wherever they decide to sit, and whatever they decide to do is on them. We sit so we're close by, like I said, to react if something violent happens, or we put ourselves in a spot so if the vehicle is called out, we are close by so we can make the correct.
Did you set up in such a way to where there's officer presence in different directions from that location?
What do you mean by that?
No, there's one to the east, one to the west, or north or south, or anything like that.
I mean, we were close enough to the intersection where we have lights and sirens, get right to that intersection, so we're close to that.
Were you close enough to observe the parking lot of this location?
No.
So you weren't able to see anything at that location?
No, that's our goal, is to stay outside.
What members of VCI do you know? Well, did you communicate with other VCI members over the radio that day?
Yeah, there was multiple VCI members.
Who all can you remember?
Officer Brenberg was there. I believe Officer Jenks was there. Sergeant Leiter was there. I know at one point they moved marked LPD cars at the entrances just as a presence. Anything legal from happening.
Were you able to see that, or that's just information that was told to you?
No, that's just information that was said over the radio.
So it's possible that, well, under your understanding, at least LPD would have been set up on site. marked LPD.
No, they were marked LPD cars there.
Yeah.
This isn't different. So
And you're aware in your training experience, those vehicles have dash cams, right?
I have no clue on LPD's policies and LPD's cars. I don't know when their cameras run.
I didn't ask you that. Have you seen dash cameras on LPD cars?
Yes.
Have you seen dash cameras on any of the VCI undercover cars?
No, they don't have dash cams.
And so, was it ever discussed as to who was going to pull over the vehicle that ended up getting pulled over? Was that ever a conversation between anybody?
No, sir. It's first aid. Whoever pulls out and is in the position to stop the car.
Where's the first time after you set up at your location? When was the first time that you saw the vehicle driven by Trooper Gold?
When I pulled up.
When you pulled up to
The traffic stop. Yep.
Okay, so they're radioing out their directions as they're following it?
Yep, or a VCI number.
And but prior to that vehicle leaving, you would receive information as far as its license plate?
Yes.
And you would have run that and been able to determine it didn't have any insurance intent?
Yes.
And so was your intention to affect a traffic stop for those reasons?
For the EIV, no.
Yeah, so if you would have cut up for the vehicle, you would have cut up to it first. That's how you would have made the traffic stop.
Yes.
And ordinarily, when you do that, you call the central dispatch to advise of a traffic stop being made.
Yes.
And you
That's
have
the
to do that.
retrades, depending on the situation. If it's a faster evolving situation, and we don't have time to call it out, we call it out when we're safe and have the opportunity.
How far from the balloon release to the residents who are pulled in the driveway? How far was that?
Within a mile, I'd say, maybe 2.
That's plenty of time to call it out to central dispatch. You can pull this car over, right?
We don't call out stops until we're behind the vehicle. And then our point to make that traffic stop. So we're not going to just call it out because it's leaving and all that.
So even though you're about to make a traffic stop, you're telling me you can't call it out until you hit the lights, or what? I guess I'm confused.
Just depends on the situation. If we know we have multiple cars in the area, undercovers, marked cars, it just depends on kind of the situation at that time.
Mhm. And were you familiar with any of the occupants in that car prior to that day?
No.
Did you know any of their names prior to the moment that you're standing beside the car?
Not until later on, after people were detained and stuff like that.
Have you received any information about any of those occupants prior to standing in the car or
No.
next to the car?
Not that I recall, no.
So from your understanding, at least, this was a typical traffic stop.
Yes,
And why so many cops?
because we work in the team. So,
There were like 8 cops there for this typical traffic stop, right?
I mean, I'm telling you, for our traffic stops, this is how we operate.
Sure.
We are usually 2 two-man cars. Sergeant is solo unless one of us is missing and he's with us, or we're in his car. We have a canine assigned to us, and then however many undercover cars.
So I want to be clear to make sure I'm not putting words in your mouth or extrapolating something, just to be clear. At the time when you're walking up, that you pull up, because you're right there with the other trooper, by the time he's actually effectuating the traffic stop and pretty much get out simultaneously. Maybe a second or 2 different, right?
Okay.
Is that accurate?
I mean,
I mean, you saw the car pull in the driveway even when you're pulling up, right?
because I came from a different angle, so I don't know when they actually put their lights on. All that, I really don't know.
Okay. So when you walk up, they're already at the vehicle?
I don't recall if they were up there talking yet or if they were walking back, but like I said, I just want to get past the side.
And I know I'm being redundant and asking the question, but when you walk up, this isn't something like, hey, they want these people because of warrants, or hey, they want these people because they're violent people, or they're connected with this homicide or potential witnesses. You knew none of that, right?
Yeah.
It's just a typical traffic stop, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were on the same radio frequency as all the undercover and VCI were as well.
Yes.
And you didn't hear any of that discussion, right?
Honestly, I don't remember half the conversations.
And if that conversation were had prior to this traffic stop, you would have noted it in your police report, wouldn't you?
What do you mean by?
If there was a traffic stop as to other reasons of why they wanted to pull this car over, you would have indicated that in your police report, wouldn't you?
Yeah, we indicate the reasons why we stopped the car.
Sure,
Um,
but the
they-
lawful reasons, you don't always indicate your motives or other reasons, right?
What do you mean by that?
You would agree that you can have a lawful reason, but you don't have to say other reasons as to why you want to pull the car, right? Like if you know a guy, may have a warrant, or a guy that typically carries gun, you may decide in your discretion to pull that car over for 10th this time rather than letting it go, right?
No,
That never happens?
no, I'm not singling people out because I know the person.
Okay. So you never state other benefits as to why you may pull a person over. You only pull them over for traffic laws and no underlying other reasons.
I mean, there's multiple underlying reasons. If we know a subject has a warrant and he's gonna go to jail on his warrant, we're gonna stop him for that warrant. We always try to get another traffic violation to have 2 reasons. Case that driver is not who we know or who we think it is, then we still have a valid legal reason to stop the car.
And my point is if anybody was rating out other reasons to pull this car over, or reporting of, their observations or why they wanted to try to make contact with occupants of the vehicle, that would have been something you would have noted in the report.
Yeah, so if an undercover officer sees someone get into a vehicle and they have a gun that's Thursday, that's gonna be noted in our report. We're also gonna try to obtain a violation to stop that vehicle, so it's not just going off of one person's word. Anything that they see is gonna be documented in the supplement report. We add the LPD report and that report number to our report.
Gotcha.
So we're not putting words in people's.
Same kind of thing as if there are people that police detectives want to make contact with to try to get information or leads on a homicide. Would you note that in your report as well?
Just depending on the situation.
So that may have happened in this instance and you just didn't note it in your report?
No, so if we're stopping a vehicle solely for that person to be interviewed or questioned.
And I'm not asking you for a straw man solely. I'm asking if there's other reasons as well, other information you're aware of.
Yeah, we always put stuff in the reports. We're not leaving stuff out in no man's land, and we're not gonna just leave it out and say we stopped the car for this reason.
So you would agree that you didn't put in your police report anything about, them being known persons for potential information or contact by detectives, right?
No, in my report, it's solely to document the fire that was seen.
What you knew, saw, or heard, right?
Yes.
And so you never knew, saw, or heard Officer Brenberg make any comments about this vehicle before it was pulled over, right?
No, not about the occupants in the car.
No. All right, and so in any event, when you have occupants exit the vehicle, in this particular instance, right?
Yes.
Did somebody tell you to have them exit the vehicle, or did you make that decision?
So they were coming back from their car, because there's no insurance where you
Said they and their son.
Trooper Golden.
Okay.
So because no insurance, we usually have people hop out of the car, no ops, no license, suspended driver, ID card, stuff like that. We had people hop out.
Well, let me be clear for a second. You'd agree people are free of their own free will not to be seized under the Fourth Amendment, right?
Yes.
You'd have to have probable cause or some kind of exception or something in order to do something differently, right?
For detaining someone?
Correct. To order to seize their person and give them commands as to what they have.
So we can have people exit the vehicle under case law.
I understand, and we'll get into the case law and the exceptions, but ordinarily you'd agree that people are free about their person to be seized, right?
Yes.
You would agree that ordering them out of the vehicle is a seizure, right?
No, because during.
Okay, you disagree.
Well,
I understand. You don't have to say why, but you disagree.
Okay, no, because if you want to ask me the question, I'm going to answer it. If I'm not detaining anyone, I'm not telling them they have to stay on the scene of the traffic stop. They're required to stay on the scene of the traffic stop. No one tried to leave, and I didn't say anyone was being detained, anyone had to stay at the traffic stop, anyone was under arrest. They are still required to exit the vehicle when you're requesting.
That's your requirement. We'll get into the judge making the decision as to the law. Okay, that's your understanding. And so the vehicle was never actually towed, correct?
I know we called for a tow. I'm not sure the disposition.
Okay. So in order, for example, this vehicle wasn't searched on an inventory exception, right?
No, it's searched on Plainview probably.
Sure. So that, again, we'll get into that, but at least the stated purpose wasn't done to an inventory search for towing the vehicle, right?
No, it wasn't.
Sure. And you understand the law allows for an inventory search as part of the safekeeping of the property,
Yes.
right? To do an inventory for protection of both the owner or the driver of the vehicle for needs as well as police.
Yes.
That wasn't done in this case, nor was the vehicle towed, right?
Like I said, I don't know what the vehicle is.
So if there's not going to be a tow and there's not going to be an inventory search, the occupants wouldn't need to exit the vehicle.
Like I said, under the case law, we ask someone to exit the vehicle.
I'm not asking for your legal opinion, but for what your understanding is as to whether or not they have to get out of the vehicle. If you're not going to search it, you're not going to tow it. Let's say it this way then. What the heck is the point of making them get out at that point?
If you watch our body cam, we did request a tow. Because of the no insurance, I mean, it's what we called for. We called for a tow. I don't know what the OIC did after we left, but you can see clearly in our camera that we left. So I don't know the disposition of that vehicle and what was said and what was done after we left that.
So in any event, you would agree that you opened the door to that front passenger door, correct?
When I was having her out, I believe so.
Have you looked at your body camera?
Hey,
Oh, you looked at it before though, right?
when we were doing the in custody, not yet.
When you were doing the what?
The in custody, so when we arrest someone, it's called in custody.
Mhm. And so in preparing your report, essentially?
Yes.
Okay, you never reviewed it since?
No.
Okay. Matter of fact, you're wearing a body camera right now, right?
I am.
And that's basically kind of your right pocket, correct?
Yes.
On
Where I
your
always
chest.
wear it.
Okay. And so you'd agree that doesn't have the same angle as your eyes do, right?
No.
You'd agree that when you bend down, that camera from your torso bending down, the angle of that camera also trajectory angle goes downward as well, right?
Yes.
And it can show a different angle from what you can see, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it can be obscured as well, right?
Yes.
And you're used to it being obscured in your training experience, right?
I mean, it just depends on the situation, but yes, it happens.
Sure. I mean, you've reviewed body cameras a lot, right?
Yes.
So you're used to seeing that when you bend down, it changes the angle and often can be obscured and not see what you can see, right?
Yes.
Obscured by your arm and your leg, right?
It can be, yes.
And that's what happened in this instance as well, isn't it?
Yeah, at one point.
Sure. So when you had the front occupant exit the vehicle, you weren't concerned for your safety at that point, were you?
No, I believe she was wearing tight clothing. So usually I'll ask people for consent to search a person. Unless I have another reason to pat them down. I believe they're armed or something of that nature, then I'll ask for a pat down. I'll just pat
She had a baggy t-shirt on, right?
Yeah.
You didn't pat her down as her turn away. Suffice it to say you weren't concerned for your safety during this traffic stop, right?
No, there's enough officers in the scene.
Okay. And certainly, like I said, you didn't pat her down or kind of inspect her in any way, right?
Yeah, I looked
Just
at
kind
it,
of
I
just
mean,
told her to kind of walk on back to the other trooper vehicle.
No, because when someone hops out, I'm still looking at the person, like points of someone having a gun or whatever, those common areas, like I'm still looking at them. I can't see anything obvious.
Got it. When you have her exit the vehicle, you keep your right hand on the door from preventing from going shut as well, right?
It's not to prevent it from shutting, it's just something I do.
Would you agree that you can see from different angles and views and vantage points with the door open as opposed to closed?
Yes.
So you would agree that it would assist you in trying to look into this vehicle if that would remain open?
It just depends on, like I said, the situation.
This
Looking through
situation.
Windshield, looking through the door jam, like between where the door is and stuff like that. Standing in the doorway, being able to see under the seat. Unless someone makes effort to shut the door, it says, can you shut the door? I'll shut the door, but I leave the door open.
Do you recall my question?
For what?
Keeping the door open allows you to see from different angles.
Yeah, I just
Thank
answered
you.
it.
I don't know that you ever said yes or no. So you said it depends on the situation. So you in fact did try to look from the angle of the door jamb on the other side of the driver's side door or the passenger side door, you know, up by the front passenger wheel, didn't you?
Yes.
Try to look at in kind of underneath the seat from that angle,
Yeah,
right?
that's what I do.
Couldn't see anything from that angle, right?
Not at that time, no.
And so, and again, the door remained open because you had kept your arm on it as she kind of was ushered away, right?
Like I said, unless someone says to close the door, or if they make the effort to close it, then I'll pull my arm off of that. That's why I rest my arm. So I've
I
been,
don't know the answer to the question. The door remained open as your arm stayed holding
Yes.
onto it, right? Thank you. That allowed for you to be able to look into this car from additional angles that you would have not had otherwise, right?
yes,
You did not provide her the opportunity or to make the decision of whether she wanted her car door shut or not, right?
she had every opportunity. I didn't tell her she couldn't close the door.
She's following your commands, stepping out of the car, walk this way, right?
Yes,
And you're standing there in kind of the door and, door jam area. So that way as a tactic, when you're whenever you're having someone step out of the vehicle for officer safety and prevent them from fleeing or potential pat downs, things of that nature, right?
Yep.
So she couldn't have shut the door without shutting it on you, right?
I mean, I've had it numerous times. If they make any effort to pull that door, I just put my arm up and close the door. I'm not telling them they have to leave it open, I'm not making them leave it open. It's just where I rest my arm, because I've had doors kicked into me and I've had people shut the door on me.
But again, to be clear, she didn't open the door to get out in the first place. You're the one that opened it, right?
If I was the one that opened it, it's something to do to help them. Absolutely.
And you're aware that she was the owner of the vehicle?
I don't know if I knew that at that time.
But you confirmed that later?
Yes.
Okay. And she was allowed to then legally park alongside the road, right?
I have no clue.
Oh, you didn't see that happen?
No, I have no clue what the vehicle disposition was. 'Cause I don't know if my camera was on by the time we left, but we turned around.
Sure. So when you're at the vehicle and you have her move away, you look in from the other side of the door towards the front of the car, looking, trying to run, can't see anything from that angle. Then you come around, right?
Yes.
And you bend down and try to look in, right?
The first time I looked in, yes.
And then you wind up squatting down and trying to look in, right?
Is that the time I pulled out my flashlight?
We'll just play the video, but I want to make
Okay.
sure that we can see, once you come back around to look in from the door frame area, between the door frame and the door, you had to readjust at least 2 times your angle in trying to look in, right?
So when I looked in one of the times and I saw the magazine, that's when I bent down and.
That wasn't my question.
Okay.
My question to you is, you had to readjust your body positioning and angles while trying to see under the seat, didn't you?
Yes.
And you're not saying while you're doing it what you can or can't see, are you?
No.
So you would agree it's easy for you to say what you saw after the fact without us knowing whether that's accurate or not, isn't it?
No.
If we don't know what your eyes are seeing and you're not narrating it, we don't know whether you're making it up post hoc, right?
Okay.
Do you wear fitted hats at all?
Yes.
Do you know the size of your head on a fitted hat? You would agree the door frame and a door, the positioning gets narrower towards the hinge, right?
Yeah, because of these.
Yeah, and you would have had to lean in further and further to have an angle to see under that front seat, right?
No, so I do, I don't break the car barrier.
Now, my question to you,
Okay. I
as
didn't
the
break
direction
car
your
barrier.
head would have gone towards the footwell, that door, the space between the door and the frame gets narrower and narrower. Isn't that accurate?
It is.
So when you, again, you're aware your body cameras oftentimes get used in court, right?
Yes.
You're aware that judges will see them, right?
Yes.
You're aware that there's potential for motions to suppress, especially when you're claiming plain view, right?
Yes.
You're aware that your camera could have been obstructed, right?
Yes.
You narrate after finding this gun, that you saw it in plain view, right?
Yes.
At that time, you're doing so partly to help testify for the judge on your recording to try to prevent it from being suppressed, aren't you?
No, I'm not gonna start saying that there's a gun and start narrating all this stuff and people aren't.
Then why did you do it after you've discovered it?
Because that's when people are being secured. There's more than one officer knowing that there's a firearm.
You would agree, you wind up saying, you know, once you see this gun, that you saw it plain as day or clear as day, and then you said without breaking the barrier of the plane, right?
Yes.
You didn't say at any point, I can see this, but after you found it, then you're saying, this is how I legally found it, right?
I mean, that's just how I do it.
And what was the purpose of saying it?
So it's there for me to document.
There for the court to try to believe you narrating after you.
I mean, I think you're wrong in that because it's what I'm telling you. It's coming out of my mouth. I think you're just trying to put that word in my mouth. So at this point in time, I'm telling you, this is why I do things. This is the reason why I do it. And this is why it was done this way. It's not because I'm trying to hide something into the courts. This is how I do my practice.
Wearing a tie today, right?
I am.
That tie you wear every day as part of your police uniform, right?
Unfortunately, yes.
You would agree that that tie adheres kind of to the laws of physics, right?
I have a tie clip that does its best. Try to put it right about my camera lens view. That way it tries to keep it out of the camera as best as possible.
So you would agree that your tie, I didn't say anything about obstructing camera or anything like that. You'd agree that your tie obeys the laws of physics, right?
Yes.
So when you bend down, it hangs down freely, right, with the laws of gravity.
Yes, underneath the tie clip. That's all the laws of gravity.
Okay, and you kind of hang straight down as you bend over, right?
Yes.
Okay. Like a pendulum effect tied to your neck, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, you would agree if your tie touches the door frame, then from that point forward is inside of the door frame, isn't it?
It swings inside the door, then yes.
Here at this time, I believe by stipulation, defendant's exhibit C. This is a screenshot from the body camera of Trooper Schaefer's body camera. Join back on Zoom real quick to share my screen here. I have it digitally rather than on paper. Host disabled sharing. Host disabled participant sharing. Oh, I have that. All right, there we have defendant's exhibit C. Can you see your tie hanging down, sir?
Yes.
Does it appear to be directly above the door, the bottom of the door frame of the door?
I would assume that's my tie. It's hard to tell because it's like moved. Without like seeing the video that's what's swinging, but
I can look the video too, but just have a screenshot from it. You'd agree that this is your right leg,
yes.
knee, your forearm,
Yes.
left knee, right?
Yes.
Ground between the frame and your feet,
Yes.
bottom of the door frame of the car,
Yes.
your sunglasses.
I have no
You had taken them off and you had them in your
I
left hand,
was holding them, yes.
and then your tie hanging down.
Yes, but from that angle, I don't know if that's actually like in the vehicle because of how the angle is. And was this the given point? Because I took my sunglasses off, I pulled out my flashlight.
There's no question before you, sir.
What's that?
There's no further question before you. I just asked if that's the tie, that's the sunglasses.
I was just asking, like,
You're
what
wanting
part
to
of the
explain,
video?
like, you only get to answer my questions.
No, I was just asking what part of that video that was.
Again, you would agree that this is a screen grab from your video content, right?
Yes, from an outside angle, yes.
It's from your body cam.
Just a moment, off the record. Yeah, you reset that. You have witnesses here for Trakorius?
Yeah, 2 officers.
You can release the officers because the jail is blowing up our phone right now. We're gonna have to reset that.
That's, you would agree.
We're
that-
off the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm hard of hearing, Your Honor, so I didn't.
No problem.
I thought you said we're back on the record.
We have to reset yours. Yeah, downstairs, let them know. They can- How you? So you're all set. Okay, we can just do next June 27th at 9. June 27th at 9.
June 27th, 9 AM. All right, I'm gonna go down. Is he still here?
He is, because she's calling the jail right now, so if you run down there, he'll still be there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. So in any event, you would agree that this is a still shot from your body camera that you was worn on your right chest pocket area.
Yes.
So what we're gonna do now is, Your Honor, this time by stipulation, it will be defendant's exhibit D. And this would be the body camera
Can
footage.
you go back to this, because I'm trying to get clarity on that photo myself. It's showing on yours, it's not showing. All right, let's see why. Okay. I just need some, this is a still photo, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is grass under his feet,
Yes, sir.
and then,
Oh, I'm sorry, I guess the witness should answer.
right, this is grass under your feet. What are you facing? Because I'm trying to understand what this is.
Yep, so I'm facing the doors to my right, vehicles to my left. I'm
Okay.
in that door jam. So I don't know what given point in time this is when I'm banding down. I believe I took my sunglasses off. I pulled out my flashlight after I had already seen the magazine and I was confirming it.
You said the doors to your right?
Yes.
Okay,
So like the black strip there, that's like.
correct. What is this that, I see your sunglasses, then I don't know what else is going on here. I guess up in the top left corner. What is that?
I believe the point he's making is that's my tie. Like I said, without the video playing, I can't 100% say that's my tie. Just because of how distorted it is. So
Okay,
I don't
sounds
know.
good. You can continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. This time defendant's exhibit D, which would be the body camera of officer, or excuse me, Trooper De La Pelle. Play. Oh, I'm gonna start playing here at 4 minutes and 39 seconds. I'll play that. Oh, hold on a second, actually. 4:38. I'll hit play. Draw your attention up there towards the front passenger side. Pause at 4 minutes, 56 seconds. What we saw in that, you were able to see yourself looking down into this front seat area.
Yes, I went behind the door.
And so you were between the rear passenger door and the front passenger door, correct? Leaning down to look in to try to see underneath that front seat, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that, well, actually, let me back up. Well, back up the 4 minutes and 26 seconds is on there. Right now at 4 minutes 32 seconds, you're at that angle where we talked about trying to look in from the hinge on the opposite side of the door. You'd agree, right? Lifting your sunglasses, looking over the door frame.
Yeah, for the back seat. I'm at the.
Oh, you're correct. Sorry.
Yes.
Let me continue to play that. Actually, I want to rewind it to when we have. I'm looking at the other officers and remembering from your video, so I'll play it here from 4:32. So for a second there, you would agree that Trooper Brandon, or excuse me, Officer Brandenburg and Mr. Bunkley were kind of obstructing what we could see on the other side for you, right? What you were doing at that moment.
Yeah. So during that playing, you can see me take off my sunglasses.
I haven't. Okay. But right there, it obstructed what you were doing at that moment, right? Okay. And so, but now I'm resuming play at 4:44. You just bent down what we could see just happened before it hit pumped, right?
Yes. So at this given point in time, I had already seen.
Yeah. So at 4:44, you're bending down to look in, and you may have already bent down before, but we weren't able to see it from that angle just yet. Right. So right now, you're bending down to try to look underneath this front passenger seat, correct?
So at this given point in time, I'm 100% looking under the seat with my flashlight because I had already seen the magazine for the gun.
Sir, I didn't. My question is, at this point in time, right now, you are bending down to try to look into the car underneath the seat, correct?
I just answered that. I said 100% I was because I had already seen the magazine. So
you're claiming you've already seen it at this point.
Yes, 100%.
Okay. So I guess to the extent if your body camera time matches up to this, because sometimes they're different, right?
Yes.
So we'll just mark this at 18:04:02, and then we'll try to compare it to your body camera to decipher that.
Okay.
But you never announced that you see a magazine, do you?
No.
Okay. And so, but anyways, you're bending down trying to look in.
Yes.
And then had to readjust and bend down again. Did you see that?
Yes.
And then that's when you perk up, lifting your head backwards, going backwards instead of straight up, and then announcing to them that there's a gun, right?
Yes.
I think you say 52, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's code for fire.
Yeah, it's just our pilot class for a gun.
Now, if your head wasn't inside the car, you could lift it straight up, couldn't you?
Yes, like I said, at that point I had already seen the magazine. So,
okay. Are you admitting at this point your head was in the car or not?
I don't know where it was exactly, but I definitely had my flashlight out and I repositioned myself so I could see clear as day.
So what we're going to do, Your Honor, is for demonstrative purposes, we're going to use camtation. As you can see, I have the video loaded up and I have it zoomed in. And I'm going to play it slower for us so we can see. So we'll go back to, well, since you say you supposedly saw it before, let's go back even further. All right, so there we can see you removing your sunglasses, right?
Yes.
Roll
I
this
just bring
plus.
them up.
Yep, you're lifting them up so you can see. So we'll just kind of, and this is as the point in time when Jace is being handcuffed, right?
No.
Or he's got his hands behind him at least, right? And Brandenburg's doing something.
Yeah, I believe
Okay.
he's just searching them.
I apologize. Just at this point, he's just doing that. But this is where you're attempting to look to see into the car, whatever you can see, right? But
Yes.
still standing kind of a step or two back.
Yes.
And removing your sunglasses. And see from that frame there, going forward slowly. So right here, it's like it's 447.01 since we have precision. You would agree that what we can see from this picture, you're bending down into that front passenger seat area, right?
Couldn't even tell you where I'm bending down in there.
Can you see your left arm right here, your elbow?
I can't tell you if that's my elbow,
You're
but
having permission for the witness to be able to approach the TV, come closer to see.
Yeah, that'll help them. You can do that.
because I can see it from back here. I just can't tell what it is.
Is this your left elbow?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you what it looks like. So maybe it's because the sun's on it.
Okay, well, above that towards the B pillar, right? The B pillar is the space between the two doors, right?
The middle pillar, yes.
Yeah, and so we can see the badge on your left shoulder, right?
Where's the badge?
Right here.
That does not look like my badge at all.
Doesn't look like your badge. Okay, well, I mean, we can fast forward and play or
I mean,
slower if you like, but
okay. You can say that's my shoulder patch, then
you would agree you are wearing shoulder patches on both shoulders, right?
I am.
And it's kind of like rounds over to where it's like on your arm and like to the crest of your shoulder,
Yes.
right? So absolutely good. That's 447.01. Perhaps if we do it, we zoom, if we just zoom out some, if it makes it more clear. Does it make it better for you being more clear?
If you can either hit play and let it play out to see if that stays the same or if that moves so it's clear, then it looks like it's the dashboard. That's what it is. It's the dashboard.
Sir, again, I'm not asking you to narrate, I'm asking you to answer the question, because I'm sure you're going to try to characterize it differently than I would.
Okay.
So
That's not my
let's-
shoulder patch then, if that's the answer you're looking for.
Okay.
Okay.
You agree that's your left elbow?
Like I said, I can't tell if that's my elbow. It looks kind of white. So that's definitely not my shoulder patch if that was my elbow.
Okay, that's what you're saying. You'd agree that you braced your left hand on your left thigh area, right?
I did.
And when you're doing so, that your left elbow would be upwards, right?
Yeah, so
and that would be in the same general area where I'm saying what I think is your elbow. That's in the area where you're, excuse me, sir.
Okay.
That's if you're bracing your left hand on your left thigh and it's bent as you're bending down, that's where your elbow would be, wouldn't it? If not, where else would it be, sir?
So that I can see is my arm, but that's
okay. So now you admit that's your arm.
Yeah, that's
okay.
my
Thank
elbow.
you, sir.
But
No further questions,
no...
sir. Let me continue. You now admit that's your arm, so I'll continue to play.
Okay.
And again, short sleeve, same uniform you're wearing now, right?
Yes.
You would agree that going on this direction from your elbow towards the car would be your upper arm, right?
Yes.
Which should also be the same area where your patch is located, right?
Yes.
Which yet we don't see it, but let me continue. Go a little slower, a little, continue on. Now we can see a little bit more coloration there. As you're starting to stand up, we can see the edge of your sleeve right there and then the patch, right? And this is you're starting to stand up, right?
No, if you go back, you can see it's the vent, right where that, what you think is my patch, that's the vent of the car.
Well, sir, let me just ask it this way, just to be plain and simple. If your elbow was literally within a couple of inches from that B pillar as you're bending down, your body, you would agree the laws of physics, your front, the rest of your torso had to be somewhere, right? Where was the rest of your torso? If
right
if your elbow is within 2 inches from that B pillar bending downward, you're telling me that not a single parcel of your body or body here on the top of your head crossed that door frame?
I mean, I do my best. I'm not crossing that plane.
And I'm not asking you, and that's a good point, sir, because I want to be clarified. At no point in time should you be defending yourself thinking I'm accusing you of intentionally doing it. But you don't know for certain whether you crossed the plane or not, do you?
Like I said, where that is, like that is my elbow, but that's definitely the vent of the car. I do a very good job not crossing that plane. I'm not gonna, if I don't have a reason to enter the car, I'm not going to. But
I
if the door
understand.
is open, I'm gonna do every effort I can to.
Every effort you possibly can to see under.
Yeah.
Yep. And so when you wind up taking a picture and then, yeah, for right now, I'm just gonna leave this. When you wind up seeing it and then announcing there's a gun, right? You get a phone from somebody to be able to take a picture, right?
Yes.
When you do that, you're not using every effort and careful and making sure that you take the picture from plain view, but instead you take the picture from inside the car, right?
I took multiple.
You took no
usually-
pictures from outside the exterior of that door frame, did you?
No, I did.
You
I
did.
take one right in the door frame. I worked my way in, so the door frame, the center or floorboard.
Okay, well,
underneath
we'll play
this.
your body camera to see if you've got that in.
Okay.
But you submitted 2 pictures to the prosecutor or from wherever. There were 2 pictures you took of underneath the front seat, right?
I believe there's more than that.
Okay, well,
I didn't do the case with submitting all the photos, so I really don't know.
well, at this time, I guess I just might as well admit all 3 of them, Your Honor. You stipulate to the pictures of the guns?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll go to Your Honor at this time. So we'll do E1, 2, and 3. And these are the 3 photographs and well, that are taken by the law enforcement of the guns underneath seats, right? So the first one we have, you see how this says IMG_1448, right?
Yep.
That would be the file name as it's kept in the camera roll of the phone when it's taken, right?
Yep.
Now that one. And here's a picture from underneath the front seat, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that that camera is clearly inside of the car taking that picture, don't you?
Yes, for that one. it is.
And matter of fact, can't even really make out anything from that picture, can you?
That photo's to show the bar and the wires.
Sure. That's difficult to see under, right?
No, if you look from the upper part, like in.
Sir, my
and
question to you is
upper-
difficult to see under there, isn't it?
From this angle, yes.
Yeah. And that's straight on with you all the way up underneath the car, in the car, right?
Yes.
And that's even with your flashlight on, taking that picture, right?
I believe. my
See how it's
flashlight's on.
illuminated right here on the bar, on the bracket, but then it's darker over here?
Yes.
The sun was coming from the opposite direction from the driver's side,
Yes.
right? So that from your flashlight, right?
Yeah, that or the
Now-
camera.
Having difficulty seeing it, you told the other officers that you were having difficulty in trying to take some pictures to try to better be able to see it, right?
Like I said, it's to document the bar,
Okay.
yes.
But I guess, I mean, we'll play the body camera, but you told the other officers you're trying to get some better pictures, right?
Yes.
All right, so you had to take another one to try to see if we can get a better picture of it. And again, that was IMG_1449, right?
Yes, so that
Hold on a
Photos of
second.
Okay.
You said yes, that's the answer to the question. Now here, you actually used the flash on your phone to take the picture, didn't you?
Like I said, I don't know which one was the flash and which one was. the
Okay,
flash.
well, I'll clarify it for you. We got it. IMG_1449. This is the exhibit E2. We're gonna go down here, we're gonna go to properties. Go to details. Go down. Flash mode, flash compulsory camera model iPhone 12. You see all that?
Okay,
So now we know the flash is on, right?
yes,
All right. We'll go IMG 1448. We'll look at the properties there. Go to details. Scroll down. Flash mode, no flash compulsory, right?
yes,
First one didn't have flash on it. We couldn't really make anything out.
okay,
Second one, you had turned the flash onto the camera and now we're able to see it, right? Because your flashlight wasn't good enough. Even with the phone inside the car underneath the seat, we still couldn't see it with the advanced technology of an HD lens on an iPhone 12, right?
yeah, so. if
But you
look
were
at-
able to see it from outside of the car, defying the laws of physics with your shoulder bending down forward, not crossing the plane, and seeing around that front seat pillar, around the bracket, around the plugs, without the flash, you were able to see it, right?
Yes. Can I say one thing with the two photos?
No question before you, sir.
Okay, perfect.
You would agree nothing was seen in plain view from the back of the seat, correct?
No, I saw it from the front.
Correct, but nobody saw anything from the back seat underneath the seat from the rear seat in plain view, right?
No,
And so just so it's there so the court can see, the next file of that series, the E123, is the IMG_1450. Here you can see a picture from the rear of the seat, correct?
yes,
Did you take this picture or another officer?
I did it.
Okay. Now, at this point, somebody else had already moved that seat forward to kind of get a better picture, right?
No, everything was left the same until,
Do I need to go through and get the body cameras, the other officers, were they talking about having moved the seat forward, sir?
unless.
You know or don't know?
I don't know.
Okay,
I
thank you.
mean,
Thank you. So you don't know whether at this point, but in any event, that was not, this picture was only taken to try to get a better angle of it from the back because of everything obscuring it in the front, right?
yes,
So at this time, we're gonna, by stipulation, defendant's exhibit F, which is the body worn camera of Trooper Schaefer. I want to fast forward to, well, let's just stop for a second. When we're first arriving on scene, there's like at least 3 other marked units there and some undercover there as well, right?
yes,
Okay, you're walking up. And we can see, it looks like your time's gonna be pretty much synced with the Officer De La Pelle's on this 1801 is when you're walking up, right?
yes,
And then what was it, 180402 is the one where you're claiming before that you had already seen the mag, right?
I couldn't.
Okay, so
I don't
let's
remember
just be aware of that. When this ticker's on this clock at 180402, let's see if you've seen that magazine yet, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna stop share and then share with the share. I have to stop my share and share. With
Oh,
the
it's
sound
on.
on it.
Her, not going to handcuffs, nothing like her.
Yeah. Went ahead and fast forward. We're going to play at 150 right here. Actually, maybe a second or two. 134, we'll just play.
You on back seat out first or front seat? All right. You said have her?
Yeah.
All right. I'll have you hop out. You're not going to handcuffs.
Okay, so right there, you open the car door yourself, not her, right?
Mhm.
And you're telling her she's gonna hop out, right? And you're
Yeah.
gonna have her hop out. You didn't ask her, right?
Yes. Nothing like that.
Your right hand is on the top of the door frame of the door, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Pockets. Okay, keys, that's it. Okay. Then just step right to the front bumper of that car.
Here at 213, this is where you're talking about you go around to the other side of the door from the hinge to try to see if you can get a good angle to see under a front seat, right?
Yes.
Couldn't see it from that angle, right?
No.
Angle doesn't get wider going inside the door frame, does it?
No.
Okay. It's just you can get lower, right?
Yes.
But even when you go to the other side of the door, you can get lower. You can't go as far back to get a wide angle because the door winds up stopping you, right?
Yes.
But you could potentially stick your head in further while your camera focuses downward and we can't see where your head is in, right?
I mean, there's a possibility.
Sure.
But yes. That's
It could
not
happen
gonna
unintentionally.
Yes.
I'll resume play.
Yeah, I'll just step in there and show you the more next time.
Same thing, Jace. Any weapons or anything on you?
Oh, sure.
Mind if I pat you down real quick when you come out?
Yep.
Just turn and face this side. You're not putting your handcuffs. Bring him back here.
Right here, it's 2 minutes and 40 seconds is when I'm
Yes.
pausing the video. We can see from your timestamp on your Motorola Solutions by the camera here, 18:03:50.
Yes.
Right, so we know, according to what you said earlier, from the angle where you were bending in, somehow in this next 12 seconds, you're supposedly saying you're seeing the gun. So let's watch from here.
Okay.
But you're now bending into the doorway area for the first time, right?
Yes.
And now pause it again, 2:43. You had to step in even further, right?
Yes.
Right? And then again, you can see like kind of law of physics, your ties is hanging down at this point, right?
Yes.
But at this angle, you can't necessarily say it's touching the door frame yet, right?
Yeah, I'd say it's
Yep.
nowhere near.
And at this point, your sunglasses are in your right hand, not your left, right?
Yep.
As you're leaning forward with your right, kind of trying to respect that plane threshold of the doorway, right?
Yep.
All right, we'll resume play. So stop at 2:47. You squatted down.
Yep.
Right?
So
And you're standing up, right?
Yep. So if you
Hold on,
want-
I didn't ask a question beyond that, sir. I know you want to say what you're thinking or what you're doing, but I want to ask my questions.
Okay.
You've now tried to look in, not said anything, stood up, readjusting yourself, and I'll resume play at 2:47. Hit play now, or pause now at 2:48. You now have pulled the flashlight out in your right hand, trying to shine under there, right?
So when I first leaned in at the angle I had, that's when I saw the magazine. So that first bit is. when
My
I saw
question,
the
I know
magazine.
you want to love to tell your story instead of
Okay,
answer my
just
question.
telling you
sir.
what happened.
You didn't say anything, even though you say you supposedly saw a gun magazine.
Mhm.
You didn't say anything at that point.
Okay.
You stood up, you bent back down again, pulled out your flashlight. If you've already seen it, why do you need to pull out your flashlight and look again?
Because it's not inherently illegal to have a magazine.
Thank you. That's the standard also for plain view, that something needs to be immediately, it's a legal nature, character has to be immediately apparent as well, correct?
Yep, so that's why I pulled out my
Okay.
flashlight right here.
Okay,
Shined
hold on.
it.
Oh, hold on a sec, there's not a question. So again, you're having to readjust to look under here, right? Now pause at 2:54. You've bent down for a second or two, right? And looking into your flashlight, and now you're having to step in even closer with your left foot, bringing it in towards the door frame, aren't you?
Yes.
So I'm gonna do a quick pause stop here. Well, actually, from here, I'm gonna go frame by frame for a second. So And then you wind up moving your right foot in as well. Right? Even closer. So remember when we saw at that angle at the 180402 how close your shoulder and elbow were? From here at 180405, you have now moved even closer, as we can see from your body camera, right?
Yes.
But again, because of the angle, you're bending down, we can't see how far your torso is or your head is into the vehicle at all, right?
Yes.
Okay. Hey.
Hey, grab 52.
So let me, since that kind of, when I hit play and I was doing frame by frame, so let me just play it at real speed.
Hey, grab 52.
So then, once you actually see it, you jerk up really quick when you turn to them and say, grab them 52, right? Now you've actually, is that a yes?
Yes.
Now you've actually seen it, right?
Yes, the firearm.
So you would agree your feet are literally like an inch from the edge of that door frame, right?
Approximately, yes.
Can you bend down where your entire upper body is behind the front of your knee?
What do you mean bend down? Like my shoulders?
If you're bending at the knee,
yeah, my shoulders are gonna be front.
Top half of your body goes forward when you bend down, right?
Yes.
If your knee is that and feet are that close to the edge of door frame, you would agree that the rest of your top of your torso is inside the frame of that door, isn't it?
No, like I said, I do.
Even after you saw where your shoulder pads was in the video from the other angle, and even after you can see it there, and even after the still shot of your tie being caught touching it when you stood up real quick, you're still denying it.
Like I said, that wasn't my shoulder patch in that
No
video.
further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, you play the video.
Where do you want me to play from? Just back up 10 seconds? or-
Yes.
I'll back up to, I guess, 239 here. Any point I go right back, or I can put in myself.
Hey, grab 52.
And just for the record, you said you didn't get Brandenburg's body cam. You were seeking his body
Correct,
cam?
Your Honor.
Okay, sounds good.
So if it becomes necessary at that point. I have no further questions. Well,
No question.
I'm sorry, one quick question. You would agree at a portion there, your tie got caught on the sunglasses, right?
Yeah, and then so.
And then when you stood up, it freed itself.
Yes.
And then that's when we could see that it touched the door frame as you're standing up. Okay, no further questions.
No question.
Trooper,
Yes.
couple questions. You approached on the passenger side of the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And were the passenger side windows tinted?
I believe they were, the back one was, and the front one was when they called out to us, but when we approached, the window was down.
Okay, so the window was already down when you approached?
Yes.
Did you see the I guess, the back window?
Like the
When you
very
arrived?
back window?
I guess it'd be the rear passenger side window.
I don't know if that was down yet or if it was down during the conversation. Remember, without watching the video.
Now, you never saw anyone in handling any of the firearms, correct?
No, sir.
And you stated that you did see both the gun under the passenger seat and the gun, I guess would be under like the armrest?
Yes, in the armrest.
All right, was the gun in the armrest, the barrel of that gun was pointing toward the rear of the vehicle, correct?
I don't know. I'll look at the photo off the top of my head.
So you don't recall?
No, but I did take a photo of that.
Based on your investigation, was it your conclusion at some point that the gun under the passenger seat had been placed there from the back of the vehicle?
Yes.
So that was not something that the driver of the vehicle could have stuck under there?
I mean, it could have come from the back, but it definitely did not come from the front due to the bar and the wires.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No redirect, please, Your Honor.
Okay, Trooper Draker, there is a sequestration order. You're not to have any discussions about your testimony with any other witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can call your next witness.
Thank you. I'm calling Sergeant Williams. Scott Williams. I'll go get him. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, he's gonna go, yeah.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury. Thank you. You can have a seat. We have fans going in here and we have this device. It's really warm in here, so that's why we had to turn on that fan, which we don't usually turn on because it drowns out our sound. So we need you to speak up louder than normal, okay? And then state your first and last name, spell both.
Sergeant Scott Williams, SCOTT WILLIAMS.
You can proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant. How are you?
Correct.
Where are you currently employed?
Michigan State Police.
And were you employed for the Michigan State Police on May 29th, 2024?
Yes, sir.
Were you a part of the surveillance and response for the vigil that was being held on that day?
Yes.
And did you take part in a traffic stop following that vigil?
I did, yes.
Excuse me, were you in the vehicle that made the initial traffic stop?
I was not. I showed up afterwards.
And at what point during the traffic stop did you show up?
I would say it was remotely in the beginning when they were first making contact with me, pulling them out of the car.
And what was your role in the course of the stop?
I basically stood by, assists were needed. They were asking subjects out of the vehicle and asking questions at that point. And then next, I was standing on the passenger side of the vehicle when the first fire was opened.
And did you interview any of the passengers of the vehicle?
Yes, I interviewed the rear passenger side subject, Mr. Bunkley.
Okay, and that's Jace Bunkley. And where did you interview him?
In the front seat of my truck.
Was he detained at that time?
Yes.
Did you read him his Miranda rights? And did he indicate he understood them?
Yes.
Did he waive his Miranda rights and agree to speak? And you're just a little bit louder.
Oh, sorry. Yes,
No,
he did.
you're good. So, what did you discuss with Mr. Bunkley?
Basically, it was a real brief conversation. I asked him what type of firearm he had. He said it was a 9mm. I asked him what firearm inside the vehicle was his. He stated it was the one that was underneath the front passenger seat. I then asked him when he placed it there, and he said when we stopped him, he slid the firearm underneath the front passenger seat. Then I asked him if it was registered to him. He said no, because approximately 4 months ago, he built this gun. Basically, ghost gun inside this.
Approximately 4 months ago, what happened?
He built the gun himself, so it wasn't registered to him.
Okay. And did he indicate to you at all whether anyone else in the vehicle had, I guess, any knowledge that the gun was present?
No.
Did he claim ownership of the other handgun that was found in the vehicle?
No, just the one that was underneath the seat.
And did he have a CPL? Did you run the lien on any of the other individuals in the car?
No, the lien checks would have been conducted by the troopers. So.
No further questions.
Cross-exam.
No question.
No question.
Sergeant Williams just, you know, he stated it was Mr. Bunkley claimed it was the gun under the front passenger seat.
Correct, yes, sir.
And there was one other gun left in that vehicle.
Yes.
And 3 other passengers came out of that vehicle. No further questions.
Sergeant Williams, there's a sequestration order, so you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with any other witness, okay?
Just that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You call your next witness.
That was the last witness, so people have no more witnesses to call.
This defense calling witness.
None, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We heard testimony from Officer Benjamin Brandenburg from LPD, Trooper Andrew Golden, Trooper Luke Schaefer, and Sergeant Scott Williams today. Officer Benjamin Brandenburg testified that he, while conducting surveillance on the vigil that was happening due to the potential for threats of retaliation, he was conducting surveillance as a part of VCI. He stated that the vehicle in this incident pulled up behind him, directly behind where his car was parked, and at sort of a perpendicular angle, and that he was able to observe the driver of the vehicle, which was Tavion McMiller. He was able to observe him pass the fire, or what he believed to be a firearm, back to one of the passengers who were in the back seat. Oh, did I say the wrong name? I'm so sorry.
I believe she said Tavion was the driver. I believe the testimony is actually Barry was the driver of the vehicle.
Correct.
Yes, my apologies, I'm sorry. Yes, he saw Tavari in the firearm back to one of the passengers in the backseat of the vehicle. Officer Brandenburg testified that he relayed that information to the through the undercover channel, and at that point, Trooper Andrew Golden was able to testify that he observed an illegal tint, as well as he ran the information for the vehicle and saw that it had no insurance on it, so he initiated a traffic stop. At that time, when they discovered that Tavari did not have a valid insurance, that it had no valid insurance, they had the passengers of the vehicle exit the vehicle. From there, while they were removing people from the vehicle and basically securing the scene, Trooper Schaefer observed from outside of the vehicle, from when he was within the in between the door and the body of the vehicle, he observed first the magazine, and then when he observed, or when he approached to look at the vehicle, he observed then a firearm underneath the front driver's seat. At that point, a search basically was initiated, and they were able to then also discover another firearm located in the center console of the back seat. We also heard from Sergeant Williams that in regards to the interview he conducted with Jace Bunkley, that Jace Bunkley claimed that the firearm under the front seat was his, and so for Mr. Jace Bunkley, who also was identified by Officer Benjamin Brandenburg, there's to a probable cause standard, the elements for carrying a concealed weapon in a vehicle are met, given that he had knowledge that the vehicle was present. He was present in a vehicle that had a firearm in it, and there was in fact a firearm located within that vehicle. For Tavari and for Tavion, based upon the testimony that we've heard, the extensive testimony that we've heard today, it's clear that they, as passengers of the vehicle that were not just one, but a second firearm was also located, they also would have had knowledge of the of that firearm being located within the vehicle, given that Tavari had handed the firearm back to one of the passengers in the back seat regardless of which passenger he handed that firearm to, both Tavari and Tavian would have been able to either observe the firearm being handed back or have directly handled the firearm within the vehicle at that time. And so for those reasons, and then Tavian was identified by Officer Brenberg, and Tavari was identified by Trooper Colvin. So for those reasons, I believe to a probable cause standard, there's sufficient evidence to find that all three co-defendants in this case
per day. Okay, you can continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I had indicated during preliminary matters, Your Honor, requesting a motion to suppress, as court knows, just by all precedent limitations. And then just listen to all the testimony and take in evidence as you see fit and determine what's to admit as pursuant to the rules for conducting a preliminary examination. And once the court is satisfied that something should be suppressed, it's not just to punt that to the circuit court, but in fact, this court could make the decision to suppress the evidence in and of itself. And then it would be upon the prosecutor whether they wanted to appeal that decision. And I submit to Your Honor that there's more than enough to suppress in this case. First and foremost, you look for Trooper Schaer to argue that he saw something underneath the front passenger seat in plain view. To assess his credibility shows a lot, because even when showing him proof and zooming in to show where his elbow was and his shoulder pad was, still tries to argue and say that it's not there, it's something different, or maybe that's the dashboard. Tries to claim that he saw it before he actually saw it, but yet doesn't react until he actually sees it. He tells us that he tried to take pictures of the item in plain view, but yet those, where are they if they exist? You've been shown the
He said he took pictures of them in plain view. I thought he said
picture of underneath the seat in plain view.
he said he took pictures. I haven't seen them.
Thank you,
He
Your Honor.
did
That's
say
my
he did.
point. That's my point.
He
claims that he took some pictures of being able to see under the seat in plain view, but yet where are they? I submit the reason they haven't been introduced is because they don't exist. What we have are pictures from inside the car. Well, why would you need to do that if we could already see it from plain view? And then the one in the car you can actually see lit up with his flashlight, which is what he had at the time. You can't see anything. He talks about how so blatantly convincing that, you can't even put the gun underneath there from that angle because all the wires, the brackets and everything, and how difficult it is to see. And we see that you had to have a compulsory flashlight with the phone directly in front of the seat inside the car. And so we've got zoomed in camera angle of where his shoulder was next to the B pillar and his elbow. And we can see in syncing that up with the exact time from that moment, then watching his body camera, he actually moves in closer. From his body camera, we see the synced up time, the 18:04:02, and how he actually moves even closer to that. He admits that his torso would have to be further into the vehicle or towards that direction, in front of his knees. And we can see from the positioning and the angle, the video of where his feet and knees are adjacent to the door frame. By the laws of physics, how he would be leaning forward, and that would be in front of the knee. And he agrees that essentially, Your Honor, if he was going to try to claim that the rest of his body would be behind his knee, he was going to ask him to illustrate it. So thankfully, he was at least honest and say it would have to be in front of the knee. So by pure laws of physics, that means he was inside the door jamb. So when he had bent down and his tie got caught on the sunglasses, we weren't able to see the tie touch the door frame. But then when he jerked up real quick, having seen the gun once he's now crossed the threshold and telling people, that's when his tie touches and he calls it out. And so once his tie touches, laws of gravity hanging straight down, that's how we're able to know that he was inside of it immediately prior to when he stood. And so all that goes to show he crossed the threshold. And that's important because it's not whether he intended to, it's not whether he knew, it's whether he did. The laws of physics are pretty clear and convincing with all of this evidence that he had to have crossed that threshold in order to see underneath that seat from that angle. And so he just did it. And the fact that he had to take the pictures from inside it proved it. But beyond that, Your Honor, too, just another note. And I apologize, I didn't start with this chronologically. When they opened the 3 other car doors, right? So not even necessarily focusing on the driver because he had an arrest warrant, he could be ordered out of the vehicle, right? But Tavari McMiller has standing. He was the driver of the vehicle. He controlled that vehicle. When those other officers opened the car doors, and in this particular instance, we're focused mostly on that front passenger door. When Trooper Schaer opens that car door himself without any permission or consent, you have to find a basis in the law for him to do so. It wasn't because of officer safety, because he felt safe. There's plenty of officers there. There's no issues. He didn't even feel the need to pat her down. There's no articulated reason by him showing that there was any reason to have her out of there. I know Officer Brenberg tries to say something otherwise because he wants us to believe his story after the fact. And again, post hoc, once they're trying to find out how to charge the driver or something, is when he makes that up at the back of the driver's seat, right? Trooper Schaefer's like, yeah, no, this was just a typical stop. I wasn't afraid of any gun. It was just a typical stop. I was on the same channel as everybody else. It wasn't said. Plain as day. And so why now? What's the legal exception to opening that corridor? Well, you may say, well, she's the passenger. How does Mr. McMiller have standing? He's the operator of the vehicle. They can't open that car door without his permission or her permission since she's the owner of the vehicle, and they didn't get it. So once he now plain view requires you to be in a position that you were lawfully entitled to be and can see the illegal contraband and its illegal character is immediately apparent. They admit opening car doors allow to have increased angles in order to see in the vehicle to try to claim the plain view. He agrees that when he's on the other side of the vehicle, looking down over the door window area to try to see under, he can't see as well. So he opens the door illegally without any permission or consent. Now, clear, he had no reason for safety. So then we go to the other argument, well, inventory tow. No, inventory tow, case law is clear. You can search on a vehicle if you're conducting an inventory tow pursuant to your written policy and that it's for its purpose, and protecting, I forget the phrase, well, health and wealth. I can't remember the phrase, but anyways. So it's no automatic like, well, if we're going to tow, we can ask people out. You have to go with the case law that affects whether it's legal to open that door or not. If they didn't tow it, well, then they didn't commit an inventory search. So what's the legal basis to open the door? They even say how she was allowed to, park the car herself and that it wasn't factually towed and canceled. So again, what legal basis to open that door? If they had no legal basis to be able to open that door themselves, they therefore are in Trooper Schaefer, if you buy that he didn't cross the threshold, he was not where he was legally entitled to be because he opened the door, put himself in a position to try to see in a better angle. So you have it either way. Either you think you crossed the threshold, which I think is rather convincing, Your Honor, or he was only able to in an angle that he would have not otherwise been, but for illegally opening that door, which they had no basis. Certainly an incident to arrest for driver suspended license, you're not going to get a search of vehicle for that. And they don't claim that either. And so the last argument, I guess, if to the extent that they could potentially try to argue if there was well, Officer Brandenburg, plain as day, told you, no. I'm not saying what I said was probable causes to search the vehicle. You made that clear that they did not. So I don't know what else you get, Your Honor. At that point, I would ask you to be suppressed. if the court is not going to suppress it and thereby dismiss, Your Honor, or find, a lack of finding for probable cause, because there's no evidence, then looking at the facts, Your Honor, you have to weigh the credibility of Brenberg when he contradicts the sworn statements of his other officer being on the same channel, just sitting there, and they're communicating back and forth, and it's never radioed out. It's never radioed to central dispatch. He's not concerned for his safety. It's wholly inconsistent with how Trooper Golden tried to back the blue, I guess, for Officer Brandenburg.
I was gonna say, Golden said that he heard Brandenburg give a description about.
Golden was definitely trying to back Brandenburg up.
I can't tell you what he was trying to do, but his testimony was consistent with what Brandenburg said he saw.
Yeah.
Schaefer's not so much.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah, and so it's a different. If you look back at the testimony for Golden, Trooper Golden, he says, I don't remember a lot in trying to clarify that. That's not what he says. That was not said on the radio. There's a difference. And so we have to take the statement.
So it was on the radio.
That it was never radioed out that there was a gun seen in the car or something passed.
And you're saying, I'm sorry, you said Schaefer saying that?
Schaefer said that, yes.
No, then I would object. That's not the facts that we're at.
We can read the transcript, but that's what Trooper Schaefer said.
What Trooper Schaefer said he doesn't recall, is my recollection.
That was my recollection as well, which is.
Not that it was not. The statements was that it wasn't, he didn't recall.
You're going to ask, I'm redundant and ask things different ways, but I think I got it out of them a different way. But in any event, Your Honor, those are clearly contradictory, and that can't be the basis upon which to be able to have any kind of circumstantial inference that could have been a gun. Because the thing is if you watch the exhibit 2, Your Honor, if you're going to not suppress and you're going to get to that in trying to make your analysis, one of two things I would ask to continue to play for, the exhibit where it's Trooper Golden's body camera, where they are at the back of the car having that conversation. What you'll see is Officer Brandenburg say, what else would it be, holding like that or whatever kind of thing, right? He's trying to claim it's a gun, right? And trying to, he still in that video doesn't say he saw a gun. He said he saw something pass and it could have been.
He never said he saw a gun even on the stand. He said he described what he saw. I think he was consistent in that. He described what I saw. And even when the prosecution was trying to get in, what he believed that was, that was the objection as to speculation. So he never said that he saw a gun. He said he described how it was handled. And that it was the black. They never said that.
And even when he tried to tie together the post hoc theory that maybe that could have been the gun, the court did sustain the objection to a speculation in regard to that. He made clear that his observation, he doesn't know what it was. So at this point, under whichever standard, what is it? I don't know if it's the people versus Anderson or Walker with the case law on it. But it's for probable cause. Yes, circumstantial inferences are allowed to be made. However, it has to be more than a mere possibility. It has to, probable cause is a higher standard than mere possibility. And so the fact that something could have passed, a pack of gum, cigarettes, it wasn't described to us, for example, what Brandenburg found in the left pocket, and then obviously it wasn't illegal and put it back. How do we know it wasn't a vape pen? How do we know it wasn't, like if I'm handing back? And then on top of that, he describes it like 3 different ways, right? And again, it just adds to why I believe he's not credible that he saw anything at all, Your Honor, because we saw in the video how he illustrates it over the left shoulder, right? Then he talks about over the right shoulder, right? And then when Mr. Goodrich is, asking questions, it's doing it this way. 3 different ways. It's wholly incredible, and she cannot make any inferences based upon that whatsoever. And so if you don't suppress, which I believe submits it 2 different ways you should, Your Honor, factually, there's not enough there to charge Mr. McMiller because his mere presence alone and possibility is insufficient. If they had some kind of lab results and DNA or fingerprints and maybe, but they don't have any of that. So anything right now is just conjecture and possibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, I'll start with the easy part. Factually, the client admitted to having a gun. So we're just asking for suppression. Last court to start, first the court has to determine why the officers at the park.
You said why they were at the park?
Yeah.
Well, I think that they testified why they were at the park. There was some events going on. They got word of maybe some possible retaliation. I'm not really too concerned about why they were at the park. I think my biggest question is, what was the point of the stop if it wasn't about the firearm? Because it didn't seem like it was.
And that's what I'm getting to, y'all.
Okay, yeah, let's get there.
I've handled numerous homicide cases. Okay, when a young man, when they get shot, it's typically some sort of gang involvement. You go to the vigil to see who's there. If there are people there that I have intelligence briefings on, that gives me a motive for the shooting. So I start jacking cars as they leave the vigil, because who cares if I'm pulling over young African-American men for all kind of ridiculous reasons? I want to see who's leaving this vigil. Because if I can see who's leaving this vigil, I can find out through my intelligence, are they gang or clique or group related? And is that a reason for the shooting that we're investigating? That's why they're there.
But did one of the officers testify that he wanted to speak? They already wanted to speak, or was that a question you had? That they wanted
to speak now.
They made
He was
Mr.
the brother of the alleged
Yeah,
victim? Okay,
yeah.
that's what I thought I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, let them, they got it. Don't worry.
So they identify somebody who was there that is the younger brother of the homicide victim.
Okay.
So now we got the stage set. So now the court has to go two directions. The court can either go the direction of witnesses that Officer Brenberg saw from the back seat of his vehicle through illegal window tint. The driver passed something to the passengers, right? Or the court can adopt the defense theory that it's not credible that was seen. The court adopts.
Well, I already know that Mr. Gerwich is gonna argue that because he asks every time about that tent. So
if the court takes the prosecution's theory, then the court has to say, does that give probable cause to pull the car over? I still say no. And so now we have a traffic stop that is predicated upon the illegal tent that Officer Brenberg somehow saw through, and the car not having insurance. But that basis of the traffic stop and the admission that nobody in the car made any furtive gestures that gave the first trooper probable cause to believe this was a firearm in the car, pulling the individuals out like they did clearly exceeds the scope of a traffic stop for civil infractions, unless there's an alternative reason why you stop in this car, i.e. to find something to arrest people on the question about this homicide. Now we get to, and I'm not gonna go back over, co-counsel, he covered every single angle of the body camera thing in terms of the off trooper's ability to see this firearm in plain view. But I'm just gonna add something else. What offends me about the trooper's testimony.
which you gotta be clear about which trooper.
Trooper Schaer.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. What offends me about the testimony the most is, in my opinion, it's predicated upon a prejudice that young Black men can't do anything right, including stuffing a gun under a seat to where you can't see. That every single time we come here with these plain views, these young Black men, the car didn't come to an abrupt stop. There's no police chase. There's objects aren't sliding around the car because of evasive driving. The car slows down, it pulls into a driveway and it stops. But these cops consistently make this argument that these young Black men can't seem to get the gun underneath the seat. There's always some sort of magazine or barrel that's sticking out just enough for them to see it in plain view. And I think that's ridiculous, especially in this case with all the body cam angles that co-counsels went through, Your Honor. So we would ask for suppression as well.
Your Honor, first of all, we would join in the suppression arguments of both Mr. Berry and Mr. Jackson regarding everything that's done. However, we'd also like to make a factual argument regarding Tavion McMiller in this matter. Your Honor, we heard testimony that they were in a vehicle that had tinted windows. while Officer Brandenburg claimed that the front passenger window wasn't as dark, Trooper Golden confirmed that, yeah, they were all dark, just as dark as the back that he could see, of all the windows that he could see. Officer Brandenburg testified that he saw Tavari McMiller take an object out from under his seat and reach to the back with it. Now, while he originally testified that it was, he was handing it to somebody, he later admitted that he couldn't really see it. He never actually saw it get handed off, and that he admitted that he could have actually just stuck it in the back himself. Your Honor, one thing that we never heard throughout this matter was that Tavion McMiller was ever in possession of any of either of these firearms. Mr. Bunkley made statements regarding the firearm that was found under the passenger seat vehicle. Then there's the other firearm, which, if we believe Mr. Brandenburg or Officer Brandenburg's story, that would have to be the gun that Tavari placed into the back seat. Now, one other matter. Oh, regarding the elements, well, Ms. Petrosky correctly stated that, that she had to show that there was a pistol in the vehicle, and that the defendants knew that there was a pistol. There's also a third element, that the defendant took part in carrying or keeping the pistol in the vehicle. There has been zero evidence that Tavion McMiller did anything to carry the firearm or to keep the pistol in the vehicle in any way. So I would ask the court to dismiss this matter both for the suppression issues as well as for the fact that there's no evidence regarding Tavion McMiller. Thank you.
I want you to re-argue. I definitely want you to address Tavion, because that was my question. I'm not understanding how we're tying Tavion into these elements, so I need you to address that. And then I have a number of questions. I want you to address counsel's argument about the officer's legal basis for opening the door. And if you're able to address what the actual reason for the stop was, because initially I'm thinking the stop was because of what Officer Brandenburg called out, but none of the other witnesses, including the witness who testified that he executed the stop, stated it was for that reason. So I'll let you re-argue.
So, first of all, in regards to Tavion, I would argue, and again, I know that there has been some questions about Officer Brandenburg's testimony, but based upon Officer Brandenburg's testimony, he saw that the firearm was passed to someone in the back seat. I will admit that it's not as strong of a case for Tavion as it is for the other two individuals in this matter, but that I would leave to the court's discretion whether
he saw an item pass to someone in the backseat. We don't know if it was a firearm, correct?
That's correct. He did describe the item as a approximately 5 inch in length, L-shaped black item that was passed or carried in such a way that he only had
very clear that that's how you described it. And had it not been an objection as to speculation, he would have testified that based on his training and experience that was a firearm. I'm not disputing that he believed, or his testimony supported that was his belief that it was a firearm. That's not. I'm just trying to understand how we're tying it in to find more than mere suspicion, because that's what we need, not just suspicion. It's got to be more as it relates to Tavion. Because I'm trying to understand how we, based off what I see thus far, there is just as much evidence to charge the front seat passenger if we can charge Tavion. And she wasn't charged. I don't see her name here.
Yeah, she was not charged.
And she's the owner of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
So she would, there would be probable cause that she knew there was a vehicle, pistol where she was in, it's her vehicle, that she knew that it was there and she took part in keeping it. It's her vehicle. But she wasn't charged, but Tavion was charged.
So I can't speak to the decision of the charging prosecutor on this file. I was not the person who issued the charges.
I completely recognize that, but I'm talking about my understanding of the evidence is that there was probably some suspicion that Tavion did something as it relates to, it was passed to someone. The officer couldn't say who it was passed to. But I don't see more than mere suspicion as to Tavion.
And to be perfectly frank, as the testimony has played out, as we worked through the arguments on all of them, I would agree, and actually I would rescind my motion for bind over on Mr. Tavion McMiller.
Charges as to Tavion McMiller are dismissed. You can continue.
Thank you. As far as the basis for the stop, there were a number of factors and as to why this vehicle was stopped. However, under Ren v. US, the reasonableness of a traffic stop does not depend on the subjective intentions of the officers who are involved. It is, valid when the facts viewed objectively establish probable cause that a traffic violation has occurred or was occurring. There's not been a dispute as to whether the vehicle didn't have insurance. That's been established without.
I agree.
And so regardless of any of these other factors that may be occurring simultaneously, the fact that they knew that the vehicle did not have that insurance and thus had the basis for a valid traffic stop makes the entire basis of the traffic stop valid.
I think I gotta stop you there. The issue I have is credibility, because if you're testifying that Brandenburg, they're here just because they are providing support to make sure there's no retaliation, and then all of a sudden he sees something and he reports or calls that out, and based on that, these other officers pursue this vehicle, that's one thing. And so that's where it started, but then it changed. And so that is where credibility goes into question. So that's why I'm asking, well, what exactly was the reason for the stop? Because it's not what Brandenburg said it was. And then we have one trooper saying that he knew that there was an issue as to a warrant. That wasn't, so then why do we need anybody calling out if he has a warrant and they see him get in the car, why couldn't they have stopped him in the first place? How do they even know who was driving? I think in the video someone played and he says, you have a warrant. I think his response was, you didn't even ask me my name, or how do you know who I am? So these are all questions that it goes to credibility, because I don't think it's without question that there are some issues or concerns about credibility of some of the testimony. So that's what I'm trying to weave in. I'm trying to understand what the actual purpose was if your witnesses gave that reason. There was 4 different reasons given.
Yeah, and I'm not going to argue that that's not the case. I would just say that given that there is an objective, reasonable justification for the traffic stop.
Counsel?
I just want to respond to that point real quick, since I didn't argue that point. If we're looking at is a lawful stop or not, and you're assessing credibility, there's been no evidence introduced that there was in fact no insurance on the vehicle. So we don't know whether that claim is true or not.
I would say that the fact that they're able to, the system that they use to determine whether a vehicle has insurance on it or not, when they utilize that system to check whether
He gave testimony that if they ran it, that's how his testimony was.
Thank you. So I'm not going to dispute that they have the different intention or different interpretations of the reasoning behind the stop. However, Trooper Golden, the officer who was the officer responsible for making the stop itself, one of the multiple reasons that he included as a reason for the stop was that there was the no insurance in the tinted windows on the vehicle. As the officer who is deciding to make the traffic stop, he has a valid reason for it. So legally, there's no justification for saying it was an invalid traffic stop.
What about the legal basis for opening the door?
So while trying to listen to testimony and take part in this.
If you're not prepared to argue it now, that's fine, because it's 4:48 and I need the evidence to review. I'm not ruling today anyways.
I kind of figured we would end up there. I would just the one case that I know that would be relevant to this, and I'll just put it out there, is that even so I can't speak to the actual opening of the vehicle, but the officers are able to order out in a traffic stop for misdemeanor purposes. They are able to order individuals out of the vehicle under Pennsylvania v. Mins. That does not have to be in response to a specific threat. It can just be as a matter of course, given the officer's safety.
But even if an officer orders you out the car, it doesn't mean that you have to keep your car door open, correct?
That's
I can
correct.
step out, close my door, and now I'm off the car.
That's correct. I believe we heard testimony from, I think Golden and Schaefer that neither of them tried to stop it. If any of the people in the vehicle had tried to close the door or had asked to close the door, neither of them would have stopped them in any way, but the door.
We don't know that.
That was just what they had
Right,
said.
but if the officers open the door, it would probably not be in their best interest to try to close it.
That is a fair assumption.
So it's, the officer really didn't give them a choice. They opened the door, then asked them to step out.
Yes.
Versus ordering them out the vehicle, allowing them to open the vehicle themselves.
Yes.
No. Any other argument?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I need particularly.
Now I will say at this moment, I had the stuff put on a USB drive.
Yes.
I forgot left it at my office. So I
Okay.
could,
No,
if somebody has a spare USB drive, I can do it now, but otherwise I can return in the morning with it.
I don't know if we have a drive. If we do,
I can just
that would
return
be
in the
great.
morning. I don't know if the person's gonna watch it tonight anyways.
Because I definitely need
I'll put all these in.
that would be perfect. So I know I need D, I don't, E, and F. And yeah, just give me all at this point. And I'll give you a new date to return. Oh, you do have one? Oh, we have something that you can put the exhibits on. Any other matters we should address today before we conclude? I'm gonna give you the new date. And
does the court want a briefing on that door issue?
that would be wonderful if you could brief the door issue, the legality of the door.
My argument is case law since People versus Them says, there has to be some particular reason. It can't just be carte blanche, safety and then exercise indiscriminately based upon how they want to stereotype the people in the car.
Let me, I need a nollie or dismissal, I should say, for Tavion.
I don't think does she move? I can do a nollie if she moves.
I'm dismissing for, well, I guess we didn't really make that clear if she was moving. She didn't move for dismissal. She did concede that there was probably lack of probable cause. I was dismissing for lack of probable cause, so.
Okay.
And then we'll have briefing on the issue of the door. And I need that probably a week before the date of for them to return, so I can have read their briefs. How long do you need to brief the issue on the door?
Would 2 weeks be okay?
No, you're just letting me know. Okay, 2 weeks is good. Probably be 3 weeks. I think 4th of July falls in there. And I think I have 4th and 5th off.
All right, Your Honor, for the court order, the prosecutor, I'm sure Mr. Petruski's going on it anyways, but to follow up on receiving the body camera
For
for
Brandenburg? I mean, I would have liked to see it. I think that might have been the angle that we needed, but.
Based on this testimony, it sounds like you only turned the camera on at the traffic stop. But
I'm
just in
not
case.
sure. I know if the prosecutor's office had it, they would have turned it over, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, if we don't currently have it, I'm gonna do a discovery request and see what we can.
Okay, sounds good.
More time.
So basically saying
Election stuff? Oh, okay, what, that's on Thursday.
And I don't know when we add it. When we ain't got stuff, we still have PCCs to fill in. In this thing too.
Oh, well, that, it shouldn't, but this shouldn't be that one. We're not calling you.
Give you 9:30, July 12th, 9:30.
July 12th at 9:30, where?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we continue to July 12th at 9:30, and then I'll expect briefing on that issue 1 week in advance. Any additional?
I didn't get that, that's why you're expecting.
The briefing on the door issue to be a week in advance, so I have time to review them. And so any additional matters for today's record?
Nothing for the people.
Nothing on behalf of.
Nothing on behalf of Jay Bunkley.
Nothing on behalf of TVN.
Thank you. You're all set for today.
You said you did or did not have an enlistment?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
You did or did not have an enlistment?
We have, would you have a USB drive? Yeah, yes.
Is it big enough?
Yeah. Did you get a copy? One of the ones I put the recordings on. Mr.
I was gonna put
McMiller,
it on its own.
can you wait for the copy of his dismissal?
Hey.
I don't have a blank one.
Well, I'll bring it tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Yeah, but that way it's a sticker with just this case, so that way there's no issues. I had it already, but I left it.
Good night.
Have a good one. Thank you. I know it was a long day.
Yeah.